Chapter 1399. A Battle of the 15th Layer of Heaven. Both Jew and defeating armies flew into the starry sky. Given their destructive power, if they fought on the ground, the entire central territory would be in ruins. Jew wanted to protect the three emperors' holy court, while defeating armies wanted to conquer the central territory for Great Emperor Ziwei. This would be Great Emperor Ziwei's residence in the future, so they naturally didn't want to destroy it. As the two powerhouses fought, a large number of stars in the shallow star layer were bombarded and shattered. Large black holes in the void were crazily sucking in everything around them. Boom, boom, boom. Even though they were separated by an infinite distance, the vibrations could still be heard, not only in the sky above the central territory, but also in the entire 36 territories of the Middle Sky continent. The cultivators of the Middle Sky continent all looked up at the sky. Most of the officials of the three emperors' holy court looked at the starry sky with worried expressions. They were worried that something would happen to the sacred king. However, a small number of officials looked around and quietly retreated from the crowd. It was no wonder that some people didn't have other plans. Star Lord defeating armies was the 7th Army commander under Great Emperor Ziwei. 7th? He was already at the 15th layer of heaven. Wouldn't the other army commanders be just as powerful? Even if the civil officials were excluded, if the remaining generals reached the same height as defeating armies, who would be able to stop them? There was also the even stronger Great Emperor Ziwei. It was no wonder that Great Emperor Ziwei was rumored to be the strongest among the great emperors. Tan Lang carried a long sword on his back and looked up at the battle. In another hidden place at the foot of the mountain of the three emperors' holy court, there were three figures standing there. Yin Chuan, the butterfly queen, and Miao. Miao. Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? Miao asked. Why are you following me? Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Miao, isn't it fun for you to come out and cause trouble? Of course, I have to follow you. Father is dead, and she doesn't like to talk during this period. I have to bring her out to relax. Miao immediately shouted. Who doesn't like to talk? The butterfly queen retorted. Whoever answers is the winner. Miao Miao said with a flip of its head. You. The butterfly queen was speechless. Yin Chuan looked at the battle in the starry sky and said solemnly, Pudge you and greedy wolf? Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates are indeed full of talents. We've seen greedy wolf before, but we've never seen defeating armies before. We were still young at that time. So many of us don't remember him. Miao shook her head. Oh, did they go to your house in the second epoch? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Of course, he was very polite to my father back then. Miao said proudly. Nest, it seems to be at the 15th layer of heaven, right? They were courteous to your father? Yin Chuan asked curiously. My father's seniority is the same as Great Emperor Ziwei and the others. Originally, my father's cultivation could have improved further, but something happened. Anyway, my father suddenly couldn't improve his cultivation, so he stopped at the 15th heavenly layer. He even created the heavenly layer. He hoped that someone could use this opportunity to defeat him and achieve the 16th heavenly layer. That way, he could take one step closer and fulfill his lifelong wish. Explained Butterfly Queen. You mean that Nest suddenly couldn't continue to improve due to special reasons, so he entrusted his dream to someone else? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. It's this little felt hat. My father lost the chance to improve because he wanted to refine this hat. Miao said dejectedly. She looked at the little felt hat she had been wearing all this time and was a little annoyed. I heard that it's called the Crow Gold Nest. Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes, the Crow Gold Nest. Isn't it just a spatial artifact? I don't know what happened to my father back then. Miao showed a hint of sadness. That's impossible. Other than a spatial artifact, there should be other functions. Yin Chuan said curiously. There's no other function. It's just more sturdy. At that time, I was angry that this little felt hat caused my father to lose the chance to improve. I tried to tear it apart, but I couldn't. However, speaking of differences, there was one. Miao recalled. Oh. Yin Chuan and Butterfly Queen looked puzzled. In the past, it could only store inanimate objects. Now it can store living things. Miao said. Living things? This is a small world opened up by the nest? Yanchuan asked curiously. It can't be. I don't know. Anyway, the space inside seems to be growing every day. Then it could store living things. Then some grass grew on its own. Meow said. Oh, you're saying that it's expanding on its own? It even gave birth to life. Yanchuan became serious. Yanchuan knew about some small worlds. And even Yanchuan himself could open them up. They were just small spaces. But if he wanted to maintain a small world, he would have to constantly send in waves of power. Moreover, everything inside was moved in from the outside world. But this crow gold nest can grow on its own? This space has its own life. Meow, I don't know. Anyway, it's getting bigger. Meow nodded. Let me see. Yanchuan said. It's useless even if I show it to you. Only my father and I can use it. No one else can use it, not even Xiao Dai. Meow said directly. Yanchuan grabbed the small felt hat and tested it carefully. Sure enough, it was just an ordinary small hat. Black gold nest. Yanchuan revealed a strange expression. While Yanchuan and the others were studying the felt hat, the battle in the starry sky was becoming more and more intense. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu might be able to mobilize the power of an entire country, but the three Emperor Sacred Hall's territory was too small. The power of a nation was too little. Attacking again and again, the fierce army destroyer gained the upper hand. Ha ha ha, Zhu. You've only just entered the 15th layer of heaven. Mobilizing the power of an entire country is far from enough to make up for your innate quality. If you had stabilized for a period of time, you might have been able to contend with me. But now, Humph. Do you know how many years I've been in the 15th layer of heaven? Destroy. Army Destroyer shouted as his long spear slammed forward. Along with Zhu's by long, the spear exploded and collided with Zhu's two palms. Zhu was sent flying, but the star-plucking hand was unharmed. What a powerful pair of hands. You're actually unharmed? Army Destroyer sighed. Zhu was forced back, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Army Destroyer, the victor is still undecided. Zhu said coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly looked up into the starry sky, and into the depths of the starry sky. Suddenly, he stared at the Army Destroyer. The Army Destroyer's star energy enveloped Army Destroyer, which was the source of his power. Humph, star-plucking hand. Zhu suddenly shouted. A palm suddenly rushed into the depths of the starry sky. On the huge palm, countless runes pulsed. It was incomparably strange. Zhu's hand directly rushed towards the Army Destroyer. What? Ha ha, Zhu, is your brain damaged? Army Destroyer laughed disdainfully. But halfway through his laughter, boom. The star-plucking hand's palm suddenly squeezed the Army Destroyer. What? The Army Destroyer's face changed. Pluck. Zhu shouted again. Rumble. In the depths of the starry sky, the Army Destroyer suddenly shook. In an instant, the Army Destroyer's power went out of control. One had to know that the Army Destroyer's power came from the Army Destroyer. Now that his natal star was disturbed, the Army Destroyer naturally bore the brunt. Without the power of his natal star, the Army Destroyer would not be able to withstand a single blow. Impossible! Army Destroyer exclaimed. Pluck! Zhu shouted again with a ferocious expression. Army Destroyer suddenly lost more than half of his power, and his body was pushed back by an aura. Not good. Below, Greed's face changed. Everyone, quickly subdue the three Emperor Holy Court. Greed shouted to his 8 subordinates. Yes. The 8 of them shouted. Tan Lang took a step and soared into the sky. He charged towards the battlefield. In the sky, the star-plucking hand was always successful. In the past, as long as the star-plucking hand grasped a star in the shallow star layer, it could instantly crush it. But now, the Army Destroyer only shook a little and was unable to continue. Impossible, it's just a star. I can break you, Zhu said with a ferocious expression. Boom! In an instant, all the stars in the depths of the starry sky lit up. Whether it was the netherworld or the world of the living, they all lit up. What? 3,000 stars are actually connected as one? Zhu exclaimed. In other words, to destroy the Army Destroyer, one must have the power to move 3,000 stars at the same time. Although the star-plucking hand was powerful, it was not at such a perverse level. It could only block the lifeline of the army destroyer. Greed kill. A white saber aura rushed toward Ju from below. Ju's expression changed. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to attack with the star-plucking hand. Boom! The saber and palm collided, and Ju was sent flying, smashing through a large number of stars. The hand holding the army destroyer also suddenly loosened. The army destroyer instantly regained his strength. Roar! Army destroyer roared. Army destroyer and Greed surrounded Ju. Star-plucking hand? What technique is this? Ju. Army destroyer's eyes flashed with urgency. Star-plucking hand? Pajun's and Tan Lang's eyes shone with a faint light. This technique was too strange. It seemed to be specially designed to restrain the cultivators of the Second Era. It might be ineffective against Great Emperor Ziwei, but it was a fatal threat to Army Destroyer. This was a technique that could instantly restrain a 15th level Heaven cultivator. Although it could only be used on one star, and could only be used on one person, it was still extremely fatal to Army Destroyer. What technique? Ha! A cold light flashed in Ju's eyes. He naturally did not want to tell them. Just based on this technique of yours, you will definitely die. We will not leave any loopholes. Star-plucking hand? Let it be destroyed forever. Army Destroyer's eyes flashed with a cold light. Below, Yin Chuan Butterfly Queen, and Miao kept staring at the starry sky. Star-plucking hand? Yin Chuan looked at the starry sky solemnly. Miao shook her head and said, I've seen this star-plucking hand before. In the past it was a very weak cultivator. He was probably just an ancient immortal, but his hands were cultivated to the peak. He could even crush an ancestral immortal, and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, that person died later. I thought the star-plucking hand was lost. I didn't expect it to be passed down to Ju after a generation. Ju is going to lose. Oh, Greed is the strongest of the Big Dipper 9 stars. Army Destroyer has almost suppressed him. Now that Greed has joined the fray, Ju has no chance of winning. Moreover, the star-plucking hand can only restrain one star. Butterfly Queen said in a low voice. Chapter 1400. In the Netherworld, the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment moved to the inner South Continent. With the Heavenly Court's strength, they were naturally invincible. The news of the Heavenly Court's migration spread across the world. At the same time, news of the Western White Tiger Emperor moving to the Western Outer Continent spread. Some people showed disdain for the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment, while others thought that the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment knew when to advance and retreat in this chaotic world. Regardless, the migration had caused the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment to lose a lot of vitality. In the inner South Continent, the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment only took 12 territories. The other 24 territories were divided into two: the rise of the Nether King, and the establishment of the 12 palaces. Dividing them into 12 territories was extremely smooth. The other 12 territories were the territory of the Transcendence, Astral Vault. Within Astral Vault Palace, a black-robed man respectfully reported everything that had happened. The Nether King? His 12 palaces have been planned for a long time? They aren't any slower than Ming Tianhan? Astral Vault said in a low voice. The black-robed man respectfully said, The Nether King is quite scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been favored by the Lotus Goddess. The 12 palaces were already his faction back in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. They are all his subordinates. With the help of the Lotus Goddess, their cultivation speed is extremely fast. Furthermore, the Nether King chose the former Zhou family's base. Many places have been straightened out by the Zhou family, so it's easy to take over. The black-robed man said respectfully, O Ming Tianhan? The Nether King? We can't be slower than them. Astral Vault said in a low voice. Don't worry, my lord. My lord has subdued the experts of the second epoch. With their help, we won't be slower than them. I've already asked them to subdue the various factions in the 12 territories. Soon, we will be able to unify the 12 territories. However, after unifying them, we still need to decide on what mechanism to set up. The black-robed man said in a low voice. Oh, mechanism? Astral Vault looked at the black-robed man. There are two. The first is the sect mechanism. We will set up 10 factions and a network system. They will compete with each other, just like the 12 palaces of the Nether King. It's quick to straighten out the 12 territories. The weakness is that the sense of belonging isn't strong enough. The second method is to establish an official system to govern the people, establish laws, and pacify the hearts of the people. Once completed, the sense of belonging would be extremely strong, just like the great Xingtian heavenly court. However, the weakness is that it takes a long time for it to take effect, the black-robed man said respectfully. Astral Vault looked at the black-robed man. Not long after I arrived in this world, I could already see how extraordinary you were. In the inner South continent where poisonous insects spread, you were able to dominate a territory with your mediocre strength. From this, one can see how wise you are. You flatter me, my lord. Overpraised? You are worthy of it. To be able to take in someone stronger than you as a subordinate, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Don't worry, as long as you do well, I will not treat you unfairly. When the great evil world and this world merge, I will let you have even greater authority. Tiangang said solemnly. Yes, thank you, my lord. I'm a feng shui cultivator, so I'm not familiar with sects or country construction. You know my situation, so do as you see fit. I'll need you to work hard on my 12 weaves. Tiangang said with a smile. I swear to repay you with my life. The black-robed man bowed respectfully. I've never misjudged people, Snake Emperor. Do well. The black-robed man smiled. Yes, Snake Emperor answered. Young Realm Central Weaves. Ju was fighting Greed Wolf and defeating armies. As the Butterfly Queen had guessed, Greed Wolf was even more ferocious than defeating armies. For a time, Ju was forced back by the two experts. He barely managed to block the two's fatal attacks with his palms. However, in the past 2 hours, Ju no longer had his previous demeanor. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in huge bloody wounds from sabers and spears. He was completely suppressed. Every time he attacked, he felt like he would die under the two's weapons at any moment. Roar! Ju roared and used all his strength. However, even with all his strength, he could not do anything to the two. The two were simply too ferocious. Below, countless officials did not dare to look directly at them. Some loyal officials even soared into the sky. However, how could the 8 subordinates of Greed Wolf and defeating armies let them go up? They quickly suppressed them. Boom! Boom! Ju was hit again and again. His palms attacked the sabers and spears again and again. What a powerful pair of hands. No wonder they can move the stars. Star-plucking hand? Defeating armies exclaimed. Boom! Greed Wolf sent Ju flying again. He crashed into a large number of stars and finally, his body sank into a star. The two experts looked at Ju coldly. Ju seemed to have gone crazy after every battle. He never thought of running away. As a 15th layer heaven expert, Ju had a high chance of escaping. However, he did not. Escaping meant that he had completely given up on the 3 emperors' holy court. Greed Wolf and defeating armies could not understand. However, after fighting until now, the two of them admired Ju's unyielding spirit. He knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. In some people's eyes, such a person was full of pedantry, but in others' eyes, there was respect. The 3 emperors' holy court? In the end, Ju refused to give up. Ju's body was injured in many places. These were just the external injuries. His internal injuries were even more serious. Ugh! Ju suddenly vomited. Greed Wolf and defeating armies frowned. Ugh! Ugh! Ju vomited again and again, as if he was going to vomit. Ugh! Phew! Finally Ju vomited. Pajun's and Tan Lang's expressions changed. They looked over and saw a man coming out of the Huey's mouth. The man was unconscious. He looked exactly like Ju. He spat out a person? Defeating armies said in shock. Below in a valley. Meow. Is that Yao Tiansheng? Meow said in shock. Wasn't Yao Tiansheng eaten by Ju? Why is he vomiting again? Butterfly Queen said in shock. On the other hand, Yen Chuan let out a long sigh as a glint flashed across his eyes. High up in the sky, Yao Tiansheng was unconscious. Gradually he seemed to wake up and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he instantly saw everything around him. His head shook violently, as if he had suddenly understood everything. Defeating armies and Greed Wolf looked at Yao Tianshang, who suddenly appeared and hesitated. Zhu could still spit out a person? What kind of cultivation technique was this? Why? Why haven't you been digested? If you fuse with me, I will be stronger. Zhu stood up gently while holding his chest. How much stronger? I am only at the 14th heaven. Back then, even if you were stronger, you could only reach the 15th heaven. Now that you are, you can't be any stronger. You should know that the third era's Tsar was only at the 14th heaven. Yao Tianshang said after taking a deep breath. Then why are you fine? Zhu stared at Yao Tianshang while holding his wound. My birth chart has changed. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. What do you mean? Zhu frowned. My birth chart has fused with the birth chart of the second era's rabbit race ancestor. Yao Tianshang didn't hide anything. The birth chart of the rabbit race ancestor? Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan gave it to you. Why did he give it to you? I remember now. Back in the South Outer Continent, you were the one who released the 2 great perfection cultivators that the Tsar captured. Zhu's eyes lit up. Zhu's shrewdness and scheming were top-notch. It was just that he had been unlucky all this time. He quickly figured out the mystery behind this. Yao Tianshang nodded. I saw that the Tsar wanted to devour you and me. I think you saw it too, so I had to leave a way out. I didn't expect you to devour the Tsar. He underestimated you. You are even wary of me? Zhu asked in a low voice. You are too calm. I was a little scared, so I didn't tell you. I made a deal with Yin Chuan privately. He agreed to help me, so he gave me the precious primogenitor's birth chart. Yao Tianshang explained. You used the sky-burying coffin? Zhu stared at Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang nodded. Ha 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 ha. I was wondering why I couldn't find the sky-burying coffin. In the past, I felt that it was a pity. Now it seems like it is indeed a pity. Zhu said in a low voice. Why? The sky-burying coffin doesn't seem strong, but I am sure it is extraordinary. There are a total of 9 of them. Yin Chuan was even willing to use a primogenitor's birth chart to exchange for the sky-burying coffin. This means that your primogenitor's birth chart is inferior to the sky-burying coffin. Zhu said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yao Tianshang frowned as he stared at Zhu. However, this is also good. You won't be able to protect the sky-burying coffin. Rather than letting Yin Chuan snatch it away in the future, you might as well exchange for this birth chart. Zhu said in a low voice. So it is Yao Tianshang? Defeating armies said with narrowed eyes. Defeating armies had the memories of the second epoch. He also had the memories of this life. Based on their conversation, he quickly figured out the relationship between the two. You talk too much. The Greed Wolf said coldly. Boom. The army destroyer spear smashed the planet the 2 of them were on. Let's go, Zhu. You can't beat them. Yao Tianshang urged. No. I will not give up on the 3 Emperor Holy Court. Zhu said in a low voice. Why? The future is long. Yao Tianshang shouted. You don't understand. You don't have any sensitivity to the world. The future is long? If you lose the 3 Emperor Holy Court today, there will be no future. Do you know how fast the world has developed over the past few years? Zhu shouted. However, if you continue, you will die in battle. If you die, you will lose everything. If you live, there is still hope. Yao Tianshang urged anxiously. Although Zhu had once devoured Yao Tianshang, the 2 were the same person back then. Ha ha ha. Live? However, I would rather die than live like that. I would rather die with the 3 Emperor Holy Court. Zhu said stubbornly. Why? Are you crazy? Yao Tianshang exclaimed. You don't understand. You don't understand. This is my lifelong wish. This is a wish that I can fight for until I die. I lived for this wish. Now that this wish is shattered, I have nothing left to live for. Zhu shouted. I don't understand. I don't understand. As long as you live, you can start over again. Even if you can't start over again, at least you will still be alive. Ha 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 ha. Alive? What do you know? Back then, when I gave you the memories of my previous life, did you still not understand? Oh right. To you, it is just an additional memory. However, to me it is unforgettable. In my previous life, when I was young, I was a little rabbit demon. As I grew up, I suffered many hardships, many abuses and many injustices. However, I did not admit defeat. I could endure the most bitter of hardships. However, I must become someone above others. I must. 40,000 years ago, in the sealed world I did it. I became the strongest person in the world back then. But when I reached a certain height, I realized that I was still above the rest. If I ascended, I wouldn't even be worth a fart. I learned everything about the immortal realm from an immortal. I realized that the best way was to become an emperor, the #1 emperor in the world. But I was a demon, just a demon. I could not establish a dynasty. I refused to accept this. I must become an emperor. At that time, there was only one path in front of me. Split my soul, reincarnate, and erase all traces of this life. In other words, suicide. Did you know that the success rate was only 30%? The other 70% was to turn into ashes, never to return. For this day, I could even throw away my life. I killed myself. Ha ha ha, do you know how long I hesitated? However, I finally did it. Now everything is going according to my plan. However, my luck has always been bad. I understand that if I lose the 3 Emperor Holy Court today, I will never have another chance. Roar. I refuse to accept this. Why? Why was I born at the wrong time? Zhu raised his head and roared. Yes, Yao Tianshang said worriedly. The 3 Emperor Holy Court is my everything. If it is destroyed, what will I live for? Hide in a corner? Impossible. I can't submit to the other forces. I, Zhu, will never submit to anyone. Unless I die. Zhu roared with bloodshot eyes. But that might not be the case. Yao Tianshang said anxiously. Ha 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 ha, Yao Tianshang, I see the world's situation more clearly than you. There are no more chances in this world. One wrong step, and you will never be able to turn things around. Perhaps there is still a chance. Yao Tianshang frowned. Ha 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 ha, so you can only be like this forever. Yao Tianshang frowned but did not care. In my previous life, before I killed myself, I understood my heart. I would rather be a dazzling shooting star than a dim star. My life and the 3 Emperor Holy Court are one. Yao Tianshang could not understand Zhu's thoughts, but he could understand Zhu's feelings. For a moment, he did not know how to persuade him. Yao Tianshang, leave. Leave this place to me. It doesn't matter if I die. At least I still have you. You and I have different attitudes towards life. However, you are still alive. You are me and I am you. Leave quickly, Zhu said in a low voice. Leave? But... Yao Tianshang looked at Zhu with some fear. At this moment, Pejun flew over again. Ha ha ha, leave? Zhu, do you think I will let him go? Pejun sneered. And Zhu's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Pejun. Eliminate evil and cut the weeds by the roots. If you die, do you think I will let this scourge live? So that I can find trouble for myself in the future? Pejun said coldly. Cut the weeds by the roots. Moreover, he is you and you are him. Since I have decided to kill you, how can I let you escape? So you and Yao Tianshang must die. Pejun said coldly. In your dreams. Zhu's eyes were red as he suddenly stood in front of Yao Tianshang. Chapter 1401. After a short conversation, the battle started again. However, this time Zhu was even more ferocious. Other than guarding the 3 Emperors' holy hall, he also had the responsibility of protecting Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang wanted to help a few times, but he couldn't. Time and time again, he was instantly repelled by his opponent, and even he himself was severely injured from the recoil. Leave quickly. I'm here. Zhu shouted with a glare. Haha, there are 2 of us, and there are 2 of you as well. Can he escape? Defeating army sneered. You can try to kill Yao Tianshang by yourself. When that happens, I will die with the other. Zhu said with a glare. Die with them? When they thought of Zhu's ability, their faces turned ugly. They didn't know if they could die together. But if there was only one of them, Zhu's star-plucking hand would go straight for the other party's natal star. Leave quickly, Zhu shouted after being injured by the 2 again. Yao Tianshang looked jealous. He wanted to stay and help Zhu, but he couldn't beat the 2 of them. Moreover, as time passed, Zhu would definitely die. Leave quickly, Zhu shouted again. Roar. Yao Tianshang roared angrily, and shot towards the east with a strong sense of unwillingness. Just like that, it was Zhu and defeating armies again. Boom! Boom! After a series of heavy attacks, Ju's body was covered in blood. More and more injuries appeared. On the other side, Ju gradually disappeared into the horizon. More importantly, Yao Tianshang suddenly entered the forest below and fled towards the distant sea. Everyone was at the 15th heavenly layer. No matter how far Yao Tianshang ran, they could still see him. However, if he hid, it would be difficult to find him. Even if he appeared in front of them again, the world was so big that they couldn't see him clearly. There were too many creatures. They couldn't find him even if they tried. Defeating armies and Greedy Wolf became anxious. Defeating armies, go after Yao Tianshang and kill him. Tan Lang shouted. What? No, it's too dangerous. Defeating armies shouted. No, don't worry. I'll be fine. The key is Yao Tianshang. Go quickly. Tan Lang shouted. Defeating armies' face darkened. He frowned, nodded, and shot into the distance. Stop. Ju's expression changed. Hey, now your opponent is me. Greed slashed down with his saber. Boom. Ju was instantly sent flying thousands of miles away. Ha ha ha, I've said it before. Yao Tianshang must die. Just wait and see. Pejuan will definitely kill him. Tan Lang said with certainty. In the distance, defeating armies was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon, and his spear crashed into the sea below. Boom! Under the huge force, a part of the sea exploded. In the explosion, a figure was instantly sent flying. Yao Tianshang? Ha 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 ha, you still want to escape? Defeating armies laughed complacently. On the other side, Ju's eyes were spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with rage. Yao Tianshang was about to be killed? Roar! Ju roared in grief and indignation. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the starry sky. Star-picking hand. Ju roared in grief and indignation. Using the star-picking hand, Ju's middle door was wide open. Chop! Tan Lang slashed down with his blade. Ju gritted his teeth and glared fiercely. Roar! With a loud roar, his hand moved even faster. He stared at the blade and only released his energy shield to block it. Boom! The blade shattered the energy shield and stabbed into Ju's chest. Ju's face instantly turned red. He bit his lips to prevent blood from spurting out. Boom! The star-picking hand grabbed the Tan Lang star. Rumble! The ravenous wolf star suddenly shook, immediately causing the 3,000 stars to brighten. In an instant, Tan Lang's star power decreased. What? Tan Lang's expression changed. In the distance, defeating armies, who was about to kill Yao Tianshang, suddenly stopped. Oh no! Defeating armies' expression changed. He turned around and shot toward Tan Lang. Yao Tianshang was lucky enough to escape. He also saw the scene in the distance. Ju's chest was pierced by Tan Lang's blade. He risked his chest being pierced by the blade to buy himself a chance to escape. Ju! Yao Tianshang's eyes turned red. In an instant, Yao Tianshang's mind was filled with countless memories. Who are you? I am you, Yao Tianshang. I am you from your previous life. You can call me Ju. Yao Tianshang, from today onwards, I will teach you everything. I will teach you how to become the strongest in the world. Yao Tianshang, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. There is no distinction because you and I are one. Yao Tianshang, I will establish the heavenly court. I will be the heavenly emperor. And you will be the heavenly emperor. Whatever I have, you will have. At any time, your status will be the same as mine. I will share my world with you forever. Sigh, in the sealed world, one step behind, one step behind. Just a little more, just a little more. When the second emperor holy court becomes strong, you can do whatever you want in the world. Because of me, no matter how big the grudge you have, the second emperor holy court will always be your strong backing. Because my everything is also your everything. In an instant, Ju's words filled his mind. Yao Tianshang burst into tears. Ju! Yao Tianshang choked with sobs. He took a step forward and rushed into the forest again, quickly escaping. Yao Tianshang understood that Ju had used his life to exchange for a chance of survival. If he couldn't escape, Ju's sacrifice would have been in vain. Yao Tianshang cried as he ran into the forest. On the other side, Ju had a long saber in his chest. He grabbed the ravenous wolf star in the sky with one hand and watched Yao Tianshang escape. As he watched Yao Tianshang leave, a sorrowful smile appeared on his bloodstained face. The smile was very difficult, and Pajun rushed over in a flustered and exasperated manner. On the other side, Ravenous Wolf's strength was unstable. He held the long saber in his hand and looked at Ju with a ferocious expression. He stabbed forward again. Ju's face was ferocious, and his other hand suddenly rushed towards Ravenous Wolf. He could use the star-plucking hand with both hands. However, as long as one hand plucked the star, the power in the other hand would be transferred. However, even if Ju's other hand didn't have the power to pluck the star, he was still at the 15th heavenly layer. Now that Ravenous Wolf had lost his strength, how could he block this palm? Die, Ju said viciously. Boom. Puffed. The ferocious palm hit Ravenous Wolf's weak body. Ravenous Wolf's body was instantly deformed, and his bones were crushed. Puffed. Ravenous Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood, and he crashed into a large number of stars in the distance. Bastard! Pajun's spear hit Ju from behind. Boom! Ju's chest was blasted open, and his innards instantly shattered. His right hand plucked the star, and his right arm was blasted away. Boom! The vast star-plucking palm exploded. An endless astral energy descended from the sky and entered Ravenous Wolf's body. Ju's body was almost blasted apart, and only half of his body was left. As for the remaining half of his body, it was filled with countless cracks. Fate shattered. You're lucky, Pajun said coldly. As he spoke, Pajun rushed towards the stars in the distance to look for Ravenous Wolf. Ju's entire body weakened. He grabbed his right hand in the air with his left hand, and a sorrowful expression appeared on his face. Under Pajun's star-plucking palm, Ju's right arm was completely blasted apart, but his other hand was unharmed. Ju's body flashed and he disappeared. In the distance, Yao Tianshang quickly fled. Suddenly, the void beside him shook, and a pool of flesh and blood fell out. Ju. Yao Tianshang was delighted at first, but his expression quickly turned to one of horror. Run, Ju said weakly. How did this happen? Are you okay? Yao Tianshang exclaimed. My fate shattered, and I'm finally going to die. At the very least, I can die in front of you, Ju said bitterly. No. Go, go, go. I'm here to tell you my last words, Ju said. Yao Tianshang hugged Ju and quickly fled. He cried, Tell me. After I die, don't bury me. Eat me. I want to be buried in your body. You and I are one. Although we're not fused, we're still one. I have no regrets. Ju said weakly. No, you'll be fine. Yao Tianshang cried. Haha, you don't understand. My fate isn't as simple as shattering. It's gone. Just now it was shattered by Pajun. I'm just a corpse now. It's only my will that has supported me until now. I don't have much to say, Ju said bitterly. Yao Tianshang cried. You're not someone who wants to conquer the world. Don't learn from me. Go to Dezhun's heavenly court. You have the rabbit ancestor's fate. You can become the ruler of Dezhun's rabbit race. Yen Chuan will definitely accept you, Ju said weakly. I know, I want to avenge you. Yao Tianshang cried. I am you. If you live, I live. I don't want you to avenge me. I just want you to live. Ju shook his head. No. Yao Tianshang cried. On the other side, Pajun found the Ravenous Wolf. The Ravenous Wolf's body was about to be smashed into meat paste by Ju's final counterattack. He was on the verge of death. Fortunately, the Ravenous Wolf's star power rushed over. This gave the Ravenous Wolf a chance to recover. The star power enveloped him, and he recovered quickly. Ravenous Wolf, how are you? Pajun asked worriedly. I won't die. I was careless. This injury will take at least a year to recover. The Ravenous Wolf said with a bitter smile. Tianshang, you bastards. Hurry up and come up. Defeating armies shouted at the people below. The 8 subordinates quickly rushed into the starry heavens. My lord, how are you? Everyone asked anxiously. The Ravenous Wolf won't die. However, he can't be disturbed. You guys take good care of the Ravenous Wolf. Kill anyone who dares to disturb him. Pajun shouted. Yes, the 8 answered. My lord, where are you going? Tianshang asked. Me. I'm going to bring Yao Tianshang back, and let the Ravenous Wolf deal with him. You guys wait here. Pajun said. Yes. Everyone answered. Swish. Pajun shot off into the distance with great hatred in his heart to search for Yao Tianshang. Chapter 1402. Defeating armies flew at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 million miles away. However, Yao Tianshang had already disappeared. Defeating armies' face darkened. He waved his hand and said, "Astral energy search." Buzz. A large amount of starlight shone on the ground. Instantly, wherever the starlight shone, a faint shadow appeared. The shadow looked like Yao Tianshang, and it was slowly disappearing in a certain direction. Trying to escape? Defeating armies' eyes turned cold. He quickly chased after the shadow. In the distance, Yao Tianshang hugged half of Ju's body in grief. Although Ju was his previous incarnation, it was Ju who taught him since he was young. Yao Tianshang instinctively relied on Ju, just like his own master. However, Ju had perished together with Tan Lang in order to escape for him. "I am you. As long as you are alive, I am alive. I don't want you to take revenge. I just want you to live," Ju said weakly. "No, one day, I will take revenge for you. I must take revenge. Don't worry. I am no match for them now. I will bear with it. I will. This hatred is irreconcilable. Tan Lang, defeating armies. I will tear them into pieces." Yao Tianshang howled in grief. Ju wanted to stop him, but she was too weak. She smiled bitterly. "Tear me into pieces? Do you think you still have a chance?" A loud roar sounded in front of Yao Tianshang. Boom! Under the ferocious aura, the surrounding forest was razed to the ground. Yao Tianshang stopped abruptly. He looked at the figure in front of him in shock. It was defeating armies, who was wearing a red cloak and looking furious. Defeating armies? Yao Tianshang's eyes were red. "You," Ju said weakly in fear. Ju had no way to reverse the situation. She was most worried about Yao Tianshang. Roar! Defeating armies suddenly roared. A thunderous roar rang out, and the surrounding space tremored violently. It was like a shockwave that rushed towards Yao Tianshang. Boom! Yao Tianshang flew back 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. "Defeating armies, do you really want to kill them all?" Ju asked weakly. Defeating armies' furious expression suddenly calmed down. He waved his hand. Boom! The area where the three of them were was suddenly enveloped by countless golden lights. Under the shroud of golden light, the space around them trembled violently, making it impossible for the outside world to see what was going on inside. In the distance, Sky Pain and the others were taking care of Tan Lang. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the situation at Army Destroyer. Suddenly, countless rays of golden light enveloped a large area. Everyone's face darkened. "Over there. Don't worry. That's Lord Pujuan's Army Pujuan Heavenly Tent. It separates the inside from the outside and prevents Ju and Yao Tianshang from escaping again." "Oh, if that's the case, that's good." Everyone nodded. Inside the Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent, Yao Tianshang and Huey's expressions changed. "What do you want? I told you that I can let Yao Tianshang go, but I need your star-seizing hand." Defeating armies' face sank as he spoke. "Star-picking hand? Even I don't know how to do it. And you want it?" Yao Tianshang said hatefully. "You don't have the right to speak here. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as slaughtering a dog." Defeating armies said coldly. Then defeating armies looked at Ju again. Ju looked at the huge Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent and suddenly smiled. He shook his head and said, "You used this Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent to prevent others from knowing about it, right?" Defeating armies' face darkened. "I think that other than us, many experts in the world should be watching the battle in the Central Territory. Besides you, there should be others eyeing my star-seizing hand. Ha ha ha, you want to keep it all to yourself." Ju laughed coldly. The star-seizing hand could perfectly suppress anyone in the second epoch at the same level. Tan Lang was much more powerful than Ju, but he was still defeated by the star-seizing hand. How could defeating armies not be envious? "So what? You're already dead. However, there's still Yao Tianshang. Do you want him to die too?" Defeating armies said coldly. Ju smiled mockingly and said, "It's not that I want him to die, but will you really let Yao Tianshang go? Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent. Once I tell you the cultivation technique, will you not kill me to silence me?" Humph. I, defeating armies, will keep my word. Defeating armies' eyes turned cold. I don't trust you, Ju said weakly. How dare you? I'll refine you now. Let's see what else you can hide from me. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with anger. Wait! A loud shout came from afar. Defeating armies' face changed. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw 3 figures shooting over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before him. They were Yin Chuan Miao and the Butterfly Empress. Yin Chuan? Defeating armies Ju and Yao Tianshang's faces changed. Ju, Yao Tianshang, we meet again. Yin Chuan looked at the two and sighed slightly. Ha, ha 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 ha. Ju suddenly laughed loudly. However, Yao Tianshang's expression was complicated. We meet again. At this moment, everyone could see that Yin Chuan had been watching the battle. He was just hiding in the dark. Yin Chuan, the Butterfly Empress? Chuan Miao? Heh, what do you want? Defeating armies said in a low voice. Although defeating armies didn't care about Yin Chuan's strength, Chuan Miao and the Butterfly Empress made him hesitate. Of course, he only hesitated for a moment. After all, Chao had fallen. Yin Chuan looked at Yao Tianshang and said, Yao Tianshang, do you remember what I told Jin Diyu to tell you when I gave you the primogenitor's fate chart? Dajin's sovereign beast? Yao Tianshang frowned. That's right. It was effective in the past, and it is effective now. Yin Chuan said seriously. Yao Tianshang looked at defeating armies, and then at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. On the other side, defeating armies' eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan, you want to interfere too? Yin Chuan, you suddenly came because you can fight against defeating armies? If that's the case, why didn't you help Ju just now? Why? Yao Tianshang's eyes were red and filled with grief and anger. Ha 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 ha, Yao Tianshang, you're wrong. Ju suddenly said. Yao Tianshang looked at Ju. Yin Chuan and the 3 emperors' holy court no longer have any relationship. Why would he help me? When the South Outer Continent's Sand Emperor captured the 2 of them, you were the only one who released them. I didn't care about the past. Yin Chuan doesn't owe me anything. There's no need for him to help me. Moreover, if Yin Chuan could really fight against defeating armies, he wouldn't need your permission to take back the rabbit race's fate chart. He could just refine you directly. He offended the great emperor of the North Star Polestar for you. He's already very benevolent. Ju smiled weakly. Ju's words caused Yao Tianshang's resentment to dissipate. He could only smile bitterly and sorrowfully. This is all fate. I can't escape from the shackles of fate. Ju said. Yao Tianshang, are you willing to join Great Zhen and become the sovereign of the rabbit race? Yin Chuan asked again. Yao Tianshang, listen to me, promise him. Ju said with a weak sense of expectation. Yes, Yao Tianshang greets the heavenly emperor. Yao Tianshang nodded with red eyes. That would be for the best. Yin Chuan nodded. Ha 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 ha, Yin Chuan, do you think you can protect Yao Tianshang? This isn't your home ground. You can't be counting on these 2 girls, right? Just them? Defeating armies said coldly. Ju smiled coldly. Defeating armies only knew about Yin Chuan from rumors. However, Ju had studied all the heroes in the world. There were only a handful of people in the world who could make Ju her enemy. Ju had always believed that as long as she had time, she wouldn't be weaker than anyone. Kong Huangtian? Chao. If she had time, she would definitely surpass them. However, Yin Chuan had always been Ju's careful target. Since he dared to come, he must have some extraordinary methods. I once told the Golden Emperor that I've never failed to protect anyone I want to protect. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. As he spoke, Yin Chuan didn't dare to hesitate. The ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into a sea of blood. As he stepped on the blood waves, a huge cypress tree slowly rotated behind him, mobilizing the power of the stars. This wasn't the same as when he faced the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor let Yin Chuan make the first move because of his status. Now defeating armies could attack at any time. Yin Chuan had to be fully prepared. Ha 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 ha, 11th heaven of ancestral immortal? Just you. Yin Chuan, you overestimate yourself. You can do whatever you want in the outer east continent, but this is the middle sky continent. This isn't your territory. You want to be a hero? Defeating armies snorted coldly. The spear in his hand suddenly charged toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's face sank. The cypress tree behind him suddenly rotated. Countless small stars suddenly appeared in his palm and connected with the stars in the sky. Endless star power was mobilized. The spear collided with the star power in the shallow star layer. Boom! The void was torn apart. Yin Chuan was suddenly sent flying. The entire sea of blood was set off huge waves. Defeating armies was at the 15th heaven after all. The power of that spear was too great. Ha 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 ha, is that all? Defeating armies said disdainfully. Yin Chuan's face sank. He activated the universe in his palm, and a terrifying force rushed toward defeating armies. Boom! There were bursts of explosions around defeating armies. But defeating armies still didn't move. Defeating armies sneered. Yin Chuan, it's useless to use the same move. You used the universe in your palm to trap the Golden Emperor. Do you really think I don't know about it? Yin Chuan's face sank. The Golden Emperor hadn't found his core back then. His strength was far from enough. However, he was careless. He wanted to take me into your palm. Humph, is this suction enough? Defeating armies sneered. Yin Chuan sneered and waved his hand. Quang! The sky-burying coffin appeared. Heavenly Tao, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao rushed out from the sky-burying coffin. The heavenly Tao of the 3,000 sectors appeared. As soon as the heavenly Tao of the heavenly Tao appeared, the void that had just recovered shook violently again. The surging power rushed toward Yin Chuan. Enter! Yin Chuan glared. Boom! Defeating army's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. He appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. Aren't you in? Yin Chuan sneered. The surging power of the 3,000 heavenly Tao surged into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan controlled the cypress tree to control the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky poured into the universe in his palm. The surging power rushed toward defeating armies. Break! Defeating armies shouted. His spear rushed toward the stars in the sky. Boom! In the world of the living, the shallow star layer suddenly exploded. Chapter 1403. In the world of the living, there was a sudden explosion in the shallow star layer. Countless cultivators suddenly looked up at the sky. In the southeast continent, Golden Sovereign stood in front of a huge palace and looked at the sky. This move again? Golden Sovereign suddenly laughed. I trapped you in the past. Sha Di stood in the square with a cup of tea and said lightly, that was in the past. Now that I have found my core, I am complete. If it is like that day, I can break it with one punch. Golden Sovereign laughed. Not necessarily. You have found your core, but Yin Chuan can't grow anymore? Sha Di said lightly. He can move the stars in the sky. What else can he do? Golden Sovereign said with a hint of disdain. Inside the defeating army's sky tent, Yin Chuan used the Blood Sea divine power and the 3,000 heavenly Tao replicas in the Great Thousand World to support the universe in palm again. However, the defeating armies in his palm was unusually fierce. Boom! A huge spear aura broke through the seal of the surrounding space and shot out from Yin Chuan's palm. Yin Chuan moved sideways to avoid the spear aura, but a strand of his hair was cut off. Roar ha 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 ha! Defeating armies in his palm laughed. See, Yin Chuan, your universe in the palm isn't invincible. At the very least, I can break a crack in it. Next, I can break more and more. You don't understand. Do you know what the 15th layer of heaven is? Shallow star layer? So what if the sky is full of shallow stars? I can still break them all. Defeating armies laughed. Another round of the power of the stars came. Defeating armies in Yin Chuan's palm stabbed out again. Boom! The stars exploded and another spear aura shot out. Meow Yin Chuan, what should we do now? Meow asked anxiously. The butterfly queen was also worried, because the two girls knew that if Yin Chuan could not control defeating armies, they would be finished. I have another way. I need Meow's help. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow! Meow's eyes lit up. Butterfly Queen, you're in charge of protecting me. Yin Chuan called out. All right, Butterfly Queen nodded. Although there were only Yao Tianshang and Zhu here. And more importantly, Yao Tianshang had become the supreme beast of Great Jun. Yin Chuan was still very careful. Meow, how can I help you? I can't beat Pajun. Meow shook her head. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. I don't need you to fight. I need your birth chart power, the 14th heaven birth chart power. Meow. Meow was confused. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. In the past, Gui Guzi and I were brought to a place by the grave ghost fire. The grave ghost fire used a strange technique that borrowed the power of birth charts. I still remember the feeling at that time. Borrowing the power of a birth chart? Meow asked in confusion. Back then, the grave ghost fire had asked Yin Chuan and Gui Guzi for help to fight for the fateless soul. In the end, the grave ghost fire successfully defeated the grave ghost fire. Yes, I remembered the feeling and deduced it, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. It was not Yin Chuan who deduced it. Instead, it was the silver-eyed Yin Chuan who was in the Xianying Heavenly Pavilion, who deduced the method over the years. Meow. What should I do? Meow asked curiously. Don't resist. Place your finger on my body, and let me use your power, Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow immediately nodded. Meow had long trusted Yin Chuan. Naturally, she did not doubt him. Yin Chuan's body suddenly emitted a golden light. Outside the Blood Sea, Yao Tianshang, Ju, and the Butterfly Queen were puzzled. Meow placed her little paws on Yin Chuan's neck. Buzz! Meow's body was instantly shrouded in golden light. After obtaining Meow's birth chart power, layers of golden flames suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Yin Chuan's body emitted a terrifying aura. The power of the 3,000 heavenly Daos, the power of the Blood Sea, Meow's power, and Yin Chuan's power. All of a sudden, the power gathered on Yin Chuan's right palm. Crack! 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 Crack suddenly appeared on Yin Chuan's right palm. It was as though Yin Chuan's right hand could not withstand the power. However, the effect was obvious. As the power in his palm increased, the speed of the cypress tree's rotation increased. In just a blink of an eye, the speed was several times faster than before. Rumble! The cypress tree spun as its branches swayed. At this moment, the cypress tree's roots suddenly emitted countless roots that danced rapidly. The entire Blood Sea seemed to have formed a whirlpool. Meanwhile, in the universe in the palm, defeating armies saw that the countless stars seemed to be rapidly flying upwards. Gradually, there were no stars around him. Yin Chuan, what the hell are you doing now? Do you think you can deal with me by making these stars fly away from me? The stars in the world of the living? I can move the stars in the world of the living, no matter how you move them. Defeating armies shouted. However, after shouting, defeating armies' expression suddenly changed. Above his head were the stars in the world of the living, and under his feet, countless small stars suddenly appeared. At the same time, in the sky of the netherworld, the stars in the light layer suddenly trembled slightly. As the cypress tree's roots spun, it actually connected the stars in the entire netherworld. Rumble! The stars in the netherworld also spun rapidly. In Yin Chuan's universe in the palm, defeating armies stood between the stars in the netherworld and the netherworld. The countless stars gradually moved closer to the edge, forming a sphere that trapped defeating armies in the center. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. A ferocious power surged towards Pajun, who was at the center. A sky full of stars? No, that's impossible. You can even move the stars of the underworld. Defeating armies cried out in shock. Boom! All the stars in the Yin and Yang realms suddenly gathered a vast amount of power and charged towards Pajun. Bastard roar. Defeating armies angrily roared as his long spear slammed forward. Boom! A loud boom suddenly rang out in the realms of Yin and Yang. In the center of Yin Chuan's palm, countless stars were knocked back. Pajun was also knocked dizzy, and his robe was torn apart. Impossible, impossible! Defeating armies roared unwillingly. The power of the universe in the palm skyrocketed, and finally trapped defeating armies. However, the burden of this power was also enormous. More and more cracks appeared on Yin Chuan's right hand. It was as if his right hand could not bear the boundless power at this moment. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anxiety. Defeating armies, who was in his palm, became even more anxious. Boom! 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 The stars crashed into defeating armies again and again. Defeating armies became more and more miserable each time. Finally, on the 10th time, defeating army's spear exploded. No! Defeating armies cried out miserably. Yin Chuan's right hand also felt like it couldn't bear the burden, but Yin Chuan still tried his best to hold on. This was because Yin Chuan understood that the Palm Universe was his greatest reliance. If the Palm Universe couldn't hold on, his group would be completely finished. Yin Chuan continued to manipulate the stars in the sky. Suddenly, Yin Chuan discovered that another large star had appeared around the spherical star. A star that was countless times larger than the others. This is? Yin Chuan looked confused. Soon, there wasn't just one big star. In the blink of an eye, there were close to 30. The 30 large star points also surged forth, and an unusually ferocious power rushed towards defeating armies. Boom! Puffed! Defeating armies spat out a mouthful of blood. The power was so strong that defeating armies couldn't hold on any longer. Although there were more and more cracks on his right palm, Yin Chuan was more concerned about the 30 large star points that suddenly appeared. Where did they come from? Yin Chuan looked towards the starry sky according to the position of the star in his palm. As he looked, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. What? Yin Chuan found the large star corresponding to one of the large star points. He found it. However, that star was in the deep star layer. It was one of the stars that had been captured and stripped of its power by the massive heavenly cycle star formation not long ago. A giant star in the deep star layer? Yin Chuan was shocked. Looking at defeating armies, who was constantly being severely injured in his palm, Yin Chuan suddenly felt a strong surge of excitement. A divine power that commands the second epoch? Yin Chuan murmured. In the past, Yin Chuan didn't understand what was going on. Now, Yin Chuan gradually understood. Not only could the universe in the palm control the stars in the shallow star layer, but it could also control the 3,000 stars in the deep star layer? However, he hadn't been able to figure it out. Now by chance he had inexplicably controlled 30 of them. 30. With 30 this time, he could think of a way to control 300, or even 3,000 in the future. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. A divine power that commands the second epoch? So that's what it meant. Of course, the Butterfly Queen and the others had heard of it, but they only thought that it was controlling the shallow star layer. They had never thought of the deep star layer. Grandpa! Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with admiration. Although Bai Yi and Bai Huang had created the universe in the palm together, the main part was still created by Bai Huang. Bai Yi had only cultivated a small corner. So this was the true command of the second epoch? Yin Chuan suppressed his excitement. Although he knew how powerful this divine power was, Yin Chuan also understood that this matter couldn't be exposed. Once it was exposed, the 7 great emperors who had transformed into stars would definitely find him and silence him. Meow, Yin Chuan, defeating armies has fainted. Meow shouted. Yin Chuan looked down. Indeed, defeating armies, who was in his palm, had fainted. Boom! Boom! There were 2 more collisions. His other hand quickly took out the sky-burying coffin. With a wave of his hand, the unconscious defeating armies was teleported away, back to the netherworld. Zombie Yin Chuan personally dealt with it. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Pierce through his shoulder blades and lock him up first. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Boom! Yin Chuan in human form quickly put away the 3,000 heavenly Tao, universe in the palm, and blood sea. Meow, Yin Chuan, you succeeded. That's amazing. Meow said excitedly. Yin Chuan looked at his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was charred black with countless cracks. He almost couldn't feel his right hand. This time, the universe in the palm had almost crippled his right hand. Huff! Yin Chuan let out a long breath. A look of pity flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan! Zhu suddenly said. Yin Chuan looked at Zhu. Zhu smiled bitterly and said, what a powerful divine power. As expected of the second epoch's divine power. Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhu saw through it. Zhu didn't think much of it and said, Yin Chuan, I also see that your divine power has a fatal flaw. Haha, your right hand can't bear it. Yeah. Yin Chuan nodded. Here. I am willing to give Yin Di a big gift as a favor to Yao Tianshang. I hope that Yin Di will take good care of Yao Tianshang in the future. Zhu said weakly. Oh, everyone knows that I have the star-picking hand, and think that it is a powerful cultivation technique. However, if it was a cultivation technique, how could I not pass it to Yao Tianshang? Haha, it is not a cultivation technique. It is a Dharma treasure that I obtained by chance. A pair of gloves. Zhu said with difficulty. Star-picking hand. Gloves. Everyone said in surprise. Above Zhu's left hand and broken right hand, traces of silver runes slowly emerged. As the runes pulsated, a layer of blue transparent energy film gradually emerged. This is a Dharma treasure of an expert in the first epoch. It is called the Hand of Tao. Zhu weakly handed over the pair of gloves that seemed to be made of energy. Hand of Tao. Wear it and it will merge with your hands, Zhu said weakly. Yin Chuan took it and held it in his hand. It felt like he was holding air. There was no weight or texture at all. He gently put it on. Wang. The gloves quickly merged with his hands. His charred right hand was quickly mended. The cracks were visibly mending. The severe injuries on his right hand were also quickly recovering. This is... Yin Chuan looked at this mystical pair of gloves in shock. This is just the initial stage of merging with your hands. You still need to refine it. After you refine it, it will be inseparable from your hands. It will become a part of your hands, Zhu explained. Yin Chuan nodded. After a slight bitterness, Zhu smiled bitterly and said, after I leave, there will definitely be many people coming to find Yao Tianshang and force him to hand over the star-picking hand. Hence, leaving it to him will only be a disaster. Yin Chuan, I will now hand this hand of Tao to you. I hope that you will protect Yao Tianshang well. Looking at his recovering hands, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, don't worry. As long as Yao Tianshang is in the Great Perfection realm, I will ensure his safety. No one can harm him. Many thanks, Zhu said bitterly. Miao, the artifact of an expert from the first epoch? Who is it? Miao asked curiously. His name is Tao, Zhu said weakly. Tao. Yin Chuan revealed a strange expression. What a strange name. Who would name themselves Tao? Miao said strangely. He is Tao, and Tao is him. He is the source of all Tao. Ha! Speaking of which, he is not weaker than the senior, who transformed into reincarnation. He is even stronger. Zhu revealed a yearning expression. His eyes were filled with longing for the world and yearning for an unparalleled expert. Unfortunately, there was no more chance. Zhu was no longer breathing. Zhu. Don't die, Zhu. Yao Tianshang cried again. Yin Chuan, the butterfly queen, and Miao stood at the side sighing. They did not speak, allowing Yao Tianshang to hug Zhu and cry like a child. Sigh. Yin Chuan sighed for Zhu's death. Chapter 1404. Inside the Army Destroyer Sky Tent, Yin Chuan, Miao, and the Butterfly Queen sighed as they watched Yao Tianshang's heart-wrenching cries. Zhu was a formidable person, but he was born at the wrong time. He was unlucky and could do nothing about it. Yin Chuan sighed. Miao. Miao nodded. Yao Tianshang, the dead cannot be revived. He is you. If you live, he lives. Just bury Zhu. Yin Chuan advised. Yao Tianshang hugged Zhu and cried for a while before he finally nodded. Bury him in Dezhan. Yin Chuan said. No, I have a place to bury him. Yao Tianshang wiped his tears. As he spoke, Yao Tianshang suddenly opened his mouth and sucked in Zhu's corpse. Swish! He swallowed Zhu's corpse in one gulp. Miao, he ate Zhu. Miao exclaimed. The Butterfly Queen was also surprised. The two ladies couldn't understand what was happening. Wasn't he devastated just now? Why did he eat Zhu in the blink of an eye? I just buried Zhu in my stomach, Yao Tianshang said bitterly. Miao. Miao still couldn't accept it. Yin Chuan nodded. Yao Tianshang, I need a letter from you, Yin Chuan said suddenly. N. Yao Tianshang looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. The Three Emperor Holy Court has collapsed, but there are still many capable officials. For example, Wang Zhu and the others. Instead of being buried with the Three Emperor Holy Court, why don't we let them come to Dezhan? We can give them an explanation. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yao Tianshang looked at Yin Chuan with a bitter expression. He had mixed feelings, but he nodded in the end. Yao Tianshang quickly took out a piece of silk and wrote on it. Finally he stamped it with his seal. Heaven Emperor. Yao Tianshang sent out the letter. Alright. Now let's go quickly. I think it won't be long before someone comes. Yanchuan said. Everyone nodded. Swish. They quickly left the place. Central Weave, above 3 Emperor City. Boom. The Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. Countless streaks of providence quickly spread throughout the world. The Sea of Providence collapsed, and the 3 Emperor Holy Court was destroyed. In other words, Ju was dead. Saint King. Oh my God, why? Saint King. Long live the Holy King. Countless officials of the 3 Emperor Holy Hall knelt on the ground and cried. With the death of the Sage King, the 3 Emperors' Holy Court was erased from this world. Saint King. The officials who were loyal to Ju cried and wailed. Countless officials who had followed Ju from the sealed realm were even more sorrowful. Amidst the grief, there were also those who rebelled. The officials who had quietly left earlier returned once again. Ju is already dead. Prepare to welcome Great Emperor Ziwei with me. One of the officials shouted. Traitor! Spider King immediately shouted. Ha ha, the winner takes all. Rebels and traitors? Everyone, a wise man submits to circumstances. Great Emperor Ziwei has entered the Central Weave. If you don't want to die, follow me to welcome him. Bastard. Boom. The entire 3 Emperors city fell into a great riot. Some people who wanted to curry favor with Great Emperor Ziwei, and some people who were loyal to Ju were fighting each other. Above the starry sky, 8 powerhouses were guarding Tanlang. They looked at the chaos in the 3 Emperors city below with disdain. Then, they looked at the army-destroying sky tent in the distance. Another 10 days passed, and another golden beam of light came rushing over. It was 5 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe. He was extremely elegant, and exuded a strong aura of righteousness. The 4 subordinates behind him were also very elegant. When the 8 powerhouses saw him, they immediately said respectfully, Greetings, Civil Star. The leader, Civil Star, looked at Tanlang and asked, How is Star-Lord Tanlang? I'm not dead yet. Tanlang, who was recuperating, said bitterly. Let me see. Civil Star stepped forward. I'm really fine. How about you go and see how Pujuan is doing? It's been 10 days, and he hasn't returned. I'm worried that something might have happened. Tanlang said weakly. Civil Star nodded and said, You guys go to the army-destroying sky tent immediately. I'll guard here. Yes, the 8 powerhouses replied. Whoosh! The 8 powerhouses rushed out. After a while, the 8 powerhouses returned. Reporting Civil Star, Star-Lord Tanlang, Star-Lord Pujuan is missing. He is not in the army-destroying sky tent. It's empty, an expert said anxiously. What? Civil Star's face darkened. Pujuan is in trouble? Tanlang's face also changed. Civil Star looked up at the starry sky and pinched his fingers slightly. Pujuan is still alive. He should have been caught. Caught? Pujuan is at the level 15 heavens. Even if he is at the early stage of the level 15 heavens, he is still at the level 15 heavens. Who could catch him silently? Other great emperors? Tanlang asked in a low voice. He is at the early stage of the level 15 heavens. And you are at the middle stage of the level 15 heavens. If you want to catch him, you must be at least at the late stage of the level 15 heavens. I remember that 10 days ago the sky was full of stars. It was very similar to the move Yan Chuan used to deal with the Golden Emperor. Civil Star said in a low voice. Impossible. How low is Yan Chuan's cultivation? Back then, when we were not awakened, the rumors were exaggerated. The stars in the sky might not have been triggered by Yan Chuan. Most importantly, Yan Chuan does not have the ability to do so. Tanlang said with certainty. Civil Star frowned and nodded, speculating about the heroes in the world. Fortunately, Pujuan is still alive. The other party has caught Pujuan, and will definitely negotiate with the Lord. We just need to wait. Tanlang said in a low voice. In the 3 Emperor City, in the great chaos, the entire 3 Emperor City fell apart quickly. In Wang Zhu's residence, Wang Zhu played his zither and looked sad. Since the beginning, Wang Zhu had followed Yao Tianshang and Zhu to travel the world and fought experts along the way. With a zither, he attacked everywhere in the sealed world. But now, There was a sense of desolation in the sound of the zither. Holy King, why are you dead? Wang Zhu teared up as he played the zither. Whoosh! A black shadow charged straight at him. How dare you? Suddenly, a large number of subordinates rushed out. Wang Zhu, I have news of Yao Tianshang. The black shadow shouted. Ding! The sound of the zither stopped. Move aside, let him come over. Wang Zhu shouted. The subordinates quickly separated. A man quickly flew over. Wang Zhu, this is a serious matter, please. The man said seriously. All of you leave. Wang Zhu shouted. Yes. The subordinates quickly left. I am the Great Jin Heavenly Court's East Depot Qian, who in the Central Territory. The man said seriously. Wang Zhu nodded. Wang Zhu already knew about spies from the various factions. The three emperors' holy court also had spies in Great Jin. Therefore, he did not think much of it. You said you have news of the demon emperor? Wang Zhu asked. Yes, this is the order that Yao Tianshang asked me to pass to you. He wants you to lead the three emperors' holy court to Great Jin's heavenly court. The Qian who said seriously. The demon emperor's order? Wang Zhu snatched the order. He looked at it carefully. Soon, Wang Zhu was sure that the order was real. There were a few markings on it that only Wang Zhu could recognize. Ha ha ha, the Lord is still alive. He's still alive. Wang Zhu laughed loudly. I have the order. Please hurry. The Qian who said again. Good, good, good. Wang Zhu cried tears of joy. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. In front of the central palace, Zombie Yin Chuan coldly looked outside the city with his subordinates. Outside the city, there were 20 figures standing in the air. Waves of ferocious auras rushed towards the Great Qin City. The leader was an azure-robed man, who coldly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan also looked at him coldly. Beside Yin Chuan stood Hua Qiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the butterfly queen who had been teleported back. Yin Chuan, the azure-robed man said in a deep voice. Impudent. Who are you? Jin Dayu shouted. The azure-robed man sneered and said. I am the Horn Residence Tribe's Hornwood Dragon under Great Emperor Qing Long. Great Emperor Qing Long? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yin Chuan opened his mouth. Jin Dayu stood behind him and did not interrupt. It's good that you know, the Hornwood Dragon said in a deep voice. Oh, you came here to invade my Great Qin City? Yin Chuan said in a cold voice. Invade? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. You think you're worthy of being invaded? I came here today to tell you something. The Hornwood Dragon said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan said coldly. The Outer East Continent of the Netherworld used to be Great Emperor Qing Long's residence. The Hornwood Dragon shouted. So what? Yin Chuan said indifferently. The Wood Dragon glared at Yin Chuan. This Yin Chuan is really ignorant. So what? This is Great Emperor Qing Long's residence. The Great Emperor is benevolent. He asked me to tell you to leave the Outer East Continent of the Netherworld immediately. This is not a place for you to stay. The Hornwood Dragon shouted. A cold light flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Are you sure Great Emperor Qing Long said this himself? Of course. Great Emperor White Tiger of the West ordered the Great Qing Heavenly Court to migrate. I am Great Emperor Qing Long. The Hornwood Dragon continued. What if I don't leave? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Don't leave? Ha ha ha. You can stay if you want to destroy the Great Jin nation. The Hornwood Dragon shouted. Ridiculous. Yin Chuan said in a cold voice. The Hornwood Dragon was speechless. Did I hear it wrong? How could Yin Chuan have lost his mind and said such words? What did you say? Do you know how powerful Great Emperor Qing Long is? The Hornwood Dragon shouted. However, Yin Chuan did not want to bother with them anymore. Instead, he ordered, take them all. Yes. Hua Qiliang shouted loudly and rushed out. Yao Tianshang nodded and also rushed out. Not long ago, he was teleported here by the sky-burying coffin. His heart was still filled with grief. Zhu Ji's death made Yao Tianshang hate the people of the Second Era. Boom. The two fierce people rushed out. On the other side, Miao rushed out as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Butterfly Queen took a look and stepped out as well. Jin Diyu, Bai Qi, and the others who had been deprived of the star power, and whose cultivation had skyrocketed also rushed out. Bastards, do you know who I am? You are courting death. Boom! The fierce fighting power of the great Jin nation erupted in an instant. Chapter 1405. Yang Realm, outside Xianying City. In a forbidden area of Dezhun, the massive heavenly cycle star formation was operating frantically. Rumble, stellar power surged into Yin Chuan. Stop! Yin Chuan, stop! My lord will not let you off. My lord will not let you off. Roar! Defeating armies roared. But why would Yin Chuan care about him? Why should he show mercy when he wanted to kill him back then? After an entire day, defeating armies had become so thin that he was just skin and bones. The defeating army's star in the sky had also dimmed. Almost all of its stellar power had been seized by Yin Chuan. Boom! With a loud bang, the void around Yin Chuan shook violently. Phew, 12 heavens! Yin Chuan exclaimed. Defeating armies was no longer as unstoppable as before. He was completely crippled. Take him away! Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. His subordinates answered. Yin Chuan sensed his own body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand, and countless small stars appeared in his palm. This time, Yin Chuan did not mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. Instead, he only connected to a group of stars. The power he used was not huge. At this moment, there were 2 more large stars surrounding the countless smaller stars. Yin Chuan looked for the positions of the stars in the sky according to the coordinates in his palm. The defeating army star. As expected, I have mastered another defeating army star. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Celestial Emperor. Lu Gang rushed over from afar. What's wrong? Yin Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Celestial Emperor, news just came. The powerhouse of the second era corresponding to planet Trek went to provoke the Emperor and was killed by the Emperor. Lu Gang said respectfully. Planet Trek. Yin Chuan looked at another large star that had appeared. It corresponded to planet Trek. I understand. You may leave. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Gang retreated. Yin Chuan looked at the sky full of stars, frowning as he analyzed. Universe in the palm. Is he trying to seize control of the stars? No one was in control of the shallow star layer, so it was easy to control. However, in the deep star layer, every star corresponded to every cultivator, so they had absolute control. However, if their control was weakened, like Pajun just now, then the universe in a palm could take advantage of the situation and seize his control. Also, if the people of the second epoch died, their control would also weaken during their reincarnation. Could the universe in the palm be taken advantage of? So the corresponding star of a person whose body and soul were destroyed is an ownerless star? Yin Chuan's eyes gradually narrowed. Increase the power of the universe in the palm. As long as I defeat one of them, my power will increase by a bit. Or, if the other party surrenders and lets go of their rejection of me, I will be able to control them? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's good too. There are hundreds of experts under Emperor Qing Long of the underworld. These people can not only be used to strengthen the generals of Dezhun, but also to strengthen the universe in the palm. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. Underworld. Outside the Great Qin city, the battle started, and it was chaotic for a time. Zombie Yin Chuan stood in the plaza in front of the central palace, not saying a word or participating. This was because his subordinates were enough for the battle before him. Although the people sent by Emperor Qing Long were all from the second epoch, they were only at the 13th heaven. Among them, only Jiao Mujiao was at the 14th heaven. Yao Tianshang, Hua Qiliang, Butterfly Queen and Miao were all at the 14th heaven. Bai Qi Jin Dayu, and the others had been deprived of their astral powers, and their strength had skyrocketed. Their battles were also extremely fierce. Most importantly, a few days ago, Hua Qiliang had been going around capturing experts of the second epoch. Some people were unwilling to submit to Dezhun, so what awaited them was being deprived of their astral powers. However, there were also people who were willing to join Dezhun. Dezhun's strength naturally became stronger. At this moment, 20 experts were not enough for Dezhun's subordinates to capture. Emperor Qing Long had sent experts to expel Dezhun. Naturally, The news quickly spread to the sensitive people in the world. Inner South Continent. Tiangang, a transcender, sat in a large hall, drinking tea as he listened to his subordinates report. Master, the great Qin city's spies used their life cards to send news. The people brought by Jiao Mujiao are fighting with De Zhen's subordinates. A subordinate reported respectfully. Good. Ha ha ha. Now that Yin Chuan and Emperor Qinglong are fighting, I don't need to do anything. Send the order to continuously report the battle situation. Tiangang laughed. Yes. Not long after, the subordinate came again. How is it? Has the great Qin city been razed to the ground? Tiangang asked as he sipped his tea. No. Of the people sent by Emperor Qinglong, 2 died, 12 were captured, and 6 escaped. However, De Zhen's experts are chasing after them. It seems that they won't be able to escape. The subordinate said. What? Tiangang's eyes widened. From start to finish, Yin Chuan hasn't done anything. The subordinate said carefully. Impossible. Tiangang said in disbelief. Tiangang put down his teacup and rushed out of the hall, looking towards the northeast. With Tiangang's eyesight, he could naturally see the great Qin city. From afar, the group of experts were chained to their shoulders and kneeling in front of Yin Chuan in front of the central palace. In the distance there were battles everywhere. Those who were escaping were quickly captured. In the distance, Yin Chuan waved his hand, and all the envoys sent by Emperor Qinglong were taken away. How can this be? How did De Zhen's strength suddenly increase by so much? Tiangang frowned. At this moment, the black-robed Snake Emperor walked over. The Snake Emperor's eyes shone with a poisonous light. Master, this is a good thing, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Oh, Emperor Qinglong's people have been captured by Yin Chuan. This enmity has been formed, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. However, this enmity isn't enough. If Yin Chuan can't defeat Emperor Qinglong in the future, and chooses to retreat, then there will be no show to watch. Master, do you want them to fight to the death? The Snake Emperor said with a smile. That's right. Tiangang nodded. The 4 emperors of the underworld each have hundreds of subordinates, much more than Emperor Ziwei. However, why is Big Dipper number 1? It's because the subordinates of the underworld emperors are all a mob, the Snake Emperor said. A mob means that their strength isn't too strong. Naturally, they can't be compared to Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. Another thing about a mob is that they don't have enough discipline. Many of them are loyal to their friends. Today, 20 of them were captured and killed by De Zhen. They must have good brothers. We should bewitch them to seek revenge, not inform Emperor Qinglong, the Snake Emperor said in a deep voice. Oh, if 100 or 200 of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates die in Yin Chuan's hands, will Emperor Qinglong still accept Yin Chuan's compromise? The Snake Emperor sneered. Ha 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 ha, that's right. At that time, he will definitely fight to the death with Yin Chuan. Tiangang nodded. That's right, Master, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Good good good. Then I'll invite Emperor Qinglong and send him away. You'll be in charge of bringing Emperor Qinglong's subordinates to De Zhen. Let Emperor Qinglong and Yin Chuan fight to the death. Tiangang said solemnly. Master is wise. This subordinate will definitely do this well, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at Hua Qiliang, Yao Tianshang and the others. Next, there might be a large wave of experts from the 7 mansions of the East coming. Capture as many as they come. Kill those that you can't capture. Yes. Send all the people we just captured to the Yang Realm's great heavenly cycle star formation. All the nation's beasts will enter. The rest will receive stellar energy from those who have made great contributions. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Chapter 1406. Netherworld, Outer South Continent. In a place filled with volcanoes, there was a huge crater in the center. Amidst the surging lava, hundreds of experts stood around, looking at the huge crater in front of them respectfully. Among them were the elders of the Miao family. Everyone had a solemn expression. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the lava. A cry was heard, and a huge fire-shaped object rushed out of the lava. It was a huge rosefinch, Rosefinch soared into the sky, and the world was filled with red light. At this moment, a man walked out of the lava. He was wearing a red robe, and his eyes were filled with majesty. "Greetings, Great Emperor Rosefinch." Everyone outside the crater said respectfully. Great Emperor Rosefinch was Miao Rulai. However, Great Emperor Rosefinch's expression was much more reserved and serious than Miao Rulai. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked up at the flaming rosefinch flying in the sky, and waved his hand. Buzz! The flaming rosefinch's figure paused. "Rosefinch's celestial realm, open!" Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. "Hum!" Rosefinch let out a long cry and rushed into the clouds. Boom! It crashed into a huge cloud. That cloud was instantly dyed red, and it quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the endless surroundings were covered by red clouds. For a moment, countless living beings and undead in the outer south continent felt a strange feeling. It was an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. "All living beings and undead in the outer south continent of the netherworld, listen up. From today onwards, the outer south continent will become Rosefinch's celestial realm. From now on, only I can command it. My name is Great Emperor Rosefinch." Boom! Countless Shioja were at a loss. Outer south continent? Rosefinch's celestial realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch? The spies of all the major forces in the world quickly spread the news in all directions. The mortal realm, around the southeast continent. The Golden Sovereign stood in front of a huge golden palace, and squinted his eyes. "Emperor Rosefinch, you finally come out, humph." Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan, Chili Hua, and the others stood in front of the central palace, looking to the south. "Desolation Flower, what did you see?" Yin Chuan asked solemnly. "Rosefinch's heaven realm has opened, but it's not complete yet. We still need to wait for Great Emperor Rosefinch to completely rule over the outer south continent." Mournful Transformation said solemnly. "Oh, the Heaven Sovereign has the karmic rank of habitual Qi, and the karmic rank of heaven and earth. What he opens up is the Celestial Court, which is the strongest dynasty under the way of heaven. However, the karmic rank of Great Emperor opens up a higher level world, which is called the Heaven Realm. The Heavenly Realm was different from the Luck dynasty. What it accumulated was not luck, but providence. The Great Emperor is the master of the Heaven Realm." Mournful Transformation explained. "Providence?" Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Above the great Zhun Sea of Providence, there were rings of light behind the head of Yin Chuan's divine statue. They were formed by the condensation of providence. Yes, providence is very special. It is a whole formed by luck, merit, fortune, and the path of fortune. Our great Zhun's heavenly court does not have much of it now. Compared to the great emperors, it should be inferior. Mournful Transformation said. Although it was very tactful, Yin Chuan understood that it was not inferior, but far from it. He only had so much providence. However, there is the primordial dragon vein in the mortal realm. That is a treasure of heaven and earth that gathers providence. Mournful Transformation said. Yes, the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Then will there be the Purple Micro Heaven Realm, the Longevity Heaven Realm, the White Tiger Heaven Realm? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. In the second epoch, they each established their own heaven realm. Within the heaven realm, all forces listen to their orders. Luck, merit, fortune, and the path of fortune are all under their control. In their respective heaven realm, the strength of the great emperors will be greatly increased. Mournful Transformation explained. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Look at the outer south continent now. What is it like? Yin Chuan asked. The outer south continent is fiery red. Among the clouds, there are countless rosefinch. Mournful Transformation explained. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Report. A guard's report came from afar. Speak. Yin Chuan looked over. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor. There is a report from the front lines. About 50 peerless experts have charged into the Great Qin Empire's territory and are heading towards the Great Qin City. The guard reported respectfully. Great Emperor Qing Long's men? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Celestial Emperor, I will go and prepare. Mournful Transformation took his leave. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Mournful Transformation quickly left, preparing to welcome the incoming group of experts. Great Emperor Qinglong's new group of experts headed towards the Great Qin city. All the major factions in the underworld were observing. The Snake Emperor stood in front of the Big Dipper Palace with his hands behind his back. A faint light flashed in his eyes. His subordinates kept sending him messages through their life tablets. "They've gone?" the Snake Emperor asked in a deep voice. A subordinate replied respectfully, "Yes, a total of 50 experts. They are about to reach the Great Qin city." "Yes." The Snake Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Swish. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the Big Dipper Palace. The black shadow was none other than the Nether King. The Nether King revealed an evil smile and said, "Snake Emperor? It seems like you arranged for Great Emperor Qinglong's men?" "Greetings, Lord Nether King." "That's right, it's the Lord's order," the Snake Emperor said respectfully. "Big Dipper's idea? Where is Big Dipper?" the Nether King asked in a deep voice. "The Lord and Great Emperor Qinglong are heading towards the end of time and space," the Snake Emperor said. "The end of time and space? The depths of the starry sky? The edge of heaven and earth?" The Nether King raised his eyebrows. "Yes." The Nether King rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. "This is your idea, right?" "What did you say? I don't understand." The Snake Emperor shook his head. "You want Yin Chuan and Great Emperor Qinglong to become enemies?" The Nether King stared at the Snake Emperor and said. The Snake Emperor raised his eyebrows. "Lord Nether King, you must be joking. How would I dare? It's the Lord's idea." "Ha ha ha ha, don't lie to me. In terms of viciousness, Big Dipper is far from you." The Nether King shook his head. The Snake Emperor frowned. "Lord Nether King, what do you mean? Could it be that you and Yin Chuan are still?" "How dare you?" The Nether King glared. The Snake Emperor stopped talking. The Nether King gradually laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. You want to frame me? Hee hee, all snakes are evil indeed. I'm just here to tell you not to play with fire and get burned." "Play with fire and get burned? Please enlighten me," the Snake Emperor said in a deep voice. "If many of Great Emperor Qinglong's men die, not only will he hate Yin Chuan, but he will also hate you," the Nether King said in a deep voice. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that." The Snake Emperor shook his head. The Nether King narrowed his eyes and stared at the Snake Emperor for a while. Finally he laughed coldly, waved his sleeves and left. Outer South Continent. Rosefinch's heavenly realm. Countless palaces rose from the ground. In front of a huge Rosefinch palace, Great Emperor Rosefinch looked towards the northeast, towards the Great Qin city. Great Emperor Rosefinch's current life, Meow, had a conflict with the Great Qin city, and it was the only place where he had suffered a great loss. Therefore, Great Emperor Rosefinch paid great attention to the Great Qin city. "Are those Great Emperor Qinglong's men? They were captured." Great Emperor Rosefinch's face sank. Someone behind him asked curiously, "My lord, what's wrong?" "Great Zhen's development is too fast, and the growth of his soldiers is too terrifying. In the past, they could only resist 4 13th Heaven experts. Now there are 50 13th Heaven experts, and 2 of them are 14th Heaven experts. Yet, they can't do anything to the Great Qin city," Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "What? How can this be?" The person behind him cried out in shock. "Where is Great Emperor Qinglong? He doesn't care?" Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "My lord, this is Great Emperor Qinglong's matter. We don't have to interfere, right?" "Don't have to interfere? Huh, I just can't stand Yin Chuan's arrogance," Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Let's wait and see. Quickly take control of all the territories in the outer southern continent. I want Rosefinch's celestial realm to be impregnable, so you don't have to interfere. Great Qin City, if necessary, I will make a trip there," Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "Yes, Yang Realm Xianying City. Upper study." Yin Chuan sat behind a desk, and a group of important officials stood respectfully on both sides. Yifeng stepped forward. "Celestial Emperor, I just received news that Lu Gang and I have finally confirmed the location of the last sky-burying coffin after careful interrogation," Yifeng said solemnly. "The last sky-burying coffin?" Yin Chuan's expression brightened. "This is the result of various clues and testimonies from various places. Celestial Emperor, Please check carefully. Yifeng handed over a memorial. Yin Chuan immediately took it and read it carefully. According to the clues, the last sky-burying coffin is near us, in the hands of the monolith race. Yifeng said in a serious voice. The monolith race? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, when they obtained the sky-burying coffin, the monolith race used it to perform a strange ceremony. Then, they brought it back to their race, and there was no more news about it. Yifeng nodded. No matter what ceremony it was, no matter what use it had, this coffin is mine. We must take it back. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yifeng, you will draft it and state the reason. Just say that I am willing to exchange ancestral immortal artifacts, ancestral immortal pills, or other treasures for it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Celestial Emperor, now that our strength has increased, there is no need to be polite to the monolith race. They will be a disaster for us sooner or later if they camp behind our backs. Yifeng frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head. The monolith race is not simple. Wait a little longer. Do as I say. Go. Yes. Although Yifeng did not understand, he still nodded. Several days later, in a huge palace of the monolith race, the patriarch of the monolith race and a group of elders looked at the messenger sent by the great Jin race. Patriarch Monolith, this is a letter from the Celestial Emperor. Please take a look. The messenger smiled. The patriarch of the monolith race took the letter and read it for a while. His eyes gradually narrowed. The sky-burying coffin? The patriarch of the monolith race said in a deep voice. Yes, it originally belonged to the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is benevolent and is willing to exchange treasures for it. I hope that the patriarch of the monolith race will agree. The messenger smiled. The patriarch of the monolith race looked at the elders, whose faces darkened. I am very sorry, but we have never seen the sky-burying coffin. You have come to the wrong place. The patriarch of the monolith race said in a deep voice. Chapter 1407. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Following a loud shout, Dejun's group of supreme beasts and the three imperial swords formed a massive formation with black aura, trapping the invaders within. Jean Diyu's divine emperor bell rang, and the sound of chaos rushed towards the experts. Bai Qi and Yao Tianshang acted, and the experts were captured one after another. This was already the third wave of attacks by Emperor Qinglong's subordinates. Unfortunately, the number of people each time was not much higher than the previous time. Moreover, the experts that were captured were immediately brought to the world of the living and robbed of their astral powers. More and more Dejun experts appeared. One side grew while the other weakened. In an instant, Dejun became even stronger. At the end of space-time, in the depths of the starry sky, a place even deeper than the deep star layer. In this place, time and space were distorted because this was the edge of the world. On an oval-shaped planet, a green-robed man gave off a jade-green light. Wherever he stepped on, the surroundings would become lush and verdant, and countless plants would grow madly. The man faced Tiangang. Tiangang, where is it? The man asked. Tiangang smiled and said, Emperor Qinglong, aren't you worried that I'm lying to you? The man shook his head and said, In the first epoch, there was only the first epoch. In the second epoch, the great evil world was created. We searched through almost all of the first epoch's treasures here. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't believe that they had first epoch's treasures. But you are different. You came from the great evil world, a world that separated from the second epoch. It's not impossible for the great evil world to have first epoch's treasures. Tiangang nodded and said, That's right. I obtained an item to transcend. I called you here today to let you observe, because I have a request. Oh, let's look at the item first. Tiangang smiled and stalled for time. Yang Realm, Xianying City Upper Study Room. Heavenly Emperor, the messenger has been sent back. The Rock Tribe's leader, Pan Gung, said firmly that he has never seen the heaven-burying coffin before. Yifeng said, Never seen it before? Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Yes. Write another letter. Send another messenger with the same content. Yin Chuan said, Yes. Underworld, Inner South Continent. Outside the Big Dipper Hall, more than 100 men and women stood in the square outside the Big Dipper Palace, looking at the Snake Emperor. "How's my brother?" "Bastard, how dare you? Didn't you say that you would wait for us to go together?" "Just 60 people?" The crowd was in an uproar. "Shut up." A loud shout resounded in all directions. There were 3 leaders in this group of people. One of them wore a golden robe and had a huge dragon horn on his head. As for the other 2, one had a tiger head and the other had a rabbit head. The 3 of them had gloomy expressions, and the others followed their lead. "Snake Emperor, what's going on?" the one-horned man asked in a deep voice. "Golden Dragon Kong, Room Sun Rabbit, and Tail Fire Tiger. It's all my fault. I wasn't able to stop them." When they heard what happened to the others, they all went to avenge their brothers. However, Dejun was too sinister. He had been hiding his strength all this time. "Your brothers and sisters were all captured by Yin Chuan." The Snake Emperor sighed. "What? All of them? How is that possible? They are all at the 13th heaven." Everyone immediately cried out. "Shut up!" the one-horned golden dragon shouted. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at the Snake Emperor. Dejun has 2 major battle formations. One is the Great Heaven Divine Fiendish Formation, which is set up by a group of Yao Beast Primes. "Have you heard of it before?" the Snake Emperor asked. "The Great Heaven Divine Fiendish Formation? So that's how it is. It was already famous in the Second Epoch. What about the other one?" Room Sun Rabbit asked with a frown. "The second one is called the 3 Emperors Sword Formation." "The 3 Emperors Sword Formation? I have never heard of it before." Everyone shook their heads. "Everyone, I think we should wait for Emperor Qing Long to return before coming up with another plan. This Dejun is too strange," the Snake Emperor advised. Everyone wanted to refute, but did not know what to say. After all, when everyone recovered their memories, no one thought highly of the major factions in the world. Aside from Kong Huangtian, were the other factions considered factions? But now, Yin Chuan had overturned everyone's understanding time and time again. It's a pity that Yin Chuan has captured those people. I wonder if he will torture them during this period of time. Among them, there are a few female heroes who are outstanding beauties. I wonder, sigh. The Snake Emperor sighed. At this point, many of the people in the crowd became furious. "No, I have to save Sanyang. I have to save Big Brother. He's still alive now. But what if something unexpected happens? I want to go too. There are more than 100 of us. Do we have to be afraid of him?" No matter how strong Yin Chuan is, there is a limit. Sanyang and the others will definitely be defeated one by one. As long as we stay together, who can do anything to us? Everyone shouted hot-bloodedly. The 3 leaders could not suppress it for a while. The Snake Emperor spoke at the right time. Indeed, according to my subordinate's report, they were indeed eager for revenge and did not fly together. They rushed over one after another and were surrounded and captured. "What? Is that true? My lord, let's go together and raze the great Qin city to the ground." "Yes, my lord, the world is so big. We have never been afraid of anyone. If we retreat this time, the Lord's face will be lost by us." Everyone shouted at the same time. Golden Dragon Kong, Room Ri 2, and Tail Fire Tiger finally nodded. "Let's go," Golden Dragon Kong shouted. "Good." Under the satisfied gaze of the Snake Emperor, more than 100 people rushed into the sky and flew towards the south. "Ha, a group of boorish men indeed. Do things according to the code of brotherhood? Ha," the Snake Emperor sneered. After flying out of the sight of the Snake Emperor, everyone stopped at the top of a mountain. "My lord, why did we stop?" Everyone shouted. "Yes, Big Brother Kong, why did we stop?" Room Ri 2 said in a deep voice. Golden Dragon Kong shook his head and said, "I have a feeling that this matter is strange." "Strange? What's strange about it? Let's destroy the great Qin Empire first." Amidst everyone's shouting, Golden Dragon Kong shook his head and said, "Great Jin? I will not forget this enmity. How can I not care about the safety of my brothers? However, I am worried that there will be accidents. How is that possible?" Everyone shouted. Golden Dragon Kong shook his head. "Just in case, I have an idea," Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. "Oh, Xianying City, the Great Qin City, is the place where the power of Great Qin gathers. Yanquan's relatives are all there. If we don't raise it to the ground, we won't be able to do anything to Yanquan. However, there is a place that I don't know if you have forgotten. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Oh, Yang Realm Ju Palace. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Palace Master Ju? That's right. Palace Master Ju is Yanquan's wife. As long as we take her down, no matter what the outcome is, we will definitely be able to use her to exchange for our brothers. Even if an accident happens in the Great Qin City this time, with Palace Master Ju, I will be able to exchange for everyone. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. That's right. Everyone immediately agreed. You guys head to the Great Qin City, and I will bring a few people to the Yang Realm's Ju Palace. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone shouted in response, and quickly split into two groups. One group headed east and headed straight for the Great Qin City, while the other group headed south, preparing to head to the Yang Realm from the southern outer continent and reach Ju Palace. Underworld, Rosefinch Heaven Realm, in front of the Rosefinch Palace. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked into the distance. A bunch of idiots, Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Dipper Palace. Tiangang sent Great Emperor Qing Long away. It seems that his goal is to create enmity between Yanquan and Great Emperor Qing Long. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed as he quickly analyzed. So that's the case. That's good too. That group of people has split up. A group of people is heading towards the Rosefinch Heaven Realm? Could it be Palace Master Ju? Ha ha ha. So they are going to find her? Although it's a bit despicable, it's not a bad idea. Not bad. Great Emperor Rosefinch laughed. Great Emperor, news has come from the front lines. The Golden Dragon Kong has brought 10 subordinates and entered the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. A subordinate came to report. Got it. Pass down the order. When the Golden Dragon Kong is borrowing the Yellow Springs path, no one is to stop him. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Realm Xianying City. Celestial Emperor, Panging has refused again. Yifeng said with a frown. Yanquan's eyes turned cold. You want to take my heaven-burying coffin? Send another messenger with the same content. Go again. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yifeng replied. Also the great heavenly cycle star formation speed up. There's another attack coming. Once the star power is taken, immediately enter the Great Qin City of the underworld and prepare for battle. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yifeng replied. Underworld Great Qin City. Many experts were waiting in front of the central palace. Zombie Yanquan's face suddenly darkened. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Mournful Flower asked in confusion. It's all because of that Panging. That bastard wants to take my heaven-burying coffin? Yanquan said in a deep voice. The monolith race is a race that suddenly appeared in the middle and later stages of the Second Epoch, and has continued to this day. However, the strange thing is that since the beginning of the Second Epoch, they have been content to stay in their corner, and have never participated in the struggles of the world. Your subject's understanding of the monolith race is also very limited. Mournful Flower said in a deep voice. I understand. I have never underestimated him. In fact, I have tried my best to avoid clashing with him. However, I must take back the heaven-burying coffin. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Then, when this attack is over and all the star power is taken, you will follow me to the monolith race. Let's see what kind of foundation this group of stubborn rocks has that they dare to lie through their teeth. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 1408. When the Golden Dragon Kong and his 10 subordinates arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the outer southern continent, Room Sun Rabbit and Tailfire Tiger had already arrived at the Great Qin City with more than 100 experts. There were a total of 120 people, and their auras were overbearing. They charged towards the Great Qin City with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The Great Qin City's formation was fully activated. In the Great Qin City, in front of the central palace, There were many officials and experts. Yin Chuan stood at the front, and behind him, Chilianghua and Gui Guzi stood on his left and right. Heaven Emperor, Room Sun Rabbit and Tail Fire Tiger are at the 14th heaven. The others are only at the 13th heaven. Chilianghua said with a cold smile. 120 people? We can barely take them, but there will be casualties. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. Tell Silver Eye Gui Guzi to come out. After this battle, the outer eastern continent will have a firm foothold. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Gui Guzi replied. Not far away, the doors of the Earth Pavilion opened, and Silver Eye Gui Guzi stepped out. Outside the Great Qin City, everyone stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, where's my brother? Why are we wasting time with them? Let's destroy the Great Qin City and find him ourselves. Great Qin City? Not much. Gui Guzi waved his hand. Roar! The ground around them churned, and the earth dragon veins were quickly controlled. At this moment, Enrich suddenly flew into the sky. When Enrich flew out, the experts opposite him looked at him with disdain. This was because many people recognized Enrich. What was his cultivation level? The current Enrich was no longer the Enrich of the past. After absorbing the astral energy and strengthening himself, Enrich's cultivation level had reached the 12th heaven. Enrich's strength might not be as strong as these people, but he had a powerful innate ability. Enrich's strength was all used on his innate ability. Dual Pupils Heavenly Realm. Enrich shouted. The space around the group of experts suddenly distorted. Buzz! The 15-13th heavenly layer powerhouses suddenly disappeared into thin air. Enrich did not continue fighting, and he quickly flew back to the Great Qin City and closed his eyes to continue using the divine ability. 15 experts were trapped in an alternate space. Bastard! Room Sun Rabbit shouted angrily. Boom! The Great Perfection expert rushed out with a loud rumble. A group of supreme beasts, a group of peerless generals, 3 imperial swords, and even Butterfly Queen and Meow rushed out. Among them, the most outstanding ones were Desolation Hua and Silver-Eyed Gui Guzi. The two of them were completely one-sided. However, there were simply too many people on the other side. Even though the number of Aureate Major Cultivators was greater than the number of Aureate Major Cultivators, they couldn't fully inherit the other party's strength. As such, the overall strength of the Aureate Major Cultivators was still too weak. Citizens of the world, raise your right hands and help me destroy these thieves. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence roared, and the power of the people from the netherworld quickly gathered. Boom! Surging power surged into Yin Chuan's body. Roar! With a loud roar, the dragon bone wings spread open and blood-red fangs spat out of its mouth. Behind Yin Chuan, the black dragon path soared into the sky and instantly charged towards the group of experts. Boom! Boom! Under the huge explosive power, Yin Chuan was invulnerable. Wherever he went, his fists would land on flesh, and the experts were quickly sent flying. The entire outside the Great Qin City fell into a chaotic battlefield once again. However, at this moment, the Aureate Major Cultivators once again had the upper hand. Room Sun Rabbit, who was fighting with Desolation Hua, widened his eyes. What's going on? How can the Aureate Major Cultivators be so strong? Snake Emperor, are you lying to me? When they came, everyone thought that the Aureate Major Cultivators were very weak. Even though many people had already died in the Aureate Major Cultivators, the news that they received was spread out. However, now it was obviously not like what the Snake Emperor had said. In an instant, the attacking experts all revealed looks of anger. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. Inner South Continent. The Snake Emperor looked towards the northeast with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood many subordinates, reporting everything that had happened in the Great Qin City. The Snake Emperor revealed a cold smile. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at the battle in the Great Qin City and frowned deeply. Something's not right. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. What's wrong? A subordinate asked curiously. The Aureate Major Cultivators are growing too quickly. There weren't so many experts last time, but now there are so many? Emperor Rosefinch's expression was ugly. Ah, for so many experts to appear. The Orient Major cultivators must have a secret technique. Send people to the Great Qin City and Xianying City immediately to investigate. I want to know everything, Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent Boulder Race. Patriarch Pan Gung and a group of elders sat in the main hall. Patriarch, Yen Chuan has already sent 3 messengers, and the content of each letter is the same. Why is Patriarch not willing to give the sky-burying coffin to Yen Chuan? An elder asked in confusion. That's right. Elder, Yen Chuan's letters are the same every time. This means that Yen Chuan's patience is running out. Since Yen Chuan knows about the sky-burying coffin, he must have it. Patriarch, why are you hiding it? The group of elders continued to ask. Pan Gung narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a while. The sky-burying coffin has been requisitioned by the sublord. It contains boundless corpse qi and is extremely helpful for the sublord to cultivate the Jiangqian physique, Pan Gung said in a deep voice. Sublord? The elder's expressions changed. Pan Gung nodded. The main hall suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, the elder's tone suddenly changed. Since the sublord has requisitioned it, no matter who comes, they can forget about getting the sky-burying coffin. Pan Gung nodded. Yang Realm Xianying City. Celestial Emperor, the Boulder clan has rejected again. Yifeng frowned. Rejected? It won't be long before they have the chance to reject. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. How's the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation? 100 Heavenly Cycle Star Formation have already been completed. During the war in the Netherworld, the Second Epic's powerhouses have been sent to the Yang Realm. They are currently depriving them of their astral powers, Yifeng said in a deep voice. That's good. Time is of the essence. Emperor Qinglong might discover it at any time. We have to be fast. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Yifeng replied. The war in the Netherworld continued. All the captured powerhouses quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Soon new powerhouses appeared in Dezhun. There were also casualties among Dezhun's group, but Dezhun had replacements. Feng Ritu and the others did not have replacements at all. One lost. Dezhun's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Yen Chuan, Hua Qiliang and Silver-Eyed Gui Guzi were all existences that could take on 10 people by themselves. The various formations displayed their might, and the attacking powerhouses were defeated again and again. Break. Bai Qi chopped off the right arm of a powerhouse, and that powerhouse crashed into the ground with a loud bang, heavily injured. Bang! Bai Qi merged with the golden body of Slaughter and stepped on the powerhouse's body. Dezhun's soldiers quickly rushed forward and pierced the powerhouse's shoulder blades. They quickly sent him to the Great Qin City and handed him over to Li Si to be sent to the Yang Realm. The war lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, of the 120 invading experts, they were either killed or captured. Only 5 experts managed to escape, but unfortunately, they were all captured by Heaven Mending Pavilion. After the battle, although there were some casualties, all the soldiers had proud expressions on their faces. 13 heavens? So what if they were 13 heavens? They had captured them before. Everyone rest first. 3 days later, follow me to conquer the Boulder clan, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty, everyone replied. At this moment, Yen Chuan was pursuing speed because no one knew when Emperor Qinglong would return. Everyone was brought to the Yang Realm and quickly stripped of their astral power. Those who were injured entered a state of recovery. 3 days later, everyone's astral power was stripped. A group of people was left behind to guard the Great Qin City. Zombie Yen Chuan led 100 powerhouses into the Yang Realm and charged towards the Boulder clan. Boom! Everyone was in a hurry. They were all peerless powerhouses, so their speed was extremely fast. Not many days later, Yen Chuan arrived outside the Boulder clan's headquarters. Further east of the easternmost land was a boundless sea. This was the easternmost territory. At the center of the territory was a huge mountain. The Boulder clan's headquarters was surrounded by a large number of palaces around this huge mountain. Zombie Yen Chuan and the other stood at the peak of a mountain and looked at the huge mountain in the distance. Celestial Emperor, that mountain is called the Boulder Peak. It's the sacred mountain of the Boulder clan. No one is allowed to approach it. There's only one palace on the Boulder Peak. It's the clan leader's palace, the Boulder Hall. Mournful Transformation explained. Yin Chuan looked over. Indeed, there was a huge palace called the Boulder Hall at the peak of the Boulder Peak. Yin Chuan and his entourage came over aggressively. Naturally, they quickly attracted the attention of the Boulder clan. Boom! Many of the Boulder clan's powerhouses stopped what they were doing and looked coldly at this group of uninvited guests. A group of powerhouses slowly walked out of the Boulder Hall. It was the clan leader of the Boulder clan, Panging, who walked out with a group of elders. Looking at Panging in the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with coldness as the wind blew through his robe. Panging also stared at Yin Chuan from afar. Panging's face darkened. Celestial Emperor of great accomplishment. May I know why you've come to the Boulder clan? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. What's the matter? Clan leader, you're really forgetful. Oh, Panging said in a low voice. The sky-burying coffin is mine. It's fine if I don't know its whereabouts. But now that I know it's here, I've sent messengers to ask for the coffin again and again. I've already given you enough face, but you've repeatedly challenged my patience. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Emperor Yin said that the sky-burying coffin is in my hands. How did you know? My subject said so. He might not be right. Compared to you, I have more faith in my subjects. Panging, I'll ask you again. Do you have the sky-burying coffin or not? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No. Panging shook his head firmly. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Mournful Transformation immediately said, Celestial Emperor, Panging is stubborn. Your subject requests battle to open his mouth. Permitted, Yin Chuan replied. Chapter 1409. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Desolation Hua immediately said, Sky Emperor Pan Geng is stubborn. I request you to fight and open his mouth. Permitted, Yin Chuan replied. Understood, Desolation Hua replied. Desolation Hua stepped forward and flew in front of everyone. He twisted his neck and held a blood-red demon sword in his hand as he looked at Pan Geng in the distance. Heavenly Calamity Lone Star? Pan Geng's face darkened. Clan leader, I request you to fight. A monolith race expert immediately stepped forward and shouted. You're not his match. Pan Geng shook his head. How do you know if you haven't tried? Clan leader, let me do it. You don't need to fight this person. The expert shouted. All right. Pan Geng nodded. Immediately, that person charged forward. Desolation Hua sneered. Ignorant. Clang. The blood-red sword in his hand instantly slashed out. The person opposite him punched out. Break. Desolation Hua shouted. Boom. That expert was sent flying with a loud bang, his right fist badly mangled. Pan Geng, there's no need to look for others. I've long wanted to see how powerful the monolith race is. Take my sword, solitary stab. Desolation Hua shouted. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling blood-red light as he stabbed at Pan Geng. Pan Geng's face darkened. Like the previous person he punched out. Boom. Large pieces of the void instantly appeared. The group of elders quickly stabilized the area below to prevent the destruction of the monolith peak. The destruction was limited, but the power was extremely great. The fist and sword collided and retreated. Pan Geng didn't even take a step back. Desolation Hua's eyes narrowed as he understood Pan Geng's power. Humph. Pan Geng stepped forward. Desolation Hua charged forward with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and flesh collided again and again. Pan Geng's body valiantly blocked Desolation Hua's sword. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Because of Desolation Hua's sword energy, Yin Chuan knew that not long ago, Feng Ritu's 14th firmament cultivation couldn't withstand that sword and didn't dare to face it directly. Not to mention that he was only resisting with his physical body. Yin Chuan had always thought that his body was the most powerful. Therefore, he had never paid any attention to the various physical body cultivation techniques in the world. Who would have thought that the physical body of the rock tribe could also achieve such an effect? Roar! Pan Gung roared and punched out. Boom! Desolation transformation was sent flying. Pan Gung actually emerged victorious in a single clash? Desolation Hua was pushed back, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes became even more vicious. Boom! They collided again. The two powerful cultivators were in the midst of their powerful attacks. However, Yen Chuan understood that Pan Gung had the upper hand. In the past, Yen Chuan had guessed that the Boulder tribe was not simple, but he did not expect Panging to be so fierce. One had to know that there were quite a few 14th Heaven Realm cultivators. Miao Butterfly Queen, Yao Tianshang, and Desolation Transformation. However, the strongest 14th Heaven Realm cultivator was definitely Desolation Transformation. He had the power of the Heavenly Baneful Star, and was at the peak of the 14th Heaven Realm. However, Desolation Transformation was pushed back by Pan Gung with such strength? Meow! What a strange Pan Gung! Miao jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder and said, Yao Tianshang, help Desolation Transformation. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Yao Tianshang answered. With a golden saber in hand, he instantly charged into the battlefield. I want to go too. Miao shouted. Pan Gung is very dangerous. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Meow, I'm not afraid. Even if I can't defeat him, I can definitely escape. Furthermore, I have the strength of the 14th Heaven Realm, but I can't use its full strength. I want to break through. Meow shouted. Alright. Yen Chuan nodded. Meow little butterfly, let's go. Let's go together. Meow shouted. Butterfly Queen frowned. She was unwilling, but Meow stared at her. However, there was a tinge of sadness in that natural smile. Yes. Butterfly Queen nodded. The two of them charged out. Although Meow had always been carefree, she blamed herself for her father's death. If she had been very strong back then, her father wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. Hence, she was only playful in the past. Now she was risking her life. Butterfly Queen was the same. Hence, she immediately agreed to Meow's request. Yen Chuan also saw it, and was slightly worried. 3 deities, Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Here. God, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor answered. Take care of Meow. Just in case. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The 3 of them answered. Boom. The 3 of them charged forward. Butterfly Queen, Meow, Yao Tianshang, Mournful Transformation, the 3 deities, and a group of exceptional strong practitioners charged into the battlefield. They surrounded Pan Gung in the center. However, Pan Gung's strength was getting stronger. Even in the face of so many strong practitioners, he seemed to be able to handle them. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Celestial Emperor. This Pan Gung seems to be at the 15th level of heaven? Almost. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Oh. Bai Qi was puzzled. Pan Gung should be at the 15th level of heaven. However, he seems to have some flaw, so his strength can't reach the 15th level of heaven. However, he's stronger than the 14th level of heaven, Yen Chuan said with a frown. 15th level of heaven? Bai Qi's eyes focused. Like Meow, Yen Chuan said solemnly. Before coming, Yen Chuan didn't expect Pan Gung to be at the 15th level of heaven. Although he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 15th level of heaven, this cultivation made Yen Chuan very serious. Why was the Boulder tribe so content with their own territory? Bastards, you're all shameless, a Boulder tribe elder shouted from afar. As he spoke, the elder immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the battlefield of Pan Gung. Bai Qi coldly snorted and stepped forward. Killing Path Golden Body. Wang. Bai Qi was instantly enveloped by a golden giant, and a baleful energy blade slashed towards the elder. Boom! A ferocious slash tore through the void. The elder was sent flying back by the slash. Bastard! The group of experts from the Boulder clan immediately soared into the sky. Ka 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 ka. The experts of the Great Accomplishment Realm also grabbed their weapons. In the distant battlefield, Pan Gung was fighting. Stop! Without my order, no one is allowed to interfere. Pan Gung shouted. Shouted Pan Gung. All the members of the Rock tribe looked anxious, but they all retreated. Bai Qi snorted coldly. Yen Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 7 experts of the Great Accomplishment realm against Pan Geng. Was this shameless? Of course not, because they were fighting Yin Chuan's subordinates, not Yin Chuan himself. One side was the master, and the other side was the subject. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with having a few more. After all, Yin Chuan had not made a move yet. Pan Geng also understood the strength of the 100 people that the Great Accomplishment realm had brought this time. Since Yin Chuan dared to come, he had the confidence to destroy the Boulder tribe. This group of people was also extremely ferocious. Pan Geng's tribesmen might not be a match for them. Pan Geng fought 1 against 7. Gradually, he went from having the upper hand to being at a disadvantage. Strangely, Yin Chuan did not give any more orders to attack. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Yin Chuan suddenly had a strange feeling. This feeling made Yin Chuan feel strongly repulsed. It was not a threat, but it felt very close. Yin Chuan gradually sensed that this feeling did not come from elsewhere. It was that Boulder Peak. Boulder Peak? Yin Chuan opened his eyes. And at this time, Desolation Hua revealed a hideous look. Demon Slash. Desolation Hua slashed at Pan Geng with his sword. Boom! Although Pan Geng was not injured, the tremendous force seemed to smash him down with a loud bang. Boom! Instantly Pan Geng collided with Boulder Peak. The entire Boulder Peak shook with a loud bang. Crack! Halfway up Boulder Peak, a thin crack suddenly cracked open. At the crack, there was a huge platform, and there seemed to be a huge door appearing at that place. Everyone in the surroundings was at a loss. Meow! Why is there an extra door suddenly? Meow said in shock. Meow was shocked. Even the countless cultivators of the Boulder tribe also revealed blank looks. Only the elders' faces changed, revealing a solemn expression. Desolation Hua, Yao Tianshang and the rest paused. Quang! The huge door opened with a loud bang. Pan Geng immediately flew over. Slowly, another giant walked out from inside. It was a member of the Boulder tribe. The man held a scepter in his hand and walked out slowly with a gloomy expression. Pan Geng, the man said in a deep voice. Fourth brother. Pan Geng said respectfully. In the distance, Yin Chuan's face darkened. Fourth brother? Pan Geng was so respectful to this person. This person was stronger than Pan Geng? How could the Boulder tribe have so many strong cultivators? Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb us. A strong enemy is attacking. Fourth brother said in a deep voice. Yes, fourth brother knows. Great Zhen's heavenly court Yin Chuan. Pan Geng said bitterly. Didn't I tell you before? Don't meddle in the affairs of the world. Fourth brother reprimanded. I didn't, it's... Pan Geng revealed a trace of bitterness. Fourth brother was about to reprimand him when a voice came from the cave behind the door. Pan Ding, this has nothing to do with Pan Geng. An old voice came. Fourth brother Pan Ding? In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Rumble. Slowly, a bronze coffin flew out from the inside. Sky-burying coffin? Bai Qi and the others' eyes lit up. Quang! The sky-burying coffin suddenly stood upright, and the coffin lid slowly opened. Inside the coffin, there was a skinny man lying down. Around the man, there was an extremely dense corpse qi being emitted. Around zombie Yin Chuan, a dense corpse qi also unconsciously emanated from him. The two corpse qi faced each other from a distance. It was as if they were enemies. Whoosh! The skinny man opened his eyes, and the corpse qi became more vigorous. In an instant, the Boulder Peak was enveloped in rolling black corpse qi. Yin Chuan was not to be outdone. He stepped forward, and rolling corpse qi emanated from him. Greetings, Vice Lord. Pan Geng and Pan Ding bowed respectfully. However, the man who sensed it didn't care. Instead, he stared straight at zombie Yin Chuan. The body of a general? The skinny man slowly stepped out of the sky-burying coffin and said in a deep voice. You also have the body of a general? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. From his first life until now, Yin Chuan had seen others who had cultivated the body of a general. However, most of them had not succeeded, and their achievements were very small. He was the only one who had cultivated the body of a general. In front of him, there was another person who had cultivated the body of a general. This person's corpse qi was soaring, and it was not weaker than his. In fact, the surging corpse chi was even stronger than his. Chapter 1410. In front of Boulder Peak, in the outer east continent of the mortal realm, a skinny man emerged from the last sky-burying coffin. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his facial features were distinct. Corpse chi soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a plume of smoke rising from behind him into the depths of the starry sky. This corpse chi was even purer than Yin Chuan's. Ever since the Great Thousand Domains, Yin Chuan had encountered other experts who cultivated the body of generals and ministers. However, no one had ever reached his level. Yin Chuan even believed that the body of generals and ministers was created solely for him. Back then, many experts from the Bai clan had tried to cultivate it, but no one had achieved anything except for him. Not only had he succeeded, but it had also been extremely smooth. But now, someone else had cultivated the body of generals and ministers, and had even succeeded? Yin Chuan of the Great Zhen Celestial Court. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No matter what, Yin Chuan respected the skinny man in front of him. The skinny man walked out of the sky-burying coffin, touched it, and narrowed his eyes at Yin Chuan. Sublord Jiangchen of the First Realm, despised the world. In Xianyang City, a group of Great Zhen officials stood in front of Yin Chuan. These officials were mainly responsible for recording information about the various experts in the world. Yin Chuan summoned all of them. Despise the world. Celestial Emperor, we've never heard of you. Celestial Emperor, there's no such person in our database. In front of Boulder Peak, Yin Chuan frowned deeply. Despise the world? What arrogance! And Sublord Jiangchen? What did that mean? Despise seemed to have noticed Yin Chuan's confusion. Is this your coffin? That's right, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. So you're from the Great Thousand Domains? Sublord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains? Despise's eyes glinted. Sublord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains? Panging and the other's expressions changed. Vice Lord Jiangchen? Yin Chuan asked gravely. The body of a general and minister is a technique that can only be cultivated by one person in each world. In fact, in 4 worlds, there are 2 other people who possess the body of a general and minister. Both of them are called Vice Lords of Generals and Ministers. Miesher said in a deep voice. A world can only give birth to one? Why? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Don't you feel it? Cultivating the body of generals and ministers has allowed you to jump out of the heavenly Tao and transcend the 5 elements? Jiesher chuckled. Oh, in every world, only one person can perfectly practice this skill. I'm sure you know how overbearing it is. The physical body is strong, but that's not the most overbearing thing. The most overbearing thing is that it weakens one's control over one's fate, said Jiesher. Weaken the control of fate? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Everyone's birth chart has a mark left behind by fate. However, for those who cultivate the body of a vassal, the mark in their birth chart is dissipating. Can't you feel it? Jiesher said in a low voice. This coffin contains the corpse chi of the Great Thousand Realms. It must have been left behind by you. Jiesher said in a deep voice. That's right. It's time for me to return it to you, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Then he waved his hand. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin in the distance trembled as though it had sensed Yin Chuan's presence. It emitted a dazzling green light and flew toward Yin Chuan in the blink of an eye. Bang! Jiesher grabbed the sky-burying copper coffin and sneered, not letting it go. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. You're about to die. What's the point of keeping the sky-burying coffin? Jiesher sneered. What do you mean? If I don't kill you, you'll kill me. Out of the 4 vice lords, only one can live. Jiesher said in a low voice. Only one can live? What do you mean? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. What do I mean? If you can defeat me, I'll tell you everything. If you can't, you'll be refined by me. What's the point of telling you then? Jiesher said coldly. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Boom! As he clenched his fist, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Behind Jiesher, Pan Gung's face changed and he suddenly said, Yin Di! His shout interrupted the confrontation between Yin Chuan and Jiesher. Pan Gung didn't know that you're the Vice Lord of the Great Thousand Realms. The Rock Tribe won't interfere in your battle with Jieshur. Please go all out. Pan Gung said in a low voice. Oh, the Monolith Tribe is not under the control of the Vice Lord. We despise the Vice Lord, and are only temporarily residing in our place. Because of our great relationship, we have been embezzling the sky-burying copper coffin. Please forgive us, Yin Di. The sky-burying copper coffin will be left to the two of you. The Monolith Tribe will not participate. Yin Chuan looked at Pan Gung with a strange expression. However, Jieshur smiled coldly and ignored Pan Gung. He stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and threw a punch at Yin Chuan. Boom! A huge fist aura suddenly appeared and shattered the void wherever it passed. Yin Chuan's face darkened and he punched back. Boom! The two fists collided in midair, and the mountain under Yin Chuan's feet crumbled under Yin Chuan's feet. However, Jieshur didn't move at all. Please don't fight here. You can fight in the endless sea in the east. Pan Gung said in a low voice. All right. I don't want the Rock Tribe to suffer in my hands. Jieshur smiled and nodded. Yin Chuan's heart was in turmoil. It was just as he had guessed. Jieshur's body wasn't any weaker than his. Even though they were of the same origin, he was slightly weaker than Jieshur. Roar! Jieshur roared. He spat out his fangs, and a huge pair of dragon bone wings appeared on his back. However, Jieshur's wings were red while Yin Chuan's were black. Jieshur stared coldly at Yin Chuan, as if he was waiting for Yin Chuan to fight. Heaven Emperor, let me do it. Mournful Flower said immediately. Meow. Meow also cried out. Go to Xianyang City immediately. Yin Chuan took out a sky-burying coffin. Meow, I don't want to. I want to go with you. Meow immediately cried out. No, go back. Yin Chuan glared and shouted. Meow. Meow immediately felt wronged. Yin Chuan didn't explain. The sky-burying coffin opened, and the ministers obeyed, and were quickly sent to Xianyang City. Meow had no choice but to be sent there too. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. After putting away the sky-burying coffin, Yin Chuan looked at Jieshur and the last sky-burying coffin. Jieshur grabbed the sky-burying coffin and sneered. If you can beat me, you can take this sky-burying coffin. But if you lose, what's the point of taking it back? Yin Chuan nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. Roar! With a loud roar, Jieshur spat out his fangs, and a pair of dragon bone wings appeared. Boom! With a flap of the dragon bone wings, Yin Chuan soared into the sky and followed Jieshur to the east of the easternmost land. Pan Gung frowned. Fourth brother, isn't it too early? Pan Ding shook his head. No, it's not. Back then, the Rock Tribe thought of ways to send the body of a general and official to various worlds. Wasn't it for this day? Yes. The body of a general and official has a strange and unpredictable cultivation method. Unfortunately, the Rock Tribe can't cultivate it. Yin Chuan seems to be at the 11th heaven, but Jieshur is at the 13th heaven. The difference is huge. Yin Chuan is doomed this time. Pan Ding frowned. Yin Chuan. He's not simple. Some time ago, Pan Sheng sent a letter from the netherworld. The 13th heaven cultivator, who woke up in the second epoch, is nothing in front of Yin Chuan. Pan Gung frowned. Ha! Pan Ding showed a trace of disdain. How can they be compared to the body of a general and official? When Jieshur was at the 11th heaven, he could easily defeat them. I'm sure that Yin Chuan's fierce strength comes from the body of a general and official. And Jieshur is even more so. How can Yin Chuan be his match? Pan Ding said disdainfully. Is that so? Pan Gung frowned. Pan Ding glanced at Pan Gung. Although Jieshur is at the 13th heaven, you may not be his match. Xianyang City, Miao, Hua Qiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the others were teleported back. Miao was aggressive and prepared to find trouble with Yin Chuan, but the person who received them was Lu Bui. Miao, where's Yin Chuan? Miao shouted. Just now, news came from the Absolute Palace. The Golden Dragon Kong under Emperor Qing Long led 10 experts to besiege the Absolute Palace. The Celestial Emperor received the news and immediately went over. Lu Bui said. Meow. The Golden Dragon Kong? Meow was slightly stunned. Buzz! With a flash, Meow teleported away. In an instant, Miao appeared in front of Yin Chuan in human form. Yin Chuan, who was flying, had a change in expression. He reached out to grab Miao and continued flying in the direction of the Absolute Palace. Miao, why didn't Yin Chuan let me help you? Miao said angrily. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, the rock tribe is stronger than I thought. Pan Geng? Fourth brother Pan Ding? Will there be Pan Jia, Pan Yi and Pan Bing? The rock tribe is not something I can touch for now. Also, since they said they won't interfere with my battle with Jie, that's for the best. But we have to be prepared. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, then why don't you let me help you fight Jie? Miao shouted. No, he's too dangerous, even more dangerous than Pan Geng. Yin Chuan said with certainty. How do you know? Because I also cultivate the body of a general. I naturally know how dangerous it is. In this battle, I will do my best, but... Yin Chuan's expression was complicated. Miao, but what? You're no match for him either? Miao Miao exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, don't worry, I still have a backup plan. Miao. Miao was confused. Let's save Lure first. Kong the Golden Dragon? Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are too unruly, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Miao. Unruly? Miao didn't understand. Yin Chuan didn't explain, but his face was gloomy. Above the Far East Sea, Jie looked coldly at zombie Yin Chuan. The two of them spread out their dragon bone wings. Corpse qi spread out from their bodies. The entire sea was filled with cold qi, and the surging waves froze everything within 5,000 kilometers of the sea. Far away, Pan Ding and Pan Geng stood on top of the rock peak, waiting for the battle. I didn't expect this day to come so soon, Jie said coldly. You've been waiting for this day. That's right, the body of a general. When the four bodies combine, that's the true body of a general. You and I are both sacrificial lambs. I don't want to be defenseless when the calamity comes. I'll start with you. Roar. Jie roared and instantly shot toward Yin Chuan. Chapter 14:11. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of space-time, above an oval-shaped star, Emperor Qinglong and Tiangang were sitting at a stone table. Tiangang was controlling a ball of golden mist with both hands. Within the mist, there seemed to be tens of thousands of mini mist dragons. In the center of the mist dragons, there was a yellow sword light. Tiangang was controlling the mist and the sword light. On the other side, while Tiangang was concentrating on controlling the sword light, the Azure Dragon Emperor looked down from afar. Below was the deep star layer. He could see the corresponding stars of his subordinates. As for those stars, they were shining in batches. Then many stars suddenly dimmed. Emperor Qinglong's face sank and narrowed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Qinglong's expression calmed down and acted as if he didn't notice anything. Then, the Azure Dragon Emperor looked at Tiangang and the yellow sword light. First epic sword of force? Qinglong said in a deep voice. That's right. It's this sword of force that allowed me to transcend. Force is one of the strongest in the first epoch. It's not weaker than her when she transformed into reincarnation. Tiangang said proudly. Emperor Qinglong looked at the sword light in front of him. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He nodded and said, I can feel a surging aura. It's a pity that you can only unlock it to this point. It would be better if you could remove some of the dragon mist. That won't do. Tiangang smiled. Then forget it. I feel that something has happened in the lower realm. For some reason, my subordinates are constantly mobilizing the power of the stars. Let's meet again in the future. At that time, I will ask you for guidance on the wonders of the Sword of Force. Emperor Qinglong smiled. Wait. Tiangang was a little anxious. What's wrong? Emperor Qinglong was puzzled. Tiangang's expression flickered for a moment before he finally nodded and said, Just now the great emperor taught me the Qinglong art, and benefited me greatly. I can't be too stingy. How about this? I'll push aside another layer of dragon mist. Great Emperor Qinglong, don't come near. Ha 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 ha, great. Emperor Qinglong's eyes lit up as he laughed out loud. However, Tiangang secretly sighed. The two continued to observe the sword of momentum. Underworld Rosefinch Heaven. Emperor Rosefinch looked at the great Qin city with a dark expression. Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are constantly being captured. There are already more than 200 of them. Why doesn't Emperor Qinglong care? If it was in the past, Emperor Qinglong would have already appeared. Emperor Rosefinch frowned. My lord, there's news from everywhere. Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are constantly gathering in the inner south continent, but Emperor Qinglong hasn't shown himself. A subordinate said respectfully, that's not right. What could be more important than losing more than 200 second-era subordinates? Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Perhaps Emperor Qinglong thinks that Yin Chuan doesn't dare to do anything to them. When he returns, he can take back his subordinates. Perhaps. However, Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are unlucky. Every time they go, they are at their most powerful. At this moment, the great Qin city is empty, but no one is going to destroy it. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Ah, the great Qin city is empty? Yin Chuan left the great Qin city. That's right. Not only did Yin Chuan leave the great Qin city, but so did a group of experts. Even Gue Guzi, who was guarding the city, just left. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. They went to the Yang realm. Emperor Rosefinch nodded. Now the great Qin city is empty. My lord, should we inform them again? The Vermilion Bird Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding his head in the end. Alright, I'll do Emperor Azure Dragon a favor. I also want to see Yin Chuan's face when he's defeated. Yes. Yang Realm, Inner South Continent. Some of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates gathered in front of the Big Dipper Palace again. Snake Emperor, you're the one who persuaded my brother to go to the Great Qin, right? Bastard. I just received news that my brothers have all been captured. My brother isn't a reckless man. He knows that there are people who went to the Great Qin city and were captured. There's no way he would go again with just 100 people. He would definitely wait for us. Everyone kept questioning the Snake Emperor. Everyone. I advised everyone not to go. But they didn't listen to me. There's nothing I can do. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly. It's you. Humph. Everyone was still depressed. At that moment, a red light flew over from the south. Stop. Someone shouted. That's Emperor Rosefinch's subordinate. Let him come over. An expert shouted. The Snake Emperor looked confused. Suddenly, a red-robed man appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, long time no see. The red-robed man smiled. What are you doing here? My lord just sent a letter asking me to inform you that if you want to go to the Great Qin city to save your brothers, you should hurry. Now the Great Qin city is empty, and everyone has left. End this quickly. The red-robed man said in a deep voice. Are you serious? Someone asked in a deep voice. Is there a need for Emperor Rosefinch to lie to you? It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The red-robed man said coldly. After saying that, the red-robed man walked away. The group of experts frowned and pondered. I believe in Emperor Rosefinch. I believe in him too. The Lord must be busy with something. Let's go by ourselves. But we only have 80 people. What if? Since Emperor Rosefinch said that the Great Qin city is empty, there's no need for him to offend my lord. Leave 2 people here to wait for the others and my lord. We'll go and save our brothers now. Okay. Everyone nodded, and once again headed towards the Great Qin city. The Snake Emperor looked at this scene in astonishment. He originally thought that this group of people would wait for everyone to return from their awakening in the mortal realm, and that it would be impossible for them to go to Dejun. Unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had interfered and helped him greatly. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, where the Absolute Palace was located. Boom! Countless golden lights exploded around the Absolute Palace. The Golden Dragon Kong was a 14th Heaven expert, and his 10 subordinates were 13th Heaven experts. There was no need for the Golden Dragon Kong to personally take action. The guards around the Absolute Palace were heavily injured. Some of the original palace masters of the Absolute Palace could not even withstand a single blow from this group of people. In an instant, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. Palace Master Absolute, hey, we don't want to hurt you. However, your husband captured my brothers, so we have to use you to exchange for them. The golden dragon Kong said with a smile. Lu'er stood at the entrance of the Absolute Palace with a gloomy expression. Was this caused by Yin Chuan? Lu'er turned to look towards the north, but there was no resentment in her eyes. Instead, there was an inexplicable affection. Over the years, Lu'er gradually realized that her emotions were becoming richer and richer. Often, when she was tossing and turning in bed in the middle of the night, she would inexplicably think of Yin Chuan. Lu'er understood that this was the Emperor's feelings. The Emperor's feelings were constantly transferred to her. Perhaps she really had to love Yin Chuan on behalf of the Emperor. Although she could not control her emotions, Lu'er did not reject it. After all, in the past, other than the father-daughter relationship, she had never had any other feelings. Now that there was suddenly one more, this feeling was very wonderful. Take them down. The golden dragon Kong shouted. Lu'er's face darkened. She reached out and took out 2 huge blue eggshells. They were the eggshells that Lu'er had hatched in the past. Now Lu'er was using them as Dharma treasures. Yin Chuan will come and save me. Just you wait, Lu'er said angrily to the golden dragon Kong. Then, she stepped into the eggshells. Clang! The eggshells merged together and immediately wrapped around Lu'er, forming a whole body. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan will come and save you? It's too late. Moreover, you're still hiding in the eggshells? What a joke, what a joke! The golden dragon Kong said disdainfully. A subordinate reached out to grab it. Boom! A rebounding force on the eggshells sent that person flying. What? The golden dragon Kang's expression changed. How could an eggshell stop him? Break the eggshells! The golden dragon Kong shouted. Boom! The group of experts quickly attacked the eggshells. The eggshells emitted a dazzling blue light, blocking the group of experts and preventing them from getting close. The fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away. The golden dragon Kong was furious and reached out to grab the ground. Rumble! The ground churned. The golden dragon Kong wanted to move this piece of land away. However, the huge blue egg seemed to be fixed in place. The ground moved, but the huge blue egg remained motionless. Damn it! The golden dragon Kong was extremely depressed. The golden dragon Kong took out a long saber and slashed at the huge blue egg. Boom! The huge egg rebounded with a huge force, causing the golden dragon Kong to almost lose his grip on the saber. Attack together and break it for me. A supreme perfection expert should be coming here. We have to be quick and capture this girl before Yin Chuan arrives. The golden dragon Kong said anxiously. Yes. The group of people raised their weapons and charged at the huge egg quickly. Inside the huge egg, Lu'er could see the waves of heavy attacks from the outside world. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. It was this huge egg that had hatched Lu'er back then. Now that it had been refined, it could merge with her again. The golden dragon Kong slashed at the huge egg, as if he was slashing at Lu'er's body. Yin Chuan, come quickly! Lu'er was looking forward to it. Yin Chuan was also anxiously flying towards the Absolute Palace. However, other than Yin Chuan, there was another person who sensed the battle here. It came from the Netherworld, the North Continent. The Emperor sat cross-legged in the Undying Hall. Suddenly, an egg-shaped halo appeared around Zhou Che. The saber lights collided with the halo. The Emperor saw everything that Lu'er saw clearly as well. The Emperor suddenly stood up and stepped out of the hall, with a fierce look on his face. Kwang! The door of the hall opened. A group of disciples stood outside the hall. Greetings, Master, the disciples said respectfully. As the Emperor grew stronger, the disciples realized that their master's eyes were getting colder and more ruthless. In the past, they could still chat and laugh with their master, but now, no one dared to do so. The Emperor carried a long saber on his back and looked to the east. Yin Chuan, I asked you to take care of Lu'er, and this is how you take care of her? Humph. Lu'er is no longer suitable to stay in Great Zhen. I'm bringing her back, the Emperor said in a deep voice. With that, he stepped and flew to the east. Whoosh! He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 14:12. At the Absolute Palace in the outer eastern continent of the Yang realm. Boom! Boom! Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions, and huge fissures appeared on the ground all around. The entire Absolute Palace's territory shook. The Golden Dragon Kong attacked again and again, but the huge blue egg before it remained motionless. How can this be? The Golden Dragon Kong said, feeling extremely depressed. My lord, this egg is not moving at all. What should we do? That's right. My lord, how can this eggshell be so sturdy? Everyone felt anxious. They had been trying to break this egg for several days already. However, they still could not break it. The surrounding ground had turned into lava, but the huge egg remained unscathed. This egg has the power of cycles. A subordinate suddenly raised his eyebrows. The power of cycles? This is an item from the first epoch? The Golden Dragon Kang's expression changed. The power of cycles. Could it be the senior who transformed into cycles? As everyone guessed, their initial depression gradually turned into excitement. A treasure from the first epoch. The Golden Dragon Kong glared. Roar. With a dragon roar, the Golden Dragon Kang's body radiated dazzling golden light. Its figure quickly turned into a huge golden dragon. The Golden Dragon's single horn radiated surging golden light in all directions. My lord, don't. After you transform into a dragon, although your strength will increase sharply, you will be weak for a long time. A subordinate said. So what if I'm weak? The treasure from the first epoch is the most important. Haha. Unexpectedly, I gained so much on this trip. The Golden Dragon Kong guffawed. Roar. The single-horned Golden Dragon Kong roared, and its huge dragon claw grabbed at the huge egg again. Rumble. Grabbing the huge egg, the Golden Dragon Kong used its full strength. Immediately, the surrounding space exploded, sending surging explosions in all directions. Buzz. The huge egg trembled slightly as if it was shaken. Inside the huge egg, Lure showed an anxious expression. However, she could not do anything at this moment. Lure bit her lip, showing an anxious expression. It's moving. My lord, it's moving. A subordinate said joyfully. Roar. Let's go. Quickly leave this place. The Golden Dragon Kong shouted excitedly. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Leave here? Humph. An explosion suddenly sounded in the void. The sound waves surged forward. What? Everyone's expression changed. They saw Yen Chuan and Meow standing in the sky not far away. Yen Chuan. Inside the huge egg, Lure suddenly revealed a joyful expression. A strong sense of happiness struck his heart. On the other side, everyone's expression changed drastically. So fast. The Golden Dragon's face sank. Yen Chuan twisted his neck. His shoulder-length black hair suddenly turned into a head of blood-red hair, surrounded by rolling blood mist. Everyone lowered their heads, and the lava beneath their feet was instantly enveloped by the sea of blood. Everyone was enveloped within the sea of blood. Meow, a bunch of baddies. Meow reached out and pounced on one of the experts. Sir, what should we do? It's just Yin Chuan and Xuan Meow. Capture them. The Golden Dragon Kong shouted. Yes. While everyone was shouting, Yin Chuan's hands suddenly turned silvery white in the distance. Under the sea of blood, his power skyrocketed. Yin Chuan's silvery white hands suddenly reached out toward the two experts. Hand of Tao. Ju's star-picking hand of the past. Two energy palms instantly formed and appeared at the necks of the two experts. Crack. Crack. The two experts' necks were instantly gripped by Yin Chuan, and they could not move. What? Everyone's expression changed. When did Yin Chuan become so strong? The two experts who were gripped by their necks still struggled. Yin Chuan clasped his hands together. Boom! The two powerhouses collided with each other. The tremendous force caused their faces to swell up. A sky-burying coffin flew out from behind him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan threw the two experts into the coffin. They quickly teleported to Xianying. The two experts who were gripped by their necks were extremely depressed. They were suddenly relieved and were about to rejoice. Suddenly, a group of experts appeared around them. Yao Tianshang, Desolation, and the group of Second Epoch's experts surrounded the two of them. Not far away, the expression of the Golden Dragon, who was holding the huge egg, suddenly changed. I almost forgot. A space-time treasure? The sky-burying coffin? The Golden Dragon had heard of the sky-burying coffin's teleportation function, but he could not recall it at the moment. Run. Run! The golden dragon suddenly roared. At the same time, a large number of experts rushed out of the sky-burying coffin. Desolation, Yao Tianshang, and the nation beast swarmed out and pounced at the group. The golden dragon transformed into a single-horned dragon and was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. You want to run? My dragon chariot still lacks a dragon. Pull my chariot. Yin Chuan glared. The hand of Tao appeared again and quickly grabbed into the distance. Whoosh! Two huge white energy palms instantly appeared at the golden dragon's tail. Boom! After grabbing the energy palms, the golden dragon struggled crazily. Come back! Yin Chuan glared and tightened his grip. Boom! The golden dragon was instantly pulled back. Yao Tianshang, Desolation, and Miao instantly appeared before the golden dragon. The three attacked the golden dragon at the same time. Yin Chuan left the battlefield to his subordinates. Then he quickly arrived at the huge blue egg. Lu'er, are you alright? Yin Chuan asked worriedly. Crack! The huge egg slowly cracked open, revealing Lu'er, whose face was covered in tears. Yin Chuan, I thought I would never see you again. Sob! 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 Lu'er threw herself into Yin Chuan's arms and cried. As Yin Chuan hugged the crying Lu'er, his expression suddenly turned complicated. A feeling of familiarity, love, yet not love, grew in his heart. Looking at the sobbing Lu'er in his arms, Yin Chuan's shock gradually turned into gentleness. He smiled faintly and hugged Lu'er tightly. You are my wife. How can I not come? How can I let you suffer? Yin Chuan said gently. Sob! 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 Lu'er cried softly. Don't stay here anymore. Come back to Xianying with me. Yin Chuan said gently. All right. Lu'er nodded gently. Yang Realm, Far Eastern Sea. Yin Chuan versus Contempt. The heaven-burying coffin hovered in midair. The two generals and subordinates fought fiercely. It had been several days, and Yin Chuan had been at a disadvantage. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan, who was in a sorry state, showed a ferocious expression. The black dragon Great Tao behind him roared. Behind the black dragon Great Tao were the 3,000 clones of the Great Thousand Realms Great Tao. For a moment, Zombie Yin Chuan used almost all of his strength. Behind Contempt was a blood-red path. On the blood-red path, there was also a blood-red dragon that looked like it had been skinned, revealing a ferocious expression. Boom! Contempt punched out, and the surrounding void shattered. The two zombie fists collided again in midair. On one side was the surging blood-red power of the Great Path, and on the other side was the Black Dragon Great Path, and the 3,000 Heavenly Path replicas. Boom! Yin Chuan's fist aura shattered, and Contempt's fist aura hit Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan was sent flying. As he flew out, a large part of the void shattered. Huff! 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 After stabilizing himself, Yin Chuan panted and looked at Contempt in the distance with a gloomy expression. Contempt cracked his neck and sneered. The body of a general? You are still far from it. This is a copy of the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Thousand Realms, right? In the end, it is not the true 3,000 heavenly Daos. It only has the form. The 3,000 heavenly Daos form a universe origin body, and their energies transform and complement each other. However, you are just a scattered copy of the 3,000 heavenly Daos. You don't know how to combine them. Thus, you can't bring out the true power of the 3,000 heavenly Daos. Contempt said. Huh, you make it sound nice. Can you make them circulate and borrow each other's strength? Yin Chuan said. No one can do that, and no one can do that. So, you are still not a match for me. Contempt said coldly. Humph. Don't be unconvinced. Indeed, the body of a general is extremely tyrannical. Even I can't refine you immediately. However, haven't you noticed? I hit you so many times to weaken the body of a general. Look at your chest. Contempt sneered. Yin Chuan tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a deep fist mark on his chest. Do you see the fist mark? Your body of a general is about to reach its limit. This is just the beginning. Watch me break it completely. Ha ha ha. Contempt guffawed. As he laughed, he instantly appeared before Yin Chuan. Contempt showed a ferocious expression as he threw a punch at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan showed a ferocious expression and did not dodge. Instead, he punched Contempt's head. Boom! Boom! The two punched each other. With a loud bang, they were both sent flying. Contempt immediately stabilized himself and twisted his head. His head was fine. As Yin Chuan flew out, an even deeper fist mark appeared on his chest. Yin Chuan felt immense pain from the fist mark. Ha! You are not a match for me, Vice Lord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Realms. Contempt said coldly. Why can only one person cultivate the body of a general? Yin Chuan asked sullenly as he clutched his chest. This is not something I can decide. When this cultivation method was created, it was destined to be like this. I said that if you can defeat me, I will tell you everything. Unfortunately, it seems that you can't defeat me now, Contempt said. As he spoke, Contempt charged at Yin Chuan again. This time Contempt did not use a fist. Instead, his right hand turned into a claw and attacked fiercely. It was too fast. It was so fast that Yin Chuan could not dodge in time. Open! Contempt roared ferociously. Boom! Contempt's claw pierced Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan's blood spurted out. It's finally broken, Contempt said with a ferocious smile. The invincible body of a general was broken? Yin Chuan looked ferocious as he grabbed Contempt's arm. Wait for me to refine you, Contempt said with a sinister smile. Self-destruct, Yin Chuan said fiercely. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly self-destructed. The terrifying explosion instantly shattered the void and spread wildly in all directions. Rumble! The huge explosion rushed toward the Boulder territory, where the Boulder tribe was located. For a moment, the earth shook and countless mountains collapsed. At the Boulder peak, Pan Ding and Pan Gung looked at the Far East Sea in shock. These two are too ruthless. They are fighting to the death. Pan Gung's face twitched. Chapter 14:13. These two are too ruthless. Do they have a death wish? Panging's face twitched. The aftermath of Yin Chuan's self-destruction shook the entire monolith weave. The explosion reverberated throughout the outer eastern continent. It was even more powerful than Yin Chuan's self-destruction. Bearing the brunt of the explosion, Xiao Shi naturally suffered the greatest impact. The moment Yin Chuan self-destructed, Xiao Shi's eyes widened in shock. Isn't the mental fortitude of the sublord of the vast thousand domains too weak? Did they die together just like that? At the same time, Xiao Shi suffered an unprecedented blow. A super explosion. Even Xiao Shi's extremely sturdy Jiangchen body was severely injured. Boom! Xiao Shi was sent flying. His robes were torn to shreds, and his entire body was covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Bastard! Xiao Shi roared in frustration. He wanted to refine Yin Chuan. What if Xiao Shi self-destructed? Xiao Shi didn't care if he was severely injured. But if Yin Chuan was gone, wouldn't his plan fail? What a terrifying Jiangchen body. Even I might not be able to withstand such a powerful explosion. Xiao Shi actually. Panging muttered bitterly. The monolith tribe prided themselves on their sturdy bodies. But now, even Panging had self-destructed in fear. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, was severely injured but not killed. His limbs were intact, but he was covered in wounds. Panging and Panging were stunned. In the distance, Xiao Shi was even more shocked. After Yin Chuan's self-destruction, the countless fragments suddenly twisted and quickly gathered toward the center. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the fragments quickly gathered into a ball. Gradually, the ball of fragments emitted a faint black light. Within the black light, the ball of flesh quickly reformed into a human figure. Countless pieces of flesh reformed into Yin Chuan's appearance. He's revived. Panging's expression changed. Restoration divine ability? And self-destruction? Explosive beast? He refined it. Panging's expression changed. Far East Sea. Zombie Yin Chuan had returned to normal. In the past, he had refined an exploding beast with the human body Yin Chuan. Not only could the human body Yin Chuan return to normal by self-detonating, even the zombie Yin Chuan could do the same. This time, if he had no other choice, zombie Yin Chuan wouldn't use it. After self-detonating once, zombie Yin Chuan's face was deathly pale. Clearly, this self-detonation had consumed some of his yuan qi. You've recovered? The exploding beast's divine ability? Jieshur exclaimed as he clutched his chest. Zombie Yin Chuan put away the 3,000 clones of the heavenly Tao and the black dragon great Tao. Then he went to the last sky-burying coffin. Looks like I got it, Zombie Yin Chuan said while panting. So what if you can blow yourself up? You won't be able to recover to your previous state. Your Jiangchen body is still on the verge of collapse. I can still kill you. Jieshur controlled the great Tao and charged again. Ha ha ha, take care of yourself. You won't be so lucky every time. Next time, I'll refine you. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Next time? You can't escape. Jieshur roared angrily. However, at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared behind Yin Chuan. Yin Qi surged out from within. On the other side of the portal, Gui Guzi stood respectfully and said, Celestial Emperor, please enter the netherworld. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped in. What? Jieshur's expression changed. Someone had opened a portal in the netherworld at the same location? Heal up and wait for me to kill you, Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! The portal disappeared. By the time Jieshur arrived, the portal had already closed. Roar! Jieshur roared angrily. Cough cough. Despise coughed weakly after he yelled. Jieshur stared at the spot where Yin Chuan had disappeared. Yin Chuan? Good, very good. I underestimated you. Once I've recovered, I'll personally come to Great Zhen. When that time comes, you'll die. Roar. Jieshur roared furiously. Jieshur stepped forward and headed for Boulderstone Weave. Soon Jieshur arrived at Boulderstone Peak. I'm going into seclusion to heal. Stand guard for me, Jieshur said. Pan Gung and Pan Ding frowned, then nodded. The netherworld. As soon as Yin Chuan entered the netherworld, he felt a wave of weakness. Celestial Emperor, are you all right? Gui Guzi immediately asked. I'm fine. It's all thanks to you this time, Yin Chuan said weakly. At this moment, even walking seemed to be a little difficult. Although Yin Chuan had this ability, the reason why he rarely used it was because this ability was not without its flaws. Every time he self-detonated, Yin Chuan would expend a large amount of energy and mental strength, so he would become weaker for a short period of time. This was especially true for Yin Chuan, who had already been beaten to his limit by Jieshur. So this was even more taxing on him. Unlike the explosive beasts, their disgusting bodies were born for this mystique, so they could quickly recover after each explosion. You're too kind, Celestial Emperor. I'm just following your orders and waiting here. Gui Guzi shook his head. Yin Chuan touched the last sky-burying copper coffin and sneered. We've finally found the last sky-burying copper coffin. Everything was worth it. I'll heal in the sky-burying copper coffin. Bring me back to the Great Qin City, and prepare to combine the 9 coffins. Yes, Gui Guzi nodded. Yin Chuan opened the coffin lid and stepped inside. Clang! The coffin lid closed, and Yin Chuan began to recuperate. Gui Guzi waved his sleeve and shot towards the Great Qin City with the sky-burying copper coffin. When Gui Guzi returned to the Great Qin City with the sky-burying copper coffin, once again, a group of experts appeared outside the Great Qin City. Another 80 or so subordinates of the Blue Dragon Emperor swarmed toward Qin Nan in a menacing manner. However, at this moment, the Great Qin City's residents were not nervous at all. They went about their own business, completely ignoring the group of experts that had suddenly arrived. The Great Qin City will disappear from this world. The leader of the experts slammed his palm down. Boom! The massive palm covered the sky and covered the sun. It ferociously slammed towards the Great Qin City. An angry snort suddenly sounded from outside the Great Qin City. A massive palm slammed from the side and collided with the palm. Boom! A single palm strike had shattered the confidence of the invading expert. It was Desolation Hua, and a group of experts who were flying over from the Yellow Springs Road. The Celestial Emperor has ordered us to capture all of them. Don't let anyone escape. Desolation Hua shouted. Okay. Boom! The group of experts charged forward. What? Desolation Hua, and the others are still here? Emperor Rosefinch lied to us? Amidst the commotion, another great battle broke out. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Bastard Yin Chuan, he did it on purpose. Emperor, what should we do now? Someone beside him asked anxiously. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Great Jin personally. Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great battles broke out in the outside world. Gui Guzi took advantage of this time to bring back the last sky-burying copper coffin. Clang! Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out of the coffin. Celestial Emperor, how is it? Gui Guzi asked worriedly. It's fine. This coffin contains a large amount of corpse qi that I stored in the Great Thousand World. Although half of it was stolen by Yin Shi, the other half is enough for me to recover. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Don't let anyone disturb me. I'll be in seclusion for a while. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Outside the Great Qin City, the battle continued. Within the Great Qin City, Yin Chuan was in seclusion. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged in the center. There were a total of 9 sky-burying copper coffins around him. The 9 sky-burying copper coffins emitted a gentle green light, as if they could sense each other. The green light formed a line that surrounded Yin Chuan. At the center, Yin Chuan was adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, preparing for the final act of closing the coffin. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of space-time, Tiangang stirred the mist dragons and slowly revealed a yellow longsword. When the longsword was exposed, the surrounding space was dyed yellow by the light of the yellow sword. Emperor Qinglong, do you see it? Tiangang said proudly. Sword of power? Emperor Qinglong's eyes shone brighter. That's right. Emperor Qinglong has studied feng shui. You should be able to sense the profoundness of the sword of power. Tiangang said with a smile. Emperor Qinglong nodded. That's right. As expected of a peerless expert of the first epoch. It's a pity that it's not enough to see it. That's all we can do. Tiangang shook his head. Not necessarily. Emperor Qinglong sneered. He stretched out his hand and stabbed it into the yellow mist outside the sword of power. Boom! Countless mist dragons bit at Emperor Qinglong's right hand. In the blink of an eye, holes appeared on Emperor Qinglong's right arm. However, this moment was enough for Emperor Qinglong. Boom! Emperor Qinglong grabbed the sword of power. What? Emperor Qinglong, what are you doing? Tiangang said angrily with his eyes wide open. Tiangang, hee. You sent me out and hurt my subordinates? Do you think I don't know? 300 of my subordinates have been persecuted. You should compensate me with this sword of power, shouted the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom! Emperor Qinglong pulled with his right arm. Under Emperor Qinglong's immense strength, the sword of power was instantly pulled away from Tiangang. Roar! A huge green dragon shadow appeared around Emperor Qinglong. Qinglong's shadow pounced on the sword of power. Roar! It was as if the sword of power was swallowed into its stomach. Heavenly Dipper completely didn't expect that the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, who was still refined and courteous just a moment ago, would suddenly explode and snatch his strongest magic treasure. Bastard! Return my sword of power! Tiangang said angrily. Return? You harmed 300 of my subordinates. This is what you deserve. This sword of power is the compensation I deserve. I have tolerated you for so long. I watched as my subordinates were harmed one by one. Yet, I still pretended to be polite to you. Tiangang, you should be satisfied. Emperor Qinglong shouted as he kept the sword of power. No, it's not me. It's Yin Chuan. Bastard, the sword of power is mine. Tiangang attacked with grief. So what if you are a transcended level expert? Humph. Emperor Qinglong attacked with his palm. Boom! Chapter 14:14. In the Great Qin City, 9 sky-burying coffins surrounded Zombie Yin Chuan. Under the control of Zombie Yin Chuan, the 9 giant coffins suddenly gathered towards the center. It's time to combine. 9 coffins combine. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The 9 giant coffins collided with each other and instantly shot out billions of green light rays. The entire hall was covered by the green light, and the green light even broke through the roof and shot into the sky. For a moment, countless people in the Great Qin City stopped to watch. Wang! The 9 giant coffins combined into one. They turned into a giant bronze coffin that was 3 times larger. There were some ancient runes floating on the coffin, and it gave off a heavy aura. The power of intimidation forced countless objects in the hall to tremble. My world-suppressing bronze coffin. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. In his first life, Yin Chuan's strongest treasure. There was no other. It was the strongest. Back then, even the universe in the palm was overshadowed in front of it. The 9 sky-burying coffins combined into one world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang! Yin Chuan gently opened the coffin lid. Suddenly, black gas surged into the hall from inside. Roar! Yin Chuan ferociously absorbed the reserves of his first life. Endless energy surged into zombie Yin Chuan's body, and zombie Yin Chuan frantically absorbed it. The entire hall was filled with billowing black gas. Yin Chuan enjoyed the black gas. However, he did not notice that at this moment, a pair of eyes appeared at the top of the black gas, coldly looking at Yin Chuan. A black figure that was like fog was hidden in the black gas, coldly looking at Yin Chuan, who was absorbing the black gas. The black figure waited patiently. The billowing energy from the world-suppressing bronze coffin surged into Yin Chuan's body. Finally, after a day and a night, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from Yin Chuan's body. 12 heavens, Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. While Yin Chuan was enjoying the process, the black shadow suddenly moved. The moment Yin Chuan relaxed, the shadow attacked Yin Chuan. It wanted to send Yin Chuan into the suppressing world copper coffin. Boom! Yin Chuan's expression changed. Roar! As it opened its mouth, fangs appeared, and a pair of giant wings spread out, instantly blocking the mouth of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The black shadow said coldly. Yin Chuan's face also darkened as he looked at the black figure in front of him. The black figure looked exactly like him. It was like another Yin Chuan. Moreover, the black figure in front of him was wearing a dragon robe and had a cold and dignified expression. It's you? The artifact spirit of the world-suppressing copper coffin? Yin Chuan asked coldly. The man in the dragon robe smiled coldly. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget about you? In the first life, I had 3 bodies by Lan and Ying. In order to refine this world-suppressing copper coffin, I chose to sacrifice one body and buried by alive in this world-suppressing copper coffin. My purpose was to suppress you, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but in the end, in order to become the strongest, you not only swallowed Lan, but also Bai Yi. Therefore, there was no one to suppress me, the man in the dragon robe said in a low voice. But how did you become like this? How did you become like me? I remember that artifact spirits are formless, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, I am formless. However, have you forgotten that year, before you died? The man in the dragon robe sneered. Before I died, I sealed a portion of my will and put it in the world-suppressing copper coffin. I knew that I would die, so I left a portion of Ying's will. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yes, that portion of Ying's will has been refined by me. From now on I am Ying, and Ying is me. Roar! The man in the dragon robe opened his mouth and roared. As he roared, the man in the dragon robe spat out his fangs, looking like a zombie. Ying! Yin Chuan's face fell. Yes, the reason why the world-suppressing copper coffin is strong is because of the artifact spirit. However, the artifact spirit needs to be suppressed, so it needs to bury a peerless expert alive. The stronger the peerless expert, the higher the growth of the artifact spirit, and the stronger the world-suppressing copper coffin. What an amazing idea! Bai Huang created the universe in the palm, and you created the world-suppressing copper coffin? In order to perfect the world-suppressing copper coffin, you actually generously spread the refining method to the world. After observing the effects of refining the world-suppressing copper coffin, you finally discovered that there is a limit to burying a peerless expert alive. Burying yourself alive is the best choice. The artifact spirit becomes stronger because of the person who is buried alive, and the person who is buried alive becomes stronger because of the artifact spirit. In this way, the clone of the person who is buried alive becomes stronger. Ha ha ha, as expected of Bai Yi. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. You can already leave the world-suppressing copper coffin? By using the world-suppressing copper coffin to split from 1 into 9, I have already severed myself. The world-suppressing copper coffin now has a new artifact spirit. Now that I have separated myself, in order to strengthen the world-suppressing copper coffin, I need to find another peerless expert to bury alive. Naturally, I can't do it myself, so the best choice is you. Bai. The artifact spirit said. Me. With just you. Yen Chuan said coldly. I am Ing, and you are Bai. Didn't we meet once before? The artifact spirit said. You are Ing. What a joke. You have only inherited a portion of my will from my first life. Yen Chuan said. Yang Realm, Xianying City. People of the world, I need your help. Raise your right hand, and lend me your strength. Yen Chuan shouted in human form. In an instant, Yen Chuan's voice spread throughout the world. Countless people in the 28 domains quickly raised their right hands. The golden dragon of providence dragged endless power and charged towards Yen Chuan in human form. Rumble. Surging power surged into Yen Chuan's body. In an instant, all the officials in Xianying were alarmed. That was because there were no enemies outside of Xianying. What was going on? Soon, the officials of Great Zhun rushed to Skyward Palace. Meow, Yen Chuan, what happened? Meow exclaimed. We'll talk later. Yen Chuan shook his head. Zizi Luer and Zhaoafeng were all alarmed. Zizi, send me to the netherworld. Yen Chuan said. Okay. Zizi nodded. Boom. Zizi quickly brought Yen Chuan into the netherworld. Outside the Great Qin city, almost all of Great Emperor Qinglong's subordinates had been taken down. The officials were in high spirits when they suddenly saw Yen Chuan appear. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Everyone bowed. Yen Chuan nodded and quickly rushed to the training room in the distance. Gui Guzi's face sank because he could see that this was Yen Chuan in human form. What happened? Mournful Flower asked in a low voice. Follow the previous arrangements and do what you need to do. Gui Guzi ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone replied. Empress, what happened? Gui Guzi asked solemnly. I don't know either. They suddenly mobilized the power of the Yang realm and rushed here. Zizi shook her head. Gui Guzi revealed a look of anxiety. In the distance, Yen Chuan in human form opened the door to the training room. Boom. Rolling black smoke gushed out as Yen Chuan stepped in and quickly closed the door of the cultivation hall. Inside the hall, the world-suppressing bronze coffin's artifact spirit attacked zombie Yen Chuan. Its enormous strength was actually stronger than zombie Yen Chuan's. 12th heaven? You haven't recovered to the peak of your first life. You are no match for me. The artifact spirit said in a low voice. Rumble. Zombie Yen Chuan struggled with all its might. Although I'm a little weaker than you in your first life, I'm still at the 14th heaven. Go in. The artifact spirit pushed zombie Yen Chuan, wanting to push zombie Yen Chuan step by step into the hall. At that moment, the door to the hall suddenly opened, and Yen Chuan in human form suddenly rushed in. The artifact spirit was fighting zombie Yen Chuan and couldn't free himself for a moment. When he suddenly looked over, his eyes turned cold. You've usurped life again in this life? The artifact spirit's expression changed. Universe in the palm. Zombie Yen Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom. In a hurry, the artifact spirit couldn't resist and was instantly pushed into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No, the artifact spirit exclaimed. Quang. The two Yen Chuan quickly closed the coffin lid. Rumble. The world-suppressing bronze coffin shook rapidly, and the artifact spirit inside seemed to want to rush out. Buzz! Let me out! The two Yen Chuan stuck to each side and quickly urged their strength to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Buzz! Yen Chuan and the artifact spirit were fighting for the ownership of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In the outside world, a group of queens quickly entered the netherworld from the Yang realm. Meow, Sister Zizi, what happened? Meow also rushed over anxiously. I don't know. Zizi shook her head. Meow, I'll go take a look. Meow stepped forward to go over. Don't go. Don't disturb the Emperor of Heaven. Gigazi shook his head. Meow. The Emperor of Heaven can handle it, so he didn't tell us anything. However, the Emperor of Heaven left in a hurry, so it should be very important. It's not good to disturb him and distract him. Gigazi said. All right. Miao nodded. Zizi, Zhaoafeng, Lu'er, and Mo Yushi waited anxiously. At the end of time and space, Emperor Qinglong and Tiangang fought for a while. Tiangang, you can't do anything to me. You alone are not enough to take back the Sword of Force. Emperor Qinglong laughed. Tiangang was flustered. Emperor Qinglong, you're shameless. Leave it with me for now. You can't take it back from me unless Lotus God comes. When he comes, let him take it back. Emperor Qinglong laughed. Tiangang was depressed. He had suffered a great loss this time. That was his strongest treasure. Although he was a transcendent, he was only at the 14th heaven. He couldn't take it back. When Lotus God comes, it will be your doomsday. Tiangang roared angrily. Ha 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 ha, I'll wait for him. Emperor Qinglong laughed. Whoosh! Emperor Qinglong fell to the ground. Tiangang stood alone at the end of time and space, feeling depressed. Why was he so unlucky? The Azure Dragon Emperor charged straight for the Astral Palace. Boom! Soon, he landed in front of Tiangang Palace. There were more than 200 experts standing in front of Tiangang Palace. Greetings, Master. The group of experts said respectfully. Master, 300 of our brothers died in the hands of Great Zhen's heavenly court. Master, please help us. Everyone said anxiously. Emperor Qinglong's eyes turned cold as he said, let's go. Follow me to the Great Qin city and meet this Yin Chuan. Yes, everyone was overjoyed. Chapter 14-15. Emperor Qinglong led his 200 subordinates and quickly flew towards the Great Qin city. Master, that's what happened. That's right, Master. Emperor Rosefinch sent a letter, and some of our brothers fell into Yin Chuan's hands. Emperor Rosefinch can't escape responsibility. Everyone described what had happened, and Emperor Qinglong fell into deep thought. Emperor Rosefinch, there's no need for him to collude with Yin Chuan. Perhaps it was an accident. Emperor Qinglong said in a low voice. Yes, although everyone was still brooding, they still nodded in agreement. On the other side, Emperor Rosefinch led 30 subordinates and quickly flew towards the Great Qin city. His subordinates followed behind Emperor Rosefinch without saying a word. At this moment, in the plaza in front of the central palace in the Great Qin city, a large number of officials, empresses, and Miao were standing. Although Yin Chuan didn't say anything, they knew that there was definitely danger in Yin Chuan's cultivation room. The empresses all looked worried. At the same time, at the peak of a mountain far away from the Great Qin city, the emperor carried a long saber on his back and stood on the peak of the mountain, looking over coldly. Although they were separated by a large hall, the emperor could feel the surging hostility in the hall. Yin Chuan? The emperor's eyes turned cold. The feelings he had for Yin Chuan in the past seemed to have completely disappeared. After looking at the hall filled with hostility for a while, the emperor turned to look at Lu'er, his other self. An intense look of worry appeared on Lu'er's face. Emotions are indeed the most useless thing. They only make people stupid. Not only was Yin Chuan unable to protect Lu'er, but he even made Lu'er worried. This place is indeed not suitable for Lu'er, the emperor said coldly. Whoosh! The emperor stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the Great Qin city. Stop! Immediately a guard shouted. However, just as he shouted, he was stunned. Empress? Countless guards revealed looks of astonishment. After all, the emperor looked exactly the same as Lu'er. Yigazi and the others also noticed the emperor flying over. With a wave of his hand, the guards quickly retreated. Boom! The emperor landed in front of the central palace. In front of the central hall, almost everyone suddenly looked at the emperor. Emperor? Lu'er asked in surprise. Emperor? Why are you here? Miao asked in surprise. The empresses looked at the emperor, but did not say anything. The emperor ignored the crowd and only looked at Lu'er. Lu'er, come with me. De Zhen is more dangerous, the emperor said in a deep voice. Ah! Lu'er's expression changed. Miao, Emperor, what are you doing? Didn't you ask Lu'er to stay? Why are you taking Lu'er away all of a sudden? Miao shouted. I've changed my mind, the emperor said in a deep voice. Lu'er's expression immediately became complicated. She shook her head. and a look of panic appeared on her face as she took a small step back. I won't go with you. Lu'er shook her head. The emperor's face darkened. Who? Gue Guzi, Hua Qiliang, Bai Qi, and the other officials blocked the emperor's path. As long as the empress was unwilling, no one could take the empress of Dezhen away. This was not only to protect Lu'er's will but also to protect Dezhen's dignity. If anyone came and took the empress away, where would Dezhen's dignity go? The officials immediately became vigilant, because they knew how powerful the emperor was. Why do you want to take me away? I feel pretty good in Dezhen. Lu'er shook her head. The emperor stared at Lu'er and said in a deep voice, I feel that it's very dangerous for you to stay in Dezhen. Yin Chuan caused you to frown even more, causing you to panic even more. Lu'er shook her head and said, This is called worry. Do you know? This is what you treasured the most in the past. What I treasured the most in the past. The emperor raised his brows as an inexplicable frustration grew in his heart. I'd rather not have worry. This is the best. The emperor shook his head. That's something that you've already lost. You've already forgotten its taste, but I remember. I'll keep it for you. I'll keep it all. One day, I'll return it to you. Lu'er said gently. I don't need it. The emperor shook his head. Lu'er showed some bitterness. I won't go back with you. I was in danger in the past, because I was willful. If I stay in Xianying, I won't be in danger. Don't make me end up like you. The emperor fell silent. After a while, he looked at Lu'er. The emperor knew that he had lost his emotions. However, were emotions really that good? Should he let Lu'er stay by Yin Chuan's side without regard for her safety? If something happened to Lu'er, the emperor would also be in trouble. Only by staying by his side could he ensure her safety. The emperor's gaze gradually became determined. He had to take Lu'er away. At the side, Zizi's expression changed. She immediately called out, Emperor. The emperor frowned and looked at Zizi. You handed Lu'er to Yin Chuan back then. If you want to take Lu'er away, shouldn't you wait for Yin Chuan to come out of seclusion and talk to him before taking Lu'er away? Zizi immediately said. The emperor looked at Zizi and fell silent. Although he wanted to take Lu'er away immediately, the emperor knew that he definitely had other plans in the past. He had to respect his past self and wait for Yin Chuan to come out. Most importantly, the emperor and Lu'er were the same person after all. He did not want to force himself too much. He still hoped that Lu'er could leave with him willingly. All right. I will wait for Yin Chuan to come out of seclusion. The emperor nodded. Gue Guzi and the others secretly sighed. Everyone waited patiently. 2 days later, boom! From the south, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly rushed over. Set up the formation. Gue Guzi's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Qin City's formation quickly activated. Outside the Great Qin City, billowing waves swept towards the Great Qin City. In an instant, a large number of mountain peaks outside the city collapsed, and a world-destroying might rushed down. The entire Great Qin City's formation seemed to be shaking violently. From afar, there were more than 200 people. The leader was dressed in a green robe. He had a broad face and a skull on his forehead. A ferocious domineering aura exuded from his body. There were more than 200 people behind him, and all of them had an aggressive aura. However, compared to the leader of the group, they were much weaker. Emperor Qinglong? Mournful Hua's expression darkened. The expressions of many officials in the Great Jin Empire changed, especially the second epic experts who had been recruited. At this moment, when they saw Emperor Qinglong, they were inexplicably panicked. After all, they had captured many of Emperor Qinglong's people not long ago. Emperor Qinglong's ferocity had already begun in the second epoch. Gue Guzi's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and stood at the head of the officials. He coldly looked at Emperor Qinglong in the distance. Just by standing in midair, half of the world seemed to have been dyed green. Before Emperor Qinglong could speak, suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the other side. Boom! The other half of the sky was dyed fiery red. The leader of the 31 people was dressed in a red robe. It was Miao Rulai. Miao Rulai. Gue Guzi's expression darkened. No, it's Emperor Rosefinch. Mournful Hua shook his head solemnly. Just Emperor Qinglong's arrival was enough to give Mournful Hua a headache. Now there was Emperor Rosefinch. Even though Mournful Hua was incomparably arrogant, he understood that the great Jin Empire was in danger. Emperor Qinglong turned to look at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch? Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. The subordinates behind him looked at Emperor Rosefinch, still brooding. Emperor Qinglong, haha, I underestimated the great Jin Empire not long ago, causing you to lose dozens of subordinates. I'm here to make up for my past mistakes. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, the ignorant are not guilty. I believe you. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Rosefinch nodded and smiled. I believe you must have sensed such a big matter. But you haven't been able to return. It seems like you have gained a lot, right? Emperor Qinglong looked at Emperor Rosefinch meaningfully, and finally nodded. That's right. Oh, there aren't many things in the world that you value. Could it be? Emperor Rosefinch's expression changed. The vermilion bird great emperor immediately thought of the first era. When he thought of this, he looked at the azure dragon great emperor with a hint of jealousy. However, Emperor Rosefinch hid it extremely well. He turned to look at the people in front of the central palace. Guiguzi, you again? Could it be that you're in charge of the great Jin Empire now? Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. This question was extremely harsh. The great Jin Empire was Yan Chuan's great Jin Empire. How could Guiguzi be in charge? Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. The great Jin Empire is the Heavenly Emperor's great Jin Empire. I'm just a subject. With Emperor Rosefinch's status, there's no need to taint his subject, right? Guiguzi said in a deep voice. Haha, where's Yan Chuan? Emperor Qinglong and I are both here. Is he still hiding? Emperor Rosefinch yelled in a deep voice. In an instant, the yell reverberated throughout the great Qin city. Everyone glared at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Qinglong smiled and stood in the air without saying a word. Below, the emperor narrowed his eyes. Lord, do you see that? Yan Chuan is causing trouble everywhere. Even I might not be a match for these two people. You should leave this place with me. The emperor whispered to Lu'er. Lu'er only bit her lips and shook her head. Within the cultivation palace, the two Yan Chuan activated the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The tremors from the coffin finally disappeared. However, the two of them still had their hands on the coffin. It seems that something has happened outside. The human Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The artifact spirit hasn't been buried alive. The human body will continue to refine it. The corpse will go out and deal with it. The zombie Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The two of them shared the same consciousness. At this moment, there was no need to be pretentious. The human Yan Chuan continued to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The zombie Yan Chuan stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and walked out of the palace. Quang! The door opened. The officials of Great Qin looked over. Inside the door, black gas was billowing, and no one could see what was inside. Quang! The zombie Yan Chuan extended his hand and closed the door of the cultivation palace. Emperor Qinglong and Emperor Rosefinch walked towards the central palace plaza step by step. Celestial Emperors, the officials said respectfully. When they saw the two celestial emperors arrive, some of the officials were still worried. After all, the two celestial emperors were too famous. Now that two of them had come, who could be a match for them? Now that Yan Chuan had walked out, everyone seemed to have found their backbone and secretly sighed. Everyone stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Celestial Emperor Qinglong? Celestial Emperor Rosefinch? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 14:16. Netherworld, Great Qin City. At the entrance of the central palace, Yan Chuan led the ministers and looked at Emperor Qinglong and Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Emperor Qinglong? Emperor Rosefinch? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong narrowed his eyes and examined Yan Chuan. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The body of a general? A cold smile appeared on Emperor Vermilion Bird's face. So what? Emperor Qinglong, didn't you want to ask Yan Chuan for someone? Now the person in question is here. Emperor Rosefinch. Yan Chuan suddenly said. Emperor Rosefinch looked over. Emperor Qinglong, I naturally know why you're here. However, I wonder why you've come to the Great Qin City. Yen Chuan stared at Emperor Rosefinch. At this moment, Emperor Qinglong seemed to have chosen to watch the show, and did not interrupt. Yen Chuan's expression was unfriendly as he stared at Emperor Rosefinch. Great Jun had captured 300 of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates, but they had never captured Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. Their grudge with Emperor Rosefinch was at most the past Miao Relai. What's the matter? Huh? Who are you to ask me what's the matter? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. How dare you? The ministers of Great Jun immediately berated. Yen Chuan waved his hand, and the ministers fell silent. Yen Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, my Great Jin Heavenly Court has no grudge with your Rosefinch Celestial Realm. You've suddenly offended me, so I won't pursue the matter. Next, it's between me and Emperor Qinglong. Please leave immediately or else. Or else what? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Or else, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yen Chuan's tone gradually became unfriendly. Ha 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 ha, reminding me? Yen Chuan, you're already at the end of the road. What else do you have to rely on? How dare you speak so arrogantly to me? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only Emperor Rosefinch, wasn't the only one who didn't believe him. Emperor Qinglong was well aware of Yen Chuan's strength. It could even be said that the entire Great Qin City wasn't his match. Yet he still wanted to offend Emperor Rosefinch at this time? I never speak nonsense when it comes to such matters. Emperor Rosefinch, go back to where you came from. Otherwise, you might never be able to return to your Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. You want to keep me here? Do you think you can keep me here? Emperor Rosefinch said in astonishment. At this moment, no one knew if Yen Chuan was crazy, or if Yen Chuan was scared silly. You want to keep me here? I'll say it again. If you don't leave now, it won't be so easy for you to leave later. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, it wasn't just Emperor Rosefinch and Emperor Qinglong's people. Even some of Great Qin's officials were confused. How could the Celestial Arch be so sure? That was Emperor Rosefinch, an expert from the Second Epoch. They didn't know how to describe the Celestial Arch. Pretending to be mysterious. Come on then. Make it so that I won't be able to return to the Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch naturally didn't believe him and shouted coldly. Yen Chuan smiled coldly, and turned to look at a large hall not far away. Gentlemen, I agree to your matter. Emperor Rosefinch will be handed over to the two of you. Almost everyone was slightly stunned. You have helpers? Emperor Rosefinch asked in confusion. From the moment you sent a message to Big Dipper Palace, I knew how narrow-minded you were. You can't even put aside the grudges from Miao Rulai. You'll definitely come to the Great Qin City to cause trouble. Yen Chuan said coldly. Big Dipper Palace sent a message? You have people in Big Dipper Palace? Rosefinch asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the door of the large hall slowly opened. Two figures walked out. One was dressed in a golden robe, and had a dignified expression. The other was dressed in a yellow robe, and carried a huge gourd on his back. Golden Arch? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Ha ha ha, Emperor Rosefinch, you're still so narrow-minded? The golden-robed Golden Arch laughed. Why are you here? Didn't Yen Chuan embarrass you? Emperor Rosefinch asked in surprise. You're talking about the East Sea and the Yang Realm? You're thinking too much. Golden Arch said coldly. Impossible. Even so, it's impossible for Yen Chuan to call you over so easily. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. There are some things that I don't need to tell you. Golden Arch said in a deep voice. Having said that, Golden Arch turned to Yen Chuan and said, Yen Chuan, remember your promise. Yen Chuan looked at Golden Arch and Shadi and said, It's up to the two of you. I'll do whatever you do. What if we kill Emperor Rosefinch? Shadi asked in a deep voice. Kill Emperor Rosefinch? Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Rosefinch looked at Shadi, who was carrying a huge gourd on his back. Where did this person come from? What a boastful tone. Yen Chuan stared at Shadi and took a deep breath. My body will fight to the death. What Yen Chuan meant was that one of the two bodies was ready to be sacrificed. Great. I'm also looking forward to the extreme of the Jiangchen body. Shadi nodded. Shadi turned his head, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He shot a glance at Emperor Rosefinch. Who are you? The Vermilion Bird Emperor asked in a low voice. Shadi. Shadi replied. He waved his hand, and the immortal slaying gourd flew out. Treasure, please turn around. Swish. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd towards Emperor Rosefinch. How dare you? One of Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. Boom. Wherever the white light passed, the powerhouses of the Second Epoch were instantly beheaded. The white light charged towards the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor without hesitation. Humph. The Vermilion Bird Emperor let out a cold snort and pointed his right finger at the white light. Boom. There was a loud collision and the void shattered. The white light flew back to the immortal slaying gourd. Emperor Huang Jin and Shadi charged towards Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, humph. You plotted against me in the Second Epoch. Did you expect this day to come? Take my punch. Emperor Huang Jin shouted. He threw a punch at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. He seemed to know how powerful Emperor Huang Jin was and quickly countered with a palm. Boom. The fist and palm collided. Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates were sent flying. Emperor Rosefinch was also sent flying for more than 100 feet. You brute. Emperor Rosefinch scolded. I'm just full of strength. So what? Humph. You plotted against me because you were jealous of my strength. You want to refine my strength? Dream on. Emperor Huang Jin shouted. Boom. Emperor Huang Jin, Shadi, and Emperor Rosefinch were locked in a stalemate. They moved further and further away as they moved towards the distant sky. Emperor Qinglong had been watching in silence. The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong were astonished. Emperor Huang Jin? Heh. Yan Chuan, you really know how to find people? Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Of course. If I asked Emperor Huang Jin to deal with you, he would definitely be unwilling to accept this grudge. However, Emperor Rosefinch is different. The two of them already have a grudge against each other. With my promise, he would naturally be willing to do me a favor. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Golden Great Emperor is looking for trouble when he has nothing to do with you. It's impossible for him to do it. It's a thankless task, just like Vermilion Bird Great Emperor. This time he's also looking for trouble. He came to my Great Jin Empire to cause trouble. Naturally, it's a thankless task. I don't think you're grateful to him for coming to help you, right? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong looked at Yan Chuan and said, It's a pity that you're cultivating the body of generals and ministers. You succeed and fail because of this body. Emperor Qinglong, you don't have to worry about this. I don't think you came all the way here just to lament about this, right? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ha, that's right. Of course not. I'm observing the starry sky. Most of the 300 people under me, who came here to cause trouble, are still alive. Let them out. Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Emperor Qinglong, it seems like you believed the letter I sent to you. Moreover, you must have obtained great benefits from Tiangang. Emperor Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Tiangang's subordinate, the Snake Emperor, is the supreme beast of the Great Jin Serpent tribe. I'm sure you're aware of this. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Snake Emperor? The person Tiangang trusts the most? The supreme beast of the Great Jin Serpent tribe? Qinglong's face sank. That's right. Everything was premeditated. Otherwise, how could you have obtained benefits from Tiangang so easily? Why would he compromise again and again just to stall for time? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. I see. All right, let my subordinates out. Let's forget about this grudge. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Qinglong understood that if it weren't for Yan Chuan's premeditated plan, Tiangang wouldn't have been fooled, and he wouldn't have obtained the sword so easily. Therefore, he owed Yan Chuan a favor. Moreover, Yan Chuan was very honest. Although his subordinates were captured, they didn't seem to have died. Therefore, Emperor Qinglong wanted to forget about this grudge. Forget about it? The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong frowned slightly, but no one said anything. As for the officials of Great Jun, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A huge crisis was resolved just like that? It was a false alarm. Countless officials revealed smiles. However, Yin Chuan, who was at the front, shook his head and said, Emperor Qinglong, leave immediately. Let's forget about it. Huh. Emperor Qinglong's face sank. Yin Chuan wasn't willing to let go of his subordinates? Great Emperor Azure Dragon, the country has its own laws. Unless Great Jun has no other choice. Great Jun has never shown mercy to those who have violated Great Jun. Let your subordinates reflect into Jun's heavenly prison. I'll release them when they're done reflecting, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Emperor Qinglong glared. Yin Chuan didn't back down at all. He stared coldly at Emperor Qinglong. Those 300 people had already been crippled by the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Letting them go would only increase their hatred. It was better to imprison them in Great Jun. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down became tense again. Emperor Qinglong, you have already gotten what you wanted from Big Dipper. You should be satisfied. Don't tell me you want to obtain Big Dipper's treasures without any losses, and then transfer Big Dipper's hatred to me? How can there be such a good thing in the world? There are gains and losses. Please go back. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What if I insist on taking them away? Emperor Qinglong asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Emperor Qinglong released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky. Instantly, countless cultivators in the Great Qin city couldn't breathe. Chapter 14-17. Great Emperor Rosefinch against Great Emperor Huangjin and Shadi. Great Emperor Rosefinch was naturally aware of Great Emperor Huangjin's strength. However, Shadi's strength surprised Great Emperor Rosefinch time and time again. Treasure, please turn around. The Immortal slaying flying saber turned into a stream of light and shot out, instantly colliding with Great Emperor Rosefinch. Boom! The Immortal slaying flying saber flew back instantly. A bloody wound appeared on Great Emperor Rosefinch's shoulder. Impossible! Who are you? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you really don't have a good memory. Don't you remember? Great Emperor Huangjin sneered. Gourd. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes widened. I remember now. In the second epoch, 2 people came to my vermilion bird celestial realm to cause trouble. One of them held a green-skinned gourd and released a sky full of fire crows to compete with my fire vermilion bird. The other was a violet gourd that could absorb all things. They claimed to be from the divine realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. You remember now? That's 4th brother's fire crow gourd and 7th brother's primordial gourd. Shadi said coldly. 4th brother? 7th brother? You're also from the divine realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. Shadi sneered. Boom! Shadi's attacks became more and more ferocious. In front of the central palace. What if I insist on taking them away? Great Emperor Qinglong asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Great Emperor Qinglong released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky, instantly suppressing countless cultivators in the Great Qin city and suffocating them. Yin Chuan took a step forward and said without backing down, Great Emperor Qinglong, I've considered Great Emperor Rosefinch. Do you think I won't consider you? Huh. Great Emperor Qinglong's face darkened. Yin Chuan didn't waste any more time and looked at another palace in the distance. Quang. The door to the hall opened with a bang, revealing a black-robed man drinking from a cup. Tongtian sect leader? Many of the ministers recognized him at a glance. I was just thinking, what are you going to do with 2 great emperors? I didn't expect you to invite Golden Sovereign aside from me. Tongtian laughed heartily. Who? Instantly, the prime of Tongtian appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Can you handle this battle? Yin Chuan looked at Tongtian and asked. Skirich glanced at martial monarch Qinglong and said with a frown, the martial monarchs of the second epoch are not weaker than my teacher. However, I've also reached the 15th heavenly layer in the battle in the past. I'll lend you a hand for the sake of our friendship. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Then, Yin Chuan looked at martial monarch Qinglong again. Martial monarch Qinglong, you've seen it. Please go back. The treasures of Tiangang should be able to offset your losses. Yan Chuan advised again. Yan Chuan, you're indeed scheming. However, if you were me, would you just leave? Martial monarch Qinglong said with a smile. No. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. That's enough. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me the means to make me leave. Martial monarch Qinglong said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. It seems like I still have to take action. Tong Tian-sek laughed. Yan Chuan nodded. Martial monarch Qinglong looked at Tong Tian-sek leader. Tong Tian-sek leader? I've heard of your name in this life. The strongest disciple of Hongjun? Let me see what you're capable of. Martial monarch Qinglong said in a deep voice. Then, Martial monarch Qinglong waved his hand and said, without my order, no one is allowed to take action. Yes, everyone replied. Tong Tian-sek leader stared at Martial monarch Qinglong. He took a deep breath and pulled out the god-slaying sword from his back. God-slaying sword. Tong Tian-sek leader shouted. The god-slaying sword in his hand shot towards Martial monarch Qinglong. Boom. A purple sword ray pierced through the void and charged towards Martial monarch Qinglong. Martial monarch Qinglong reached out his hand and grabbed. A green dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom. The sword and claw collided, and the sound shook the heavens and earth. Tong Tian-sek leader took a step forward and shot towards Martial monarch Qinglong. Boom. The two peerless experts began to fight. SSSS. 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 Tong Tian-sek leader's sword Dao was extremely sharp. In an instant, the sky was filled with Tong Tian-sek leader's silhouettes. As he swung his body, huge sword marks were left behind. The void was torn countless times. The battle between the two continued to rise to the sky. Martial monarch Qinglong's subordinates frowned. The battle between Martial monarch Qinglong and Tong Tian-sek leader was too fast. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even see their movements clearly. They could only see the claw marks and sword marks. Every sword mark was like a heavenly river. In the sky above the Great Qin city, billions of black holes appeared. This battle lasted for an entire day. Tong Tian-sek leader, your sword Dao is indeed powerful. Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. It's not enough. Tong Tian-sek leader has tried his best, but he's still no match for Martial monarch Qinglong. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, that can't be. I saw that the two of them were evenly matched. Meow said in confusion. Look again. Yan Chuan said. Boom. In the sky, Martial monarch Qinglong seemed to be a little annoyed. Suddenly billions of green lights burst out from his body. As soon as the green lights appeared, they surged in all directions like an ocean. They instantly filled up all the sword marks left by Tong Tian-sek leader and dyed the entire starry sky green. In the green starry sky, Martial monarch Qinglong's strength seemed to have skyrocketed. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The great emperor altar of the martial monarch karmic rank? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. He saw that the heaven and earth altar wasn't round like Yan Chuan's. Instead, it was a triangle. However, one side was an arc. It was like 1/9 of a circle. Martial monarch Qinglong stepped on this strange great emperor altar. His strength skyrocketed. Suddenly he threw a punch. Boom! Tong Tian-sek leader was instantly sent flying. However, Tong Tian-sek leader swung his long hair and charged forward again. The speed of the immortal slaying sword in his hand became faster and faster. Boom! Boom! Martial monarch Qinglong instantly gained the upper hand. Great emperor altar? Are the other great emperor's altars the same? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Hua nodded. Yes, the heaven and earth altar of the great emperors are the same. That's not right. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ha! This great emperor altar is 1/9 of a circle. Then wouldn't 9 great emperor altars form a perfect circle? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah! Desolation Hua's face changed. In the past, he only knew that the great emperors were fierce, and the great emperor altars had a special shape. However, he had never thought that 9 great emperor altars could be combined. Heavenly Emperor, according to what you said, it does seem to be the case. 9 great emperor altars can be combined to form a huge circular altar. However, if that's the case, wouldn't there only be 9 great emperor karmic ranks in the world? Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. That's right. So there's only one way to become a great emperor, that you mentioned previously. You can't be born on your own. You can only take it from the 9 great emperors. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Desolation Hua nodded. High up in the sky, the prime of Tongtian kept attacking. However, martial monarch Qing Long was too strong. His body was covered with green scales. Even if the prime of Tongtian's sword hit his body, it could not break through martial monarch Qing Long's defense. How strong is martial monarch Qing Long? Miao frowned. Peak of level 15. However, with the great emperor karmic rank, his strength might be able to reach level 16. Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Miao! Miao exclaimed. Tongtian can't stop martial monarch Qing Long. Giga Zi said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan nodded. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. Heavenly Emperor, let me go. Desolation Hua suddenly laughed. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at Desolation Hua. It's the 7th of June. Desolation Hua said. At this moment, the heavenly calamitous lone star of the Yang realm had suddenly turned scarlet from its original silver color. A scarlet starlight shot towards Desolation Hua. Boom! Hua Desolation's robes turned scarlet in an instant. His eyes also turned scarlet. Rolling demonic aura emanated from Hua Desolation. The 7th of June, the heavenly calamity bull duel? Yan Chuan stared at Desolation Hua. Phew, Heavenly Emperor. I am now at level 15. Please allow me to fight. Desolation Hua exuded a wave of demonic qi. Allow. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. Desolation Hua took a step forward and rushed into the starry sky with a red light. Whoosh. Soon, he arrived at martial monarch Qing Long's battlefield. Prime of Tongtian, let me help you. Demonic heart slash. Desolation Hua slashed with his long sword. Boom. A force that was not weaker than the fairy slayer sword slammed towards martial monarch Qing Long. Heavenly calamity of the Yang world? Humph. Martial monarch Qing Long snorted. Boom. Martial monarch Qing Long struck with his claw. 1 against 2. Martial monarch Qing Long's body changed rapidly. Gradually, he turned from a human into a huge green dragon. Qing Long was majestic. He was fighting 2 alone. With a swing of his tail, a large area of the void was swept into a black hole. Roar! Qing Long let out a loud roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the underworld. The roar was so majestic that all the underworld experts stopped what they were doing and listened to the dragon's roar from the east. Roar! On the other side, martial monarch Rosefinch turned into a huge rosefinch. He burned the starry sky as he fought with martial monarch Huang Jin and Shadi. However, the battle between the two sides was different. Martial monarch Huang Jin and Shadi suppressed martial monarch Rosefinch. On the other hand, martial monarch Qing Long suppressed Desolation Hua and Prime of Tongtian alone. In front of the central palace. Heavenly Emperor, martial monarch Qing Long is really fierce. Giga Zi said in a deep voice. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. As they spoke, Yan Chuan looked at the Sea of Providence and said loudly, People of Dajin, the great Qin city is being attacked by enemies. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me repel the enemies. Roar! The huge dragon above the Sea of Providence roared. The sound spread throughout the world. In an instant, the people of Dajin quickly raised their right hand. The 30 domains of the underworld surged toward Yan Chuan. Giga Zi immediately stepped forward and said, Heavenly Emperor, the battle in the starry sky is too fierce. Your current cultivation, I think it's better not to take the risk. I have the body of a general. Even martial monarch Qing Long can't easily break my body. I may not be able to severely injure martial monarch Qing Long, but I can interfere with his battle and give Prime of Tongtian and Desolation Hua a better chance to fight. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, Rumble! The power of the world surged into Yan Chuan's body. Chapter 14:18. Yan Chuan flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Boom! the Black Dragon's Great Tao, and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao were all used. Yin Chuan charged into the battlefield with all his might. Desolation Hua and the Prime of Tongtian fought against Emperor Qing Long on the left and right. Yin Chuan went straight for the middle. Roar! He grabbed at Emperor Qing Long's reverse scale. Emperor Qing Long's face turned cold as a huge dragon claw grabbed at Yin Chuan. Boom! The zombie claw clashed with the dragon claw. Even with the Black Dragon's Great Tao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao, it was still far from enough. Boom! In an instant, Yin Chuan was sent flying. However, it still gave the Prime of Tongtian some time to react. Screech! The fairy-slaying sword slashed across Emperor Qing Long's dragon body and left a sword mark on one of the dragon scales. Roar! The furious Qing Long roared as he swung his dragon tail and hit the Prime of Tongtian. Boom! The Prime of Tongtian was sent flying again. With the addition of Yin Chuan, the gap between the two sides was narrowing. However, Emperor Qing Long was still able to suppress the three of them. Yin Chuan, the Prime of Tongtian, and Desolation Hua were constantly sent flying. Especially Yin Chuan, the difference in cultivation was too big. Even with the power of a country, he was still far from being able to defeat Emperor Qing Long. He was smashed into stars many times. However, Yin Chuan had the body of a general after all. His body was tough. Even though his robe was torn, there were no injuries on his body. Roar! The battle continued. Below, Emperor Qing Long and Emperor Rosefinch were watching the battle. Gui Guzi took a look and said, "My colleagues." Yao Tianshang and the others turned to look at him. Emperor Qing Long's men will naturally be dealt with by the Celestial Emperor. As for Emperor Rosefinch's men? What do you all think? Gui Guzi asked in a deep voice. Those who came to offend the Great Jin should be punished. Li Si's eyes turned cold. The others nodded in agreement. Take him down! Gui Guzi shouted. Boom! Great Perfection's experts immediately charged forward. The sudden attack caused the expressions of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates to change. However, when they saw that De Zhen's people weren't coming for them, they ignored them. Bastard, how dare you! Emperor Rosefinch's 29 subordinates immediately exclaimed. Outside the Great Qin city, it was incredibly chaotic. As for Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, they did not intend to help at all. One reason was because of Emperor Qing Long's orders, and the other reason was because Emperor Rosefinch had allowed his brothers to fall into Yin Chuan's hands. So he did not have a good impression of him. There was a huge battle outside the city. The empresses stared at the sky anxiously. In the sky, although Yin Chuan's Jiangqin body was powerful, his strength was still much weaker than Emperor Qing Long's. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. The empresses all clenched their fists. Don't let anything happen to him. Don't let anything happen to him. Luo whispered worriedly. At the side, the emperor laughed coldly and said, Luo, I can help Yin Chuan drive away Emperor Qing Long. Ah. Luo looked at the emperor in surprise. You know about our birth? If I interfere again, even if I can't defeat Emperor Qing Long, at least the disadvantage will disappear, the emperor said with certainty. Then, you go and help Yin Chuan, Luo immediately said. However, the emperor shook his head and stared at Luo. Luo bit her lips. After driving away Emperor Qing Long, you will leave with me, the emperor said in a deep voice. A strong reluctance flashed across Luo's eyes. She felt wronged. She stared at the emperor for a while and finally nodded. As long as Yin Chuan is fine, I will leave with you. The emperor should have been happy. However, when he saw Luo's wronged expression, he felt irritated. Was this what emotions were like? Did she have her own emotions? She could let herself be wronged and do things that she was unwilling to do for Yin Chuan? Luo's behavior should be how he was back then. Irritated, the emperor became more and more irritated. Roar! With a loud roar, the emperor's body suddenly underwent a huge change. His original human form gradually turned into a huge monster. He was covered in blood, and a pair of huge wings spread out. With a ferocious expression, he held his saber and looked at the starry sky. The expressions of De Zhen's officials changed, and they quickly stood in front of the empresses. However, the emperor did not attack them. Instead, he roared and charged into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield in the starry sky. Roar! A vast saber energy slashed vertically at Emperor Qinglong. The power of this saber energy was not weaker than the sect leader of Tongtian's fairy-slaying sword. The emperor broke through again? Miao exclaimed in surprise. Boom! As expected, the moment the emperor charged into the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. It turned into a desolate demon sword. The sect leader of Tongtian's fairy-slaying sword slashed at both sides of Emperor Qinglong. When Emperor Qinglong blocked the attack, the emperor's saber slashed at his back. A huge green saber energy tore through the void ferociously. He swung his dragon tail, and it collided with the saber energy. In this way, Emperor Qinglong's central gate was wide open. Yanquan instantly charged into the central gate. Corpse Dark Claw! Yanquan shouted. Boom! A huge black claw crashed into Emperor Qinglong's reverse scale. A piece of the dragon scale was torn off, and a large amount of blood spurted out, heading straight for Yanquan. Roar! Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. Then his body shook violently. Boom! Desolate Hua, the sect leader of Tongtian, the emperor, and Yanquan were instantly sent flying. The moment they were sent flying, Yanquan realized that Emperor Qinglong's blood had stained the black dragon path. Whoosh! It was instantly absorbed by the black dragon that was circling the path. It comes from the same source as the black dragon. Qinglong's path is also a pseudo-real dragon? Yanquan's eyes lit up. Boom! The four of them quickly stabilized themselves. Emperor Qinglong roared, and looked coldly at the four of them. It was the first time that he had been injured. Although Desolate Hua and the sect leader of Tongtian were injured, it was the first time that he had been injured. Emperor Qinglong! Yanquan suddenly shouted. Emperor Qinglong turned his head, and looked coldly at Yanquan. Forget about the previous incident. Now, you have seen it for yourself. If you want to injure us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Emperor Qinglong said coldly. You don't have to be afraid. Even if the four of us work together, we might not be able to defeat you. What happened just now was just a coincidence. However, you should know that even if it was a coincidence, there might still be a second time. If you want to kill the four of us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Am I right? Yanquan said with a sinister smile. Emperor Qinglong looked coldly at Yanquan. I think that the people of Dezhun are not the only ones who are watching this battle. All the peerless experts in the underworld must be watching this battle, including the experts in the Yang world. Once you are injured, do you think that they will sit and wait for you to recover? At the very least, I don't think Tiangang will. He will not wait for you to recover before taking back his treasure. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong snorted coldly, but did not attack again. Your subordinates are still alive. Isn't that enough for you? There are gains and losses. Please respect yourself. Yanquan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong stared coldly at Yanquan. Around them, the sect leader of Tongtian, Desolate Hua, and the emperor did not attack again. They all stared warily at Emperor Qinglong. Yanquan did not give in and looked coldly. The difference in their cultivation was too big. He could only use his aura to force his enemy back. When his cultivation recovered, he could then use his strength to defeat his enemy. After watching for a while, Emperor Qinglong suddenly laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Roar. He swung his dragon head and dived down. My lord, the subordinates shouted. Let's go. Emperor Qinglong shouted. Boom. Emperor Qinglong gathered his subordinates and rushed towards the south. With a rumble, the Azure Dragon Emperor's party disappeared without a trace. You're really decisive, Yanquan said in a deep voice. The sect leader of Tongtian, the emperor and Desolate Hua narrowed their eyes and stared into the distance. The great Jin officials below all cheered. Only one side opened their mouths in shock. It was Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. They were all captured. Seeing Emperor Qinglong leave with his subordinates, everyone broke down. We're here to help you. How can you leave on your own? These people were not the only ones who were depressed. In another part of the starry sky, Emperor Rosefinch was also very depressed. He was suppressed by the Golden Emperor and Shadi. He was already depressed enough. He was waiting for Emperor Qinglong to deal with his opponents before coming to help him. However, in the end, Emperor Qinglong ran away on his own? This was not right. Why did he come to the great Qin city from the Rosefinch celestial realm? Was it strange? The Golden Emperor and Shadi would not let Emperor Rosefinch go. The battle became fiercer and fiercer. Loud explosions spread throughout the underworld. Boom! Boom! Bastard! In his anger, Emperor Rosefinch could only retreat as he fought. He retreated to the celestial realm, in the south of the Rosefinch celestial realm. The battle went further and further away. Gradually, the three figures could not be seen. However, loud explosions came from the sky, indicating that the battle was still going on. Yin Chuan and the others flew to the square in front of the central palace. Everyone was cheering. The group of empresses also revealed gratified smiles. "All right, Luer, come with me," the emperor suddenly said. Luer's happy face suddenly froze. "Go? Where to?" Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Luer frowned and looked wronged. She did not know what to say. "Luer promised me that I would help you retreat." "Emperor Qinglong, Luer, come with me," the emperor said in a deep voice. "Luer, is that so?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. "Yes," Luer said bitterly. "All right, Emperor Qinglong has retreated. Come with me," the emperor said again. "No," Yin Chuan immediately shouted. He quickly stood in front of Luer and looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. "Yin Chuan, this is Luer's decision. It has nothing to do with you. Let her go with me," the emperor said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. "Luer is my wife. How can I let her go with you?" Emperor, this is also your original wish. Luer stayed in Great Jun so that you could not take her away. I thank you for this battle. However, this gratitude cannot be exchanged for Luer." Yin Chuan shook his head and said. Chapter 1419. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Outside the central palace. Everyone was waiting. Some officials even grabbed the hilt of their swords to prevent any accidents. Outside the palace, the empresses looked worried. Luer stood at the side and looked at the closed door in front of her. She bit her lips, and her nails almost pierced into her palms. She was extremely anxious. Not far away, Mournful Hua and the Prime of Tongtian stood together. The Prime of Tongtian took out a glass of wine from somewhere and sipped it gently as he looked at the central palace with a curious smile. Mournful Hua frowned deeply. "That empress? Why didn't the celestial Varch let us interfere? With our strength, we might be able to force her away." Mournful Hua frowned. "Because there's a relationship involved." The Prime of Tongtian smiled. Mournful Hua was puzzled. Just now, when Yin Chuan was staring at Empress, why did she suddenly transform into her human form? The Prime of Tongtian smiled. "Is there a connection?" "Of course there is. Empress wants to take Luer away. With her normal rationality, it's impossible for her to cancel her transformation. After all, if she doesn't transform, she's inferior to you and me. However, she still somehow returned to her human form," the Prime of Tongtian said with certainty. "What does that mean?" "It means that she still cares about Yin Chuan's gaze," the Prime of Tongtian said confidently. "That's impossible. She's a lifeless soul. All her emotions have been transferred to the Empress," Mournful Hua said in surprise. "Perhaps." The Prime of Tongtian took a sip of wine and smiled. Everyone was waiting for the result in the central palace. Only Yin Chuan and Empress were in the central palace. The two of them looked at each other. A complicated look flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes, while Empress's eyes were cold. She smiled bitterly. "Luer carried your emotions. Only from Luer did I understand how much you loved me back then. Thank you for your love back then. You called me in just to say this," Empress asked in a deep voice. "Back then, I didn't know about this feeling. Hence, I wasn't able to grasp it. Many times, I thought that ever since you found out about the murderer of your father in the sealed world, there would be no ending between us. However, everything didn't seem to be the case. Back then, I couldn't grasp it. Now that I've grasped it, how can I give it up? Yanchuan softly spoke. The emperor frowned. Lu'er, I won't let her go. I won't let her or you down. Therefore, I must keep Lu'er here. Yanchuan took a deep breath and said. The emperor's eyes widened. Against Emperor Qinglong. Without you, Tongtian desolation. And I might have been in a more tragic situation. However, we would have been able to force Emperor Qinglong away in the end. After all, many people were watching him back then. He only fought with us because he thought that he could get rid of us easily. Once he realized that the battle would cause him to pay a huge price, and even risk being attacked by other emperors, he would have stopped immediately. Hence, your help this time only allowed us to resolve the crisis unscathed. I won't give Lu'er to you. However, I can repay you what I owe you. Yanchuan said in a deep voice. What? The emperor frowned. It's inconvenient for the officials outside the hall to see me. However, I can do it here. I'll let you slash me. Just pretend that I was severely injured by Emperor Qinglong without you attacking. Yanchuan stepped forward and said. What? The emperor was shocked again. Come on. Don't worry. You can't kill me. Yanchuan smiled and took another step forward. Yanchuan asked the emperor to slash him? For a moment, the emperor looked at Yanchuan in shock. His eyelids twitched wildly. Yanchuan took another step forward and used his hand to draw a line across his shoulder. Should I stab from here? After taking a step forward, the emperor unconsciously took a step back. It was as if he was forced by Yanchuan's aura. After taking a step back, Yanchuan's eyes lit up. However, the emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yanchuan, you're courting death. The emperor's eyes turned cold. Buzz! The emperor slashed the long saber in his hand toward Yanchuan's head. Boom! The saber slashed across. It was as if two strong winds were blowing against the saber. The huge saber instantly reached the top of Yanchuan's head. Yanchuan stared at the emperor without blinking. Buzz! The saber suddenly stopped an inch away from Yanchuan's scalp. Phew! Phew! The emperor suddenly breathed heavily and stared at Yanchuan. Why didn't you dodge? The emperor's cheeks were suddenly covered with sweat. He stared coldly at Yanchuan. Yanchuan took another step forward and let the emperor's saber rest on his neck. I won't dodge. Come on. Cut it down. Yanchuan stared at the emperor and said again. The emperor stared at Yanchuan. For a moment, the emperor's heavy breathing seemed to be heard in the hall. The saber was resting on Yanchuan's neck. Although the emperor's eyes were cold, his hands were trembling slightly. Yanchuan stared at the emperor. The emperor stared at Yanchuan without any hesitation. However, the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. After a long time, a drop of sweat finally reached its peak on his chin and suddenly dripped down. Pa! The drop of sweat fell to the ground. You're a madman. The emperor suddenly yelled. He put away his saber and opened the door. Phew! The emperor stepped into the sky and instantly flew into the sky, disappearing in front of everyone. Outside the central palace, almost everyone looked at this scene in confusion. What happened in the central palace? The emperor was such a cold person. Why did he suddenly panic? For a moment, the officials had all kinds of strange thoughts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Yanchuan watched as the emperor's figure disappeared into the sky. For a moment he sighed. Meow, Yanchuan, what were you talking about just now? You even used a formation to block it. You didn't molest the emperor, right? Meow immediately jumped over. No. Yanchuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. After the emperor left, a crisis seemed to have been resolved. Only the sounds of Emperor Rosefinch's battle could be heard. Countless experts in the underworld paid attention to the battle in the Great Qin city. Among them, the one who paid the most attention was Tiangang. Tiangang was originally filled with resentment after Emperor Qinglong took his sword of power. But when he saw Rosefinch and Qinglong go to the Great Qin city, the resentment in his heart eased a little. However, as he stood in the starry sky and watched, Tiangang became more and more depressed. As Emperor Huangjin, Shadi Skirich, the emperor, and Desolation appeared, Tiangang was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. That's it. That's it. Tiangang stood in the starry sky with a dazed look on his face. After countless schemes, in the end, Yen Chuan was still fine. Instead, he had lost his sword of power. Emperor Qinglong, you coward! Bastard! Tiangang roared angrily. After roaring for a while, Tiangang charged down and charged towards the inner south continent's Tiangang Palace. Boom! Tiangang quickly returned to his Tiangang Palace. Snake Emperor, get out here. You came up with a good plan. Tiangang roared. However, after roaring for a long time, the Snake Emperor did not appear. After a while, a servant came over. Master, Lord Snake Emperor has disappeared, the servant said. What? Disappeared? Tiangang asked in confusion. Yes. When Emperor Qinglong appeared, the Snake Emperor disappeared and took all of Lord Snake Emperor's treasures. The servant said. What treasures? Tiangang asked in confusion. The lords of the second epoch were subdued by his lordship. Snake's sovereign told everyone that his lordship wanted to help everyone improve the quality of their Dharma treasures and needed to borrow them. In the end, Snake's sovereign took all the Dharma treasures and vanished without a trace. What? When did I say that? Tiangang immediately shouted. That's what the Snake Emperor said. The servant said. Tiangang was stunned as if he had thought of a possibility. However, Tiangang could not accept that possibility. Impossible. How could my eyes be wrong? The Snake Emperor wouldn't betray me, Tiangang said in a low voice. At that moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Wouldn't? He Tiangang, you were deceived by the Snake Emperor. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. A voice came, making the irritated Tiangang even more irritated. The Nether King and Ming Tianhan stepped into the palace. Oh, why are you here together? Tiangang said in a low voice. I have long noticed that there was something wrong with the Snake Emperor. I told you many times, but you didn't believe me. This time, the Snake Emperor presided over everything in the Tiangang Palace. I always felt that something was wrong. However, he said that everything was requested by you. Now you regret it, right? Tiangang was unhappy when he saw the Nether King's expression. Lord Tiangang, this is the information that the Nether King told me to investigate. I used all of the intelligence systems in the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and finally found it. Take a look. Ming Tianhan handed over a jade slip. Tiangang immediately took it and quickly read it. Great Perfection Heavenly Court, Snake Race Sovereign? Yen Chuan set up a trap in the sealed world? Tiangang said in astonishment. Yes. Ming Tianhan nodded. Let me tell you, this Yen Chuan is someone that even the Lord values. How can he be easy to deal with? I know him the best. This person has many schemes. Perhaps the Snake Emperor isn't the only one. You might have his people by your side. The Nether King said. Impossible. Tiangang shouted. Impossible? Not necessarily. Think about the Snake Emperor. Didn't he betray you? Moreover, you've given him all the authority of the 12 territories. The people he promoted are definitely problematic. Who knows when they'll suddenly bite you back? The Nether King said in a low voice. Tiangang's expression changed. He looked at his subordinates and didn't know whether to believe it or not. Let my 12 palaces help you rearrange your subordinates. The Nether King said with a smile. No, I don't believe you. Tiangang immediately shouted. Oh, do you think I don't know? You are Yen Chuan's son, Yen Dongen. Tiangang. It is true that I am Yen Chuan's son. However, I am only loyal to the Lord. The Lord knows that I have no emotions. I am helping you out of goodwill, but you don't trust me? The Nether King said. I don't trust you. I would rather trust Ming Tianhan. At the very least, Ming Tianhan has a great enmity with Yen Chuan. Tiangang shouted. Good. Tiangang, you idiot. The Nether King angrily stepped out of the hall. Only Ming Tianhan remained in the hall. Haha Tiangang, you are both working for the Lord. Why do you have to be so stiff with the Nether King? Ming Tianhan said with a bitter smile. I just don't like him. Ming Tianhan, you are the heavenly emperor of a country. You are the most knowledgeable in this field. I will have to trouble you. Tiangang said. You and I are both working for the Lord. Since you have asked, I will do my best. Ming Tianhan nodded. Chapter 1420. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study room. Celestial Emperor, the prime of Tongtian has returned. Li Si reported. The battle in the southern outer continent has ended, right? Yen Chuan asked. Yes. Golden Emperor and Sha Di pursued Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the way to Rosefinch's celestial realm, in the southern outer continent. Great Emperor Rosefinch was severely injured. However, with the support of Rosefinch's celestial realm, Golden Emperor and Sha Di could do nothing about it. In the end, they chose to leave. Li Si said. That's enough. At least Great Emperor Rosefinch won't be in the mood to run around in the near future. Yen Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, what did you ask us to do when you invited Golden Emperor? Li Si asked curiously. Yen Chuan glanced at Li Si. He took a deep breath and said frankly, to deal with Great Emperor Ziwei. Oh, Great Emperor Ziwei is so powerful? So powerful that Golden Emperor and Sha Di don't dare to face him directly? Do you need help? Li Si was surprised. A Legion commander is a level 15. Of course Great Emperor Ziwei is powerful. Yen Chuan nodded. But, Li Si said worriedly, don't worry. I have my own considerations. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Li Si nodded. The most important thing now is the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent. Hurry up. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi and the others are ready. They are just waiting for your order to go to the 6 territories. Li Si said seriously. Then go. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. A year later. Great Qin City, upper study room. Celestial Emperor. The last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent have all belonged to Great Zhen. From now on, the eastern outer continent will belong to Great Zhen's celestial court. Li Si said with a smile. Yen Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Celestial Emperor. Something bad has happened in the north outer continent. Lu Gang said solemnly. Oh. Yen Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Emperor Qing Long brought his subordinates to the Yang realm and established the celestial realm of Qing Long in the Yang realm's north outer continent. He clashed with the Azure Palace and eventually forced the prime of Tongtian to leave. Lu Gang said solemnly. Emperor Qing Long forced sect leader Tongtian to leave? Have you taken over the north outer continent? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang smiled bitterly. What about the Master of Heaven? Yen Chuan asked. His whereabouts are unknown. However, according to the news from the guards, Tongtian left with a group of disciples in the end. Emperor Qing Long did not capture Tongtian. Lu Gang said in a deep voice. Yen Chuan was silent for a while. After a while he said solemnly, this time perhaps De Jin owes him. Order the guards to pay attention to Tongtian's whereabouts at all times. I want to know immediately. Yes, Lu Gang answered. Just as Yen Chuan and the officials were dealing with De Jin's affairs, boom! Within the Great Qin City, a loud metallic clang sounded out. Countless officials' expressions changed. Only Yen Chuan's expression remained the same. Yen Chuan led the officials out of the study room and walked to the training room. Creak. The door to the training room opened, and Yen Chuan stepped out in his human form. It had been more than a year. Yen Chuan looked a little haggard, but he was in a good mood. He smiled when he saw everyone. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Everyone said respectfully. Yen Chuan nodded. He stepped forward and flew toward the Yellow Springs Road. In the blink of an eye, he left the Netherworld and went to Xianying City in the Yang realm. I will be in seclusion for a few days. If there are any important matters, send them to Xianying. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Although the officials did not understand, they still nodded. Yen Chuan stepped into the hall. Creak. The door to the hall closed. There was a huge bronze coffin in the training room. The world-suppressing bronze coffin. It's finally done. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Roar. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble. The world-suppressing bronze coffin flew up and was swallowed by Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan sat cross-legged and continued to refine the treasure of his first life. In more than a year, many things happened in De Jin. Similarly, many things also happened in the Netherworld's south continent. With the help of Ming Tianhan, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, Tiangang cleared out all the spies and quickly gained absolute control of his 12 territories. One day in the Tiangang palace, the snake emperor really did lie to me. He said that it would take a lot of time and effort to unify the 12 weaves, but you managed to do it all in a single year. Astral Vault said to Ming Tianhan, it's not that easy. The snake emperor was right. The main reason is that the territories are too big and require too many trustworthy subordinates to take over. Talents are the most important. Back then, the snake emperor started from scratch, but I have the foundation of the past and countless talents. As long as I take care of the troublesome ones, everything will be easy. Ming Tianhan said, Don't mention that bastard again. Snake Emperor? If I know where he is, I will tear him to pieces. Tiangang said with a glare. Ming Tianhan nodded. It's not hard to guess. He must have gone to Dejun. Dejun? Ming Tianhan. This Dejun's strength is monstrous. When I fight Yin Chuan in the future, I will need your help. Tiangang said in a low voice. Oh, when I guide the power of a nation, I can possess the golden dragon of fate and borrow the power of your nation and the 12 territories. When that time comes, I will definitely be able to destroy the great Qin city. Tiangang said in a low voice. Why do you want to do that? Dejun is strange. Why don't you wait for Master? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. In the past I could wait, but now I can't. I have to get the Sword of Power back. That is my only treasure. If Master comes, so I have to take it back from Emperor Qing long before that. What does that have to do with Dejun? Yin Chuan captured more than 300 of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, but he only imprisoned them. Why? Because Yin Chuan didn't dare to offend Emperor Qing Long. He only imprisoned them, so Emperor Qing Long didn't push him too hard. However, if I obtain these people, I can use them to threaten Emperor Qing Long and force him to return the Sword of Power. If Emperor Qing Long doesn't care about their lives, he will lose the loyalty of his subordinates. Tiangang said. I see. What a good plan. Ming Tianhan nodded in praise. Tiangang nodded. Since that's the case, I will naturally help you. However, I need to list the 12 territories under my name. When the time comes, you can just borrow my power, Ming Tianhan said. All right. My 12 territories will also be under the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Tiangang said with a smile. That would be for the best, Ming Tianhan said. Several days later, Nether King came to Tiangang's palace. Nether King, what are you doing here? Tiangang said in a deep voice. Your 12 territories are now under the Great Qing Heavenly Court? Nether King said in a deep voice. That's right. Are you so gullible? Nether King, watch your mouth. Tiangang scolded angrily. I want to take back my recommendation. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Tiangang shouted. We have already divided our territories. He has overstepped his boundaries. Nether King said in a deep voice. Overstepped his boundaries? Only Tiangang knew that Tiangang had to go behind Lotus God's back and take back his own treasure. That was why he had colluded with Ming Tianhan. There was no such thing as crossing the line, so Tiangang was relieved. Overstepped his boundaries? Hee. You don't have the right to make decisions in my territory, Tiangang said coldly. Ming Tianhan doesn't work for the master. Instead, he is trying to please you. Of course there is something wrong, Nether King said in a deep voice. I think there is something wrong with you. Are you jealous of Ming Tianhan? Back then, you wanted to overstep your boundaries and manage my territory. I didn't agree. Now you are accusing Ming Tianhan? Tiangang stood beside Ming Tianhan. Bastard, I am working for the master wholeheartedly. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King shouted. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan? Hee, very good. Where is the evidence? You want to say that he is also one of Yin Chuan's men? Nether King, I think you are the one with the problem. Do you think I don't know? Tiangang shouted. Don't know what? After the lesson from the Snake Emperor, I have checked all the information about Yin Chuan in the sealed realm. Yin Chuan has nothing to do with Ming Tianhan. If you want to slander him, you have to find some evidence. But your father is Yin Chuan, and your mother is Mo Yuxi. You are the one with the problem. Tiangang shouted. How dare you? Nether King shouted. Working with you. I knew that there would be a problem sooner or later. I am more worried that you will mess up the master's matter. Tiangang said. You are talking about me? I think it is you. Nether King shouted. Tiangang's eyes flashed with anger. Then let the master be the judge. What? Nether King was stunned. Ha ha, are you afraid? Tiangang revealed a sinister expression. Reaching out, he took out a black altar and activated it. Wang. Suddenly, smoke billowed out from the altar. Above the smoke, lotus flowers floated out. Tiangang? Lotus God's voice came from the smoke. Greetings, Master. Tiangang and Nether King said respectfully. How is the matter? Lotus God's voice came. In order to enter the great evil world, we have already taken over the South Continent. Tiangang said first. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Master, please take back your order, and let this subordinate investigate Ming Tianhan. Nether King immediately said. Oh, Lotus God was puzzled. Master, don't listen to Nether King. Ming Tianhan has been close to this subordinate recently, and prevented Nether King's scheme from succeeding. That is why he is jealous. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Nether King. He is Yin Chuan's son. Tiangang immediately shouted. Then the two slandered each other. There was an argument. After a while, it calmed down and they waited for Lotus God's final decision. If I did not need to control the great evil world, I would have come over now. The two of you are really my good subordinates. Lotus God's voice was filled with anger. Master, please calm down. Nether King shouted. Master, the source of all this is Yin Chuan. Please believe that Tiangang is innocent and has nothing to do with Yin Chuan. From the beginning, I have always been loyal to you. Tiangang said. I believe that. Lotus God nodded. But Nether King is different. No matter what the reason is, he is related to Yin Chuan by blood. Please send Nether King away, or let him go to the Yang realm to develop on his own. I do not want to work with him. If he exists, I will not exist. Tiangang said stubbornly. I was the one who planned this South Continent. Nether King said angrily. Chapter 1421. Underworld, Inner South Continent, Tiangang Palace. Tiangang and the Nether King were arguing. Neither of them was willing to give up the power of the Inner South Continent, and wanted to force the other away. Go to the world of the living. No one was willing to do so. The world was different from the past. Ambitious and ruthless people appeared and occupied various continents. How could it be so easy to establish a new base? Master, it's either him or me. Tiangang shouted angrily. Master, I've always been loyal. The Nether King shouted. Enough. Lotus Goddess's angry voice sounded. Tiangang and the Nether King stopped talking and waited for the final decision. Nether King, take your subordinates and enter this altar. Tiangang and I will teleport you to the great evil world to familiarize you with the environment there. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. The Nether King's expression changed. This was the Lotus Goddess's choice between the Nether King and Tiangang. In the end, she chose Tiangang. The Nether King showed a trace of bitterness, but he still said solemnly, Yes. Go. Lotus Goddess said. Yes. The Nether King nodded bitterly and stepped out of Tiangang Palace. The happiest person was Tiangang. Thank you, Master. Tiangang smiled. He had won the battle between him and the Nether King. Tiangang, why did I ask the Nether King to come? Do you know? Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Because Master trusts me more. Tiangang smiled. No, I trust you as much as him. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. He was under my control, and will only be loyal to me. Why wouldn't I trust him? I asked him to come back and you to stay because you always have a bad temper. The two of you can't be together. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Master, I'm absolutely loyal to you. Tiangang said. Of course I know. You've been following me since before you transcended. Later on, you transcended first, and I chose to be reborn to break through to a higher level. I handed the great evil world to you. But what happened? You were sealed by the people of the great thousand world? Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Tiangang felt helpless. You're always impulsive. However, this time, you're on your own. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. My lord, now that the stars of the second epoch have been revived, there are too few experts that I can bring out. Astral Dipper said again. What do you want? Master, please pick a batch of your subordinates' tribes for me to use. Tiangang said. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. 10 days later, the Nether King led a group of subordinates and stepped into the altar. Following this, a group of pitch-black monsters walked out from the altar. Their heads were like crickets, but they were humanoid. Their skin and bones were pitch-black. Greetings, Chief. A group of cricket people said respectfully. Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. The subordinates of the Nether King entered the altar through the portal. Before he left, the Nether King said, Big Dipper, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Be careful of underworld frost. There's no need for you to worry. So what if I trust Ming Tianhan? I'll also let him manage your 12 territories. Astral Dipper scolded. You stubborn. The Nether King flung his sleeves and stepped into the portal. Boom. The smoke on the altar immediately dissipated. The two transcendents were separated by the void and teleported to each other. At this moment, Ming Tianhan had also arrived. Master? Why didn't Master come personally? Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. Master is the realm master of the great evil world. He is one with the great evil world, so it is inconvenient for him to come. Otherwise, if he leaves the great evil world, there will be variables. Tiangang explained. Variables? What variables? Tiangang shook his head and did not explain. He put away the altar and looked at Ming Tianhan. My subordinates from the great evil world are all very strong. However, they are not good at management. You can take over the 12 territories of the Nether King. After that, we will make a move on the great evil world. Tiangang said in a deep voice. Okay. Ming Tianhan nodded. Young World, Outer East Continent, Boulder Races, Boulder Peak. Jie, who cultivated the body of a general, arrived at a large hall. Vice Lord, are your injuries healed? Pan Geng asked. They are all healed. Jie nodded. That's good. Vice Lord, are you going to find Yin Chuan? Pan Geng asked. No, before that, I need to find the exploding beast. Oh, explosion restoration. This ability is indeed powerful. Yin Chuan refined the exploding beast's ability, so I naturally can't let it go. I came to find you, because I want to know the exact location of the exploding beast. Once I refine an exploding beast, it will be Yin Chuan's death. Jie said in a deep voice. Okay. Pan Geng nodded. Great Jin Heavenly Court, Xianyang Upper Study. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there is a report from the East Sea. Jie has arrived at the East Sea and is fighting with the exploding beast. Lu Gang said respectfully. Jie? He also wants to refine the exploding beast? Yin Chuan's face darkened. At the same time, Great Qin City, Zombie Yin Chuan's cultivation hall. Quang. The door opened with a bang. Zombie Yin Chuan took a step forward and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. Soon he arrived in the world of the living. Jie. Ha, you came at the right time. I haven't gone to find you, and you've delivered yourself to me. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Boom. Zombie Yin Chuan shot towards the East Sea. Above the East Sea. Boom. The exploding Beast King self-destructed once again. The huge explosion caused the entire East Sea to churn violently. After the explosion, it quickly returned to its original state. At the center of the explosion, Jie flapped his wings and blocked the explosion. Ha 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 ha, is this your self-destruction? It's still far from Yin Chuan's. Exploding beast? Jie said with a trace of disdain. The exploding Beast King looked at Jie coldly. The 11 exploding beasts behind it also stared at him. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with me? The exploding Beast King asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want your divine ability. Yin Chuan only refined an ordinary explosive beast, right? Naturally, I want to be better than him. You will be the one, Jieshur said in a deep voice. Bastard. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can do anything to me? Jieshur said coldly. The exploding beast king looked at Jieshur helplessly. Then it turned to look at someone in the distance. I have already sent a message to the Heaven Emperor. He will do his best. That person shouted. Yin Chuan? I don't think it's going to be too late, Jieshur said. The world is changing too fast. The exploding beast king said bitterly. The exploding beast king turned to the exploding beasts. If I die, you will die sooner or later. Instead of being killed one by one, why don't you help me? I will leave you with your consciousness, so that you can watch everything. But I am the master. The exploding beasts were solemn. Roar! Roar! The exploding beasts growled, and then nodded. Come on! Roar! The exploding beast king shouted. Boom! An exploding beast king charged at the exploding beast king, and the latter swallowed it. Oh! Jieshur was surprised. Jieshur didn't stop the exploding beast king. He just stared at it. Boom! Boom! One by one, the exploding beasts flew into the exploding beast king's mouth, and were swallowed. The exploding beast king's body began to twist. Ka 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 ka. The exploding beast king's body continued to change. Gradually, it turned into a red humanoid monster. Its body was similar to a human's, but its head was still that disgusting slug-like head. You've merged with all the exploding beasts? That's even better. I will refine you and get more powerful skills. Jieshur said coldly. The humanoid exploding beast king turned its head and roared at the sky. Roar! In the blink of an eye, countless explosions occurred in the void all around them. Boom! 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 Countless black holes appeared in the sky above the East Sea. Dejun's guard, who was in charge of sending the message, fled to the shore in fear. The entire East Sea was churning. The news quickly spread to Xianying. In the study, Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. The exploding beast king has evolved. Yes, it has become more powerful. One roar, and it can make the sky explode. Lu Gang said respectfully. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. In the easternmost region, the rock tribe, Pan Geng narrowed his eyes and looked to the west. He could see through countless distances and saw the East Sea. A humanoid exploding beast king? Pan Geng frowned. Pan Ding stood beside him. The world has changed. A humanoid exploding beast king? Its aura is about the same as yours and mine. The strength of a level 15. Pan Geng frowned. More or less. Under everyone's attention, the humanoid exploding beast king and Jieshur fought again. Compared to before, the humanoid exploding beast king's speed had increased by several times. The power of his explosions had also increased. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed again and again, causing countless explosions. Your strength has increased by so much? Despai's voice was filled with anxiety. Self-destruct. Wait! Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the world. More than half of the East Sea's water was blown away. The loud explosion reverberated throughout the world of the living. The humanoid exploding beast king looked ferocious. It took a while for the black hole to return to normal. The humanoid exploding beast king returned to his original form. Jieshur was not destroyed because of his Jiangqin body. He panted and flew to a nearby place. He wrapped his dragon skeletal wings around himself and looked at the humanoid exploding beast king with surprise. How is it so strong? Jieshur was surprised. You're fine. The humanoid exploding beast king was also surprised. That was the humanoid exploding beast king's strongest self-destruct ability. How could Jieshur be fine? The two of them were shocked by each other's strength. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed over and appeared in front of the two of them. A strong wind blew, and the two of them turned to look. Yin Chuan, the humanoid exploding beast king said in a deep voice. It's you? Jieshur's eyes turned cold. Of course it's me. Our battle is not over yet. You still haven't told me everything about the Jiangqin body. Jieshur, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1422. The Heavenly Demon Realm. A giant sat at the foot of a huge black mountain in a place where countless heavenly demons ran amok. It was Fushi. A woman stood respectfully in front of Fushi. The woman wore a veil and a white robe. She carried a zither on her back. She looked very mysterious. Meng Rongrong greets master. The woman said respectfully. Fushi nodded. The explosive beast has merged into one. Bring it to me. Yes. Above the East Sea. Of course it's me. The battle is not over yet. You haven't told me everything about the Jiangchen's body. Yin Shi. I didn't expect your injuries to heal so quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Miao Shi looked coldly at Yin Chuan. I was careless last time. This time, you won't have a chance. Sometimes you can't be careless. Once you're careless, you won't have another chance. Yin Chuan said. Is that so? Miao Shi said. The explosive beast turned its head and said. Yin Chuan, I can take care of myself now. You don't have to interfere. Yin Chuan looked at the explosive beast and took a deep breath. Explosive Beast King. I'm the cause of the disaster in the East Sea. Let me take care of this guy. Oh, he and I practice the same skill. We can grow together. Yin Chuan said. All right. The explosive beast nodded. Hee, I haven't seen you in a while. You've become more confident. Miao Shi said. Roar. Yin Chuan roared. Yin Qi surged around him. A pair of huge dragon wings spread out. He bared his fangs and looked at Miao Shi with contempt. Your aura. You've made a breakthrough? Miao Shi's face darkened. Heh. Yin Chuan laughed dryly. Roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge bronze coffin. It was the world-suppressing bronze coffin. As soon as the world-suppressing bronze coffin appeared, a murderous aura filled the air. Sky-burying coffin? Mi Shi said in a deep voice. This is called the world-suppressing copper coffin. It can suppress everything in the world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ha ha ha, what a boastful tone. Yin Chuan. So what if your cultivation has increased by another layer? You're still inferior to me. And you still want to self-destruct? I won't be careless again. Yin Shi said coldly. As he took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he pounced towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan glared and waved his hand. The world-suppressing copper coffin fell from the sky. Boom! The world-suppressing bronze coffin pressed down. For a moment, it was as if there was a surging suction force. Countless rays of light were absorbed by the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In an instant, the sky above the East Sea darkened, as if all light had suddenly disappeared. As for the world-suppressing copper coffin, it was as if it was floating in a huge black hole. After absorbing all the light in the surroundings, it brazenly collided with the body of Despise. World suppression. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Boom. Not only that, but the void below Ji Shi suddenly became incomparably sturdy. Together with the world-suppressing bronze coffin, it held Ji Shi in place. Ye Shi looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Impossible, the world-suppressing coffin? It can't be this strong. Jie Shi cried out in shock as he held the world-suppressing copper coffin with his hands and wings. It's not just a coffin, Yang Qi said. There's an entire world inside of it, a world that can crush you. Even if you cultivate the body of a general and minister, you won't be able to do anything about it. You only have a sturdy body, but you don't have the power to shake the heavens and earth. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the world-suppressing copper coffin exerted more force. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Xiao Shi's body suddenly bent. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was still like a black hole, absorbing all the light in the surroundings. Not only was all the light, but the boundless yuan qi of heaven and earth, luck, merit, fortune, and fortune that permeated the void were all madly surging into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Only the humanoid explosive beasts nearby could feel what was happening in the darkness. The experts in the distance could not see anything in the darkness. Boulder Tribe, Boulder Peak. The East Sea is completely dark. I can't see anything? Pan Gung frowned. The world-suppressing bronze coffin? What an evil thing. Pan Ding said in a low voice. Emperor Qing Long of the North Outer Continent. Emperor Huang Jin of the Southeast Continent. The experts who were paying attention to Dezhun All looked at him with strange expressions. What was happening in the darkness? Crack, crack, crack. In the darkness, Yashur held the world-suppressing bronze coffin with both hands and wings. However, the suppression of the world-suppressing bronze coffin was getting stronger and stronger. Roar! The red path behind Yashur soared into the sky and surged into his body. However, it was still unable to move the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No, how can this be? We both have the body of a general and minister, but you, a level 12, can suppress me, a level 13? This is impossible. Yashur shouted in disbelief. His eyes were filled with indignation. There's no need to struggle. You know that I cultivated the body of a general and minister in the Great Thousand World. Back then, I was already at the peak of level 14, which was much stronger than you are now. Back then, my greatest reliance was this world-suppressing bronze coffin, which sealed my endless power. Level 13? It's a pity that you missed the best opportunity, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I know that you're not convinced. You're not convinced that I'm relying on the strength of my treasure. However, this coffin was refined by me. You don't have to be convinced, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. If you're so capable, let me out and we'll fight again, Yashur said in a low voice. Opportunities are not given out by others. Moreover, do you think that I'll give you the chance to kill me? That's impossible. The only thing I can give you is one day to struggle. If you can't get out in one day, you'll have to accept your fate. Tell me everything, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Roar! No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced, Yashur shouted in grief and indignation. Rumble! The surging power of the Great Path continued to push against the world-suppressing bronze coffin. But for some reason, the greater the power of contempt, the greater the power of the world-suppressing copper coffin. Yashur struggled with all his might, but the power of the world-suppressing copper coffin was too great. Boom! 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 In the sky above the East Sea, violent vibrations constantly came from the darkness. However, outsiders were unable to see anything inside. A day passed quickly. Boom! Yashur exploded his great Tao, and boundless power surged into his body, crashing into the world-suppressing bronze coffin again. The world-suppressing bronze coffin also shook violently, but it immediately stabilized. No! A heart-wrenching cry of unwillingness came from the darkness. The day has come. Can you speak now, Yashur? Yin Chuan stared at Yashur. Yashur turned his head to look at Yin Chuan. His eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness and bitterness. Vice Lord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains? Haha, I lost, but that's fine. At least I lost to you. From the moment I found out everything, I've been working hard to break these shackles. But in the end, it was all in vain. Refine me. Use my Jiangchen body to strengthen your Jiangchen body. Work hard for my dream. Yashur suddenly said bitterly. One of them was destined to die. Now, he had no power to reverse the situation. Despite his unwillingness, Yashur seemed to have come to terms with it. Vice Lord Jiangchen body? What do you mean by Vice Lord Jiangchen? Also, I remember you saying that the body of a Jiangchen body is the true Jiangchen body. You and I are sacrificial lambs? And what's this so-called tribulation? What tribulation do we face when we cultivate the Jiangchen body? Yin Chuan asked. Yashur smiled bitterly. Haven't you noticed? What's the name of our cultivation technique? Jiangchen body. It's already very obvious. What do you mean? Yin Chuan didn't understand. The Jiangchen body. The Jiangchen body is the Jiangchen body, Yashur said bitterly. Oh. Yin Chuan's pupils constricted. In the past, the Jiangchen body was only the name of a cultivation technique. He'd never thought that there was another explanation for it. We cultivate this technique so that we can cultivate an invincible body. In the end, this invincible body won't be ours. We'll just be paving the way for someone else. Yashur said bitterly. Paving the way for someone else? You're saying that after we cultivate a powerful body, the four of us who cultivate the Jiangchen body will fight and refine each other. Once we reach our strongest state, we'll be possessed? Yin Chuan said grimly. That's right, Great Emperor Jiangchen, Yashur said bitterly. Great Emperor Jiangchen? Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. The current great emperors were all born in the late Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangchen was born at the beginning of the Second Epoch. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. In fact, I suspect that Jiangchen Corp's ancestor existed in the First Epoch, but only became a great emperor at the beginning of the Second Epoch. From what I learned from the monolith, Jiangchen Corp's ancestor is the ancestor of all corpses. Jieshu explained. Ha 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 ha, the Jiangchen body isn't a random name. The ultimate goal of this technique is to refine an extremely powerful body for Great Emperor Jiangchen. When Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, he'll be able to possess it. Jieshu said bitterly. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor? Yanchuan took a deep breath. Ha ha ha, I want to continuously strengthen myself, so that when Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, I'll be able to fight him. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Once you master this technique, there's no turning back. Even if you reincarnate, it'll follow you forever. Yanchuan, you have to fight. Jieshu said savagely. I will. No one will be able to possess my body. Yanchuan said coldly. That's why you have to strengthen yourself even more. You have to refine the other two bodies of Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. Before Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, you have to be at your strongest. I can't accept this. I can't accept being defeated by you. I can't accept being destined to refine someone else's body. Jieshu said indignantly. Corp's ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangchen is our tribulation. What about the monolith? Do they call us sublords? What does that mean? Yanchuan asked curiously. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor created the monolith, and their experts refer to him as their true lord. We are the bodies of their true lord, so naturally we're their sublords. They only respect their true lord and don't obey us. They only occasionally give us convenience. Yanchuan, remember, beware of the monolith. They'll never stand on your side. They're just Jiangchen's servants, and only listen to his orders. Beware of the monolith. Jieshu said gravely. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.